The Apex Predator of Kumo. Act 1. Chapter 1. The council chamber smelled of old wood and older grudges. Naruto Uzumaki stood in its center, hands loose at his sides, while 3 tiers of masks and painted faces looked down on him like judges at an execution that had already been decided before he walked through the doors. Danzo Shimura did not stand. He never needed to. His single visible eye tracked Naruto with the patience of a man who had already won. "The boy is a liability," Danzo said, his voice carrying without rising. "Twice now his recklessness has endangered classified operations. Twice now the Nine Tails chakra has surged beyond any seal's capacity to contain. The council has reviewed the evidence. There is only one responsible course." "Reviewed the evidence," Tsunade repeated from her seat, knuckles white against the armrest. "You mean the evidence your own root operatives fabricated, Lady Hokage?" A civilian councilman with soft hands and a softer spine folded them primly on the table. "With respect, the boy's own instructors have confirmed the chakra spikes. Whether the incidents were engineered or not, the danger is real. We are not accusing him of malice. We are simply acknowledging what he is. What he is." Naruto had heard that phrase in 100 different mouths over 18 years, wearing 100 different masks of politeness. It always meant the same thing underneath. "I didn't ask to be born with this thing sealed in me," Naruto said quietly. "I didn't ask for any of it. And I've spent my whole life trying to prove I'm more than a cage for it. And yet the fires keep following you," Danzo said. "The Uchiha massacre. The invasion. The attack on this very chamber 6 months past, which conveniently occurred the same week you were seen training alone at the Valley of the End, chakra visibly unstable. Konoha cannot continue to gamble its survival on the hope that a boy's willpower will always be enough to hold back a demon." Tsunade rose. "I built my career on medicine, Danzo, not politics, and even I can see a frame job when it's built this clumsily. Naruto did not cause the chamber collapse. Your own foundation was seen near the support beams that night." "Baseless slander," Danzo said, unmoved. "The council will vote." It was not close. The elders Hamura and Kohara sided with Danzo as they always did, as they had since before Naruto was born, back when they'd first decided the Nine Tails vessel was a threat to be managed rather than a child to be raised. The civilian council, terrified of a weapon they did not understand and had never once tried to, followed without hesitation. Of the shinobi council, only a handful stood with Tsunade, and a handful was not enough. Banishment. Effective immediately. Stripped of rank, forbidden the villages under Konoha's protection, forbidden contact with registered shinobi of the leaf on pain of being treated as a missing nin. Naruto listened to the verdict read aloud in a clerk's flat monotone, and felt something in his chest go very still, the way the eye of a storm goes still before the second wall of wind arrives. He looked at Tsunade. She would not meet his eyes, and he understood why. If she spoke now, if she let the fury on her face become words, the council would use it as further proof of instability, further proof that the Hokage herself could not be trusted to see the demon clearly. "Ba-chan," he said instead, low enough that only she could hear it. "It's okay. You don't have to say anything." That was when her eyes finally came up, wet and furious and helpless all at once, and Naruto understood that this was the worst kind of goodbye, the kind neither of them had chosen and neither of them could stop. Danzo permitted himself the ghost of a smile as the guards moved to escort Naruto from the chamber. "You will find, boy, that the world outside these walls is far less forgiving than you imagine." Naruto turned at the door. For one moment the fox's chakra flickered at the edges of his eyes, a deep and molten red, not out of control, not surging, simply present, simply watching. Danzo's smile did not waver, but something in the old man's shoulders tightened by a fraction of an inch, a tell so small that only a lifetime of reading killing intent could have caught it. "Maybe," Naruto said. "But at least out there, nobody's pretending to be my family while they stab me in the back." He walked out of the chamber that had raised him and condemned him in the same breath, and did not look back. Chapter 2. Word of the verdict moved through Konoha faster than any messenger hawk. By the time Naruto reached his apartment to gather what little he owned, Ira Kayumino was already waiting on the stairwell landing, still in his Chunin vest, as though he had run the entire way from the mission room. They can't do this, Iruka said. Naruto, this isn't right. There has to be an appeal, some kind of. There isn't. Naruto's voice was steady in a way that seemed to unsettle Iruka more than shouting would have. I already asked? Banishment orders signed by 2 elders and a majority council vote can't be appealed except to the same council that just voted. Ba-chan explained it to me on the way out. It's a closed loop. It was built that way on purpose, a long time before I was ever in this position. Then I'll go with you. No. Naruto set a hand on his old teacher's shoulder, the same shoulder that had once caught him after a rooftop fall on his first day as a genin, back when the whole world had felt so much smaller and so much kinder. You have a life here. Students. People who need you. I need to know at least one good thing stayed standing in this village after I'm gone. Iruka's jaw worked, and for a moment Naruto thought the man might argue further, but instead he pulled a small cloth-wrapped bundle from inside his vest and pressed it into Naruto's hands. Travel rations? And this? A folded paper, worn soft at the creases, clearly carried for years. Your father kept a contact list of allied villages he trusted personally, from before the Third War got so bad that trust became a luxury. Most of these people are retired or dead now. But there's one name on here that still holds real power. I want you to read it once we're not standing in a hallway where anyone could be listening. Naruto unfolded it later, alone on a rooftop overlooking the village he was no longer allowed to call home, watching the lights flicker on window by window as ordinary people went about ordinary evenings with no idea what had just been decided 2 blocks away. Near the bottom of a list of names half crossed out by time, one line remained clean, untouched, as though someone had deliberately preserved it. A. Reikage of Kumogakure. Dead owed 1. Character, honors strength, honors debts, despises corruption in leadership. Naruto remembered, distantly, a story Jiraiya had told him once about the current Reikage and the previous Hokage, some old business from before either of them had risen to the title, a rescue mission gone sideways that had left one Kage owing the other a favor neither had ever collected. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Old men and old debts, the kind of thing that felt like it belonged to a history book rather than his own life. Now it was the only door left standing open to him. Kumogakure. The Hidden Cloud. A village that, by every account he'd ever heard, cared for exactly one currency, strength, proven and demonstrated, not inherited or politically manufactured. A village where the current Reikage had clawed his own way to the title through raw power and had little patience for councils that hid behind closed doors while punishing children for the sins of their jailers. It was as good a direction as any. Better than most, honestly. Naruto looked back once at the Hokage monument, at the 4 stone faces watching over a village that had just voted to throw him away, and felt the old ache where love for this place used to sit, still there, just quieter now, banked down like coals under ash rather than extinguished outright. I'll come back someday, he said to no one in particular. Not to beg for a place. Just to make sure you all remember exactly what you threw out the door. He left before dawn, moving light and fast through the tree line, chakra folded in close so as not to trip any of the perimeter sensors he knew from years of training exercises exactly where to find. By the time the morning patrol changed shifts, he was already 30 miles gone, and the only trace he left behind was an empty apartment, and a village slowly beginning to realize what it had done. Chapter 3. Danzo had never intended to let him leave clean. Naruto felt them before he saw them, 3 signatures moving in a wide triangle formation through the forest canopy behind him, chakra suppressed almost to nothing, the kind of near silence that only came from years of root conditioning. He kept his pace even, gave no sign he noticed, and mapped their positions the way Jiraiya had once taught him, by the faint disturbance of birds going quiet in patches ahead of their path. They struck 2 hours later, at a river crossing where the ground turned to loose shale and a man's footing became unreliable. The first blade came from directly above, and Naruto caught the wrist behind it on pure instinct, twisting hard enough that he heard the small bones grind before the masked figure vanished in a substitution. The second and third attacker came low, one from each flank, standard root pincer formation, silent, coordinated, utterly without hesitation or individual will. 6 months ago this would have been a real fight. Naruto had grown since then, in ways the council chamber had never bothered to notice because they'd been too busy deciding what he was to actually watch what he'd become. He let the fox's chakra rise, not the wild red bleed that used to burn his own skin, but a controlled cloak, familiar now the way a well-worn jacket is familiar, warm instead of scalding. The world sharpened. Sound arrived a half-second before it should have. He turned into the flanking strike from his left, redirected it past his shoulder with an open palm, and drove a chakra-wrapped fist into the operative's chest hard enough to send him skidding 40 feet across the shale without breaking a single bone, a controlled hit, a message rather than a killing blow. The third attacker hesitated, just barely, just long enough for Naruto to close the distance and pin him against a boulder by the collar. "Tell Danzo something for me," Naruto said, voice carrying none of the heat his eyes did. "I'm not running. I'm choosing somewhere better." There's a difference, and it's going to matter to him a lot more than he thinks. He released the man, who vanished in the same silent substitution technique as the first, already reporting back through whatever channel route used to keep its master informed in real time. Naruto didn't chase him. Chasing would mean caring what Danzo did with the information, and he found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he genuinely didn't. The second attacker, the one he'd sent skidding across the shale, was still breathing when Naruto checked, unconscious but stable. He left him where he lay, propped against a tree with water within reach, because whatever Danzo had turned these people into, they hadn't chosen it any more than Naruto had chosen the fox sealed inside him. By nightfall he'd crossed out of Fire Country's eastern patrol range, into the sparser, colder foothills that marked the beginning of Lightning Country's long southern border. The trees here grew differently, taller and starker, built for wind rather than shade, and the air itself seemed to carry a different charge, a faint electric tang that reminded him he was walking into territory where the very atmosphere respected raw power more than it respected pedigree. He made camp in a rock shelter, ate the last of Irika's travel rations, and unfolded the worn paper one more time under the light of a small chakra-fed flame. Rakeage of Kumogakure. 3 more days of travel, if his internal map was accurate. 3 more days until he found out whether the debt his father had earned decades ago was still worth anything at all, or whether he was about to trade one closed door for another. Either way, there was no version of tomorrow that led back through Konoha's gates. That part, at least, no longer felt like a loss. It felt, strangely, like the first honest breath he'd taken in years. Chapter 4. Kumogakure rose out of the mountains like something carved rather than built, towers of pale stone climbing up sheer cliff faces, connected by rope bridges and cable lines that swayed gently in a wind that never seemed to fully stop. Naruto stood at the base of the main gate road and understood, for the first time, why they called it the Hidden Cloud. Half the upper city was genuinely wreathed in mist, drifting low across rooftops like the mountain itself was breathing. 2 gate guards intercepted him before he'd taken 10 steps up the road, kunai already drawn, headbands marking them as chunin at minimum. Foreign shinobi identified. "State your business or turn back now." "I need to speak with the Rakeage," Naruto said. "I'm carrying a message related to an old debt." Uzumaki Naruto, formerly of Konohagakure. The word formerly did a great deal of work in that sentence, and the guards clearly heard it. One of them narrowed his eyes. "Formerly. Missing Nin, then?" "Banished," Naruto corrected. "There's a difference, even if it doesn't feel like much of one right now." The second guard, older, studied him for a long moment, gaze flicking to the whisker-like marks on Naruto's cheeks with the particular sharpness of someone who had studied Jinchuriki intelligence reports before. "You're the Nine-Tails vessel." "I am. And before you reach for a kunai over that, I'd rather you just take me to your Kage and let him decide what to do with me. I didn't cross 3 countries to get into a fight at the front gate." They did not lower their weapons, but they did escort him, flanking him closely up the winding cliffside road toward the Rakeage Tower, a journey that gave Naruto ample time to notice how differently this village felt compared to Konoha. Shinobi here moved with a kind of unguarded physical confidence, sparring openly in courtyards, shouting friendly insults back and forth mid-strike. Nobody here seemed to be hiding what they were behind polite masks. Strength was simply worn on the surface, The way scars are worn by people who have stopped being ashamed of how they got them. The Raikage's audience chamber was smaller than Konoha's council room, and far less ornamented, dominated by a single massive desk that looked like it had survived more than one occasion of its owner slamming both fists onto it. The fourth Raikage was exactly as broad and imposing as every account Naruto had ever heard, arms crossed, muscles like corded rope beneath dark skin, a presence that filled the room before he'd said a single word. His eyes settled on Naruto with an intensity that felt less like suspicion and more like evaluation, a blacksmith checking the temper of a blade rather than a jailer checking a prisoner. Uzumaki Naruto, said, his voice a low rumble. Word travels fast between villages, even when Konoha would rather it didn't. Banished for the crime of carrying a demon you never asked for. Framed, from what my sources tell me, by a snake who's been playing every side of every war for 40 years. You already knew. I make it my business to know things about villages that might one day become problems for mine. I leaned forward, forearms on the desk. Why come here? Kumo isn't known for charity. Naruto pulled the worn paper from inside his jacket and set it on the desk. Because you owe my father a debt, and because Irika-sensei said you're a man who honors debts even when honoring them costs you something. A's expression shifted the instant his eyes landed on the paper, something unreadable moving behind them, old memories surfacing fast and heavy. He was quiet for a long moment. Minato Namake's son, he said finally, not a question. I should have seen it in the face. That damned yellow hair. He sat back, and something in his posture eased, just slightly, the wariness of a kage giving way to the weight of an old and genuine debt finally coming due. Your father pulled 3 of my men out of a collapsing ravine during the war, at cost to himself, when he had every tactical reason to leave them and retreat. I told him then that Kumo would remember. I meant it. I'm not asking for charity, Naruto said again, steadier now. I'm asking for a place to prove what I can do. Konoha decided what I was without ever actually watching me become it. I don't need that mistake repeated here. Just give me a fair fight to earn my place, and I'll take care of the rest myself. I studied him for a long silent moment, and then, slowly, a grin spread across his broad face, the grin of a man who recognized something familiar and appreciated finding it. Now that, the Raikage said, is exactly the kind of answer this village respects. Chapter 5. A fair fight, A repeated, rising from his desk with the unhurried confidence of a mountain deciding to move. You understand what that means in this village, boy. Not a spar. Not a demonstration. A real test, against someone I trust to hold nothing back. That's exactly what I want. A's grin widened. He liked that answer even more than the first. The training grounds behind the Raikage Tower were carved directly into the mountainside, a wide, flat arena ringed by cliffs, scorched in places from techniques far past what any genin exam would ever call for. By the time Naruto and the Raikage arrived, word had already spread through the tower staff, and a small crowd of curious shinobi had gathered along the upper ledges to watch. 2 figures waited in the arena itself. The first was a young man built like a slab of granite, dark skin, white hair cropped close, a heavy iron gauntlet on one forearm that Naruto's instincts immediately flagged as dangerous. The second was a woman with pale blonde hair cut sharp at her jaw, standing with the kind of stillness that came from absolute confidence rather than nerves, a massive cleaver-like sword resting easy against one shoulder. Samui said, gesturing to the woman. Jonin, Tokubetsu-level sword work, cold under pressure in a way most of my shinobi twice her age haven't managed. She'll be your opponent. Samui's pale eyes swept over Naruto once, unimpressed, cataloging him the way a merchant catalogs an unproven shipment. This is the one everyone's whispering about. The exile. Careful with that word, Naruto said, rolling his shoulders loose. I've heard it enough times today that I'm starting to get tired of it. Then make me stop using it, Samui said, and moved. She was fast, faster than her calm expression had suggested, closing the distance in a blur and bringing that heavy sword around in a horizontal arc meant to test his reaction speed more than actually land. Naruto ducked under it, felt the wind of the blade pass close enough to stir his hair, and answered with a sweeping kick that she read and hopped over without breaking rhythm. For a full minute they traded exchanges like that, testing, probing, each one learning the shape of the other's speed and timing. Naruto could feel the crowd's attention sharpening along the ledges above, could feel Samui's initial dismissal curdling slowly into something more careful. She stopped holding back first. Water chakra flooded from a scroll at her hip, condensing into a second blade of solid ice that she wielded in her offhand, doubling her offense in a way that would have overwhelmed most opponents through sheer volume alone. Naruto let the fox's chakra rise properly then, not the cloak he'd worn against the root operatives but something fuller, a visible shimmer of golden red energy that pulsed along his skin like a second heartbeat. He caught the ice blade on his forearm, chakra-hardened skin absorbing the impact without a mark, and answered with a palm strike that Samui barely twisted away from in time, close enough that it clipped her shoulder and sent her skidding back 6 feet across scorched stone. She recovered instantly, sword raised, breathing controlled despite the hit, and for the first time something like genuine respect flickered across her expression. "You're not what the rumors said," she admitted. "Rumors usually aren't worth much." Naruto settled into a ready stance, chakra steady around him like a held breath. "You want to keep going, or is this enough of a fair fight for now?" Samui's answer was to come at him again, faster this time, sword and ice blade weaving together in a rhythm clearly refined across years of genuine combat rather than academy drills. Naruto matched her pace, weaving between strikes with the loose, improvisational movement that had once driven his own taijutsu instructors to distraction, unpredictable in a way that made her careful, disciplined style struggle to fully anchor onto him. She adjusted, reading the pattern of his footwork rather than his hands, and nearly caught him with a low sweep of her ice blade that he only avoided by dropping into a slide across the scorched stone, coming up inside her guard with a palm strike aimed at her sternum. Samui twisted at the last possible instant, taking the blow across her forearm instead, hard enough to numb the limb and send her staggering half a step, but not hard enough to end the exchange outright. For a moment they stood several paces apart, both breathing harder than either wanted to admit, the crowd along the ledges above murmuring in a way that suggested this had already exceeded whatever expectations they'd walked in with. "You pull your strikes," Samui observed, flexing her numbed forearm experimentally. "Every opening you've had to actually hurt me, you've softened at the last moment. Didn't come here to put a Kumo Jonin in the hospital on my first afternoon," Naruto said. "Figured that wouldn't exactly help my case." Interesting philosophy for someone Konoha decided was too dangerous to keep. Something almost like humor colored Samui's voice now, dry and understated but genuine. "Careful, exile. Restraint like that tends to earn more trust in this village than raw power ever will." From the ledge above, A watched with his arms crossed and a satisfied rumble building low in his chest, watching not the outcome of the match but the quality of the fight itself. The exact thing he had come outside to see. "That's enough," the Reikage called down, before either of them could press further. "I've seen what I needed to see." Samui lowered her sword, still watching Naruto with an assessing focus that hadn't fully faded even as the fight ended. Beside her, the granite-built man with the gauntlet let out a low whistle of something like approval. "Not bad, exile," he said. "Name's Darui. You survived Samui's opening exchange without losing a limb. You've already impressed half this village." Naruto let the fox's chakra settle back into stillness, breathing easy despite the exertion. "Guess that's a start then." Above them, A was already turning back toward the tower, satisfaction written plainly across his broad features. "Get him settled in the shinobi quarters," he called back. "Starting tomorrow, this one trains under my personal supervision. I want to see exactly what a Namake's son and a Nine-Tails vessel becomes when a village actually bothers to build him up instead of tearing him down." Chapter 6. The shinobi quarters assigned to Naruto turned out to be a modest room high in one of the residential towers, a single window looking out over a sea of cloud that broke apart each morning to reveal the mountains beneath. He'd barely finished unpacking the little he owned when a knock came at the door, brisk and businesslike. The woman who entered carried a stack of paperwork nearly as tall as her forearm, dark hair pulled back neatly, a calm efficiency in her movements that reminded Naruto faintly of Shizen, though with a sharper, more guarded edge underneath. "Uzumaki Naruto," she said, setting the paperwork on the room's single desk with practiced precision. "I'm Mabui, personal attendant to Lord Reikage." He's asked me to process your provisional registration and brief you on village protocols before training begins tomorrow. Provisional, Naruto repeated. So I'm not exactly trusted yet. You're not distrusted either. Mabui began sorting the papers into neat stacks without looking up. You're new. There's a difference, and most people in this village understand it, even if a few of the older jonin will take some convincing. Lord Raikage vouching for you personally carries considerable weight, but weight isn't the same as blind faith. You'll earn the rest through your conduct, same as anyone else who's ever come through that gate. Naruto found himself unexpectedly grateful for the honesty of it. In Konoha, distrust had always worn a smile, wrapped in polite language that meant the opposite of what it said. Here, at least, people simply told him where he stood. That's fair, he said. More than fair, actually. Mabui glanced up at that, something in her expression softening by a fraction, as if she hadn't expected agreement to come so easily. Most exiles arrive angry. Understandably so. You don't seem angry. I was, for about a day. Naruto sat on the edge of the narrow bed, turning that thought over honestly for the first time since leaving Konoha's gates. But anger's heavy to carry across 3 countries. Somewhere around the second night I figured I'd rather spend that energy proving them wrong than proving them right about what a demon's vessel turns into when he's finally pushed too far. Mabui was quiet for a moment, studying him with an attention that felt less clinical than her earlier efficiency, something more personal creeping in at the edges. That's a mature way to look at it. Most people twice your age haven't managed that particular trick. I've had a lot of practice getting knocked down and figuring out how to stand back up smiling, Naruto said. It's basically my whole shtick. That earned him the ghost of a smile, quickly suppressed but not quickly enough that he missed it. Mabui finished sorting the paperwork and slid one final sheet across the desk toward him. Standard Shinobi Code of Conduct, Provisional Registration Form, and a map of the village districts. Training grounds 3 and 7 are reserved for Lord Raikage's personal sessions, which is where you'll be reporting starting tomorrow at dawn. I'd recommend actual sleep tonight rather than exploring the village. His sessions have something of a reputation. Rough? Thorough, Mabui corrected. He doesn't believe in wasted motion, in training or otherwise. You'll understand what I mean by midday tomorrow. She gathered her remaining papers and moved toward the door, then paused there for a moment, looking back at him with an expression Naruto couldn't quite read, something between professional assessment and genuine curiosity. For what it's worth, she said, Kumobikure has taken in exiles before. Not many of them lasted, because most of them came here still fighting yesterday's war instead of building today's foundation. You strike me as someone who might actually manage the difference. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one, Mabui said, and left him to the quiet of his new room, the cloud sea outside his window slowly darkening toward evening, and for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, Naruto felt something close to settled. Chapter 7. I did not believe in gentle introductions. Nature transformation, the Raikage said, standing in the center of Training Ground 3 as dawn light broke thin and gray over the mountains, is the difference between a shinobi who survives a real war and one who becomes a statistic in it. You know wind chakra. Everyone in this village already knows you know wind chakra, because half the scouts who tracked your approach 3 days ago reported seeing your raisin shuriken tear a hole clean through a boulder from half a mile off. Impressive. Also incomplete. Incomplete how? A raised one massive forearm, and chakra gathered around it in a crackling shroud, black as a starless sky, humming with a density that made the air itself feel heavier. Naruto had heard stories of this technique, whispered with the particular reverence shinobi reserved for things that had personally terrified them at some point. Black lightning, they said? My own variant nature, cultivated over decades, dense enough to cut through most defenses like they aren't there at all. Every shinobi who reaches genuine mastery eventually finds something like this, some expression of their chakra that goes beyond the 5 basic natures into something that's entirely their own. Your father found his in space-time. You're going to find yours somewhere else, and I suspect I know roughly where to point you. Naruto flexed his fingers, wind chakra already gathering instinctively at his fingertips, thin blue-white blades of pressurized air. You want me to try combining it? Wind and lightning. I want you to stop thinking of your abilities as separate tools and start thinking of them as a single storm you haven't learned to fully summon yet. I lowered his arm, chakra shroud fading. Wind cuts. Lightning stuns and burns. Your fox chakra amplifies whatever it touches to a degree most shinobi spend their whole careers chasing and never catching. You have 3 ingredients most of my strongest jonin would trade a limb for, and right now you're using them like separate tricks in separate pockets instead of one weapon. It took most of the morning before Naruto understood, in his hands and his chakra coils rather than just his head, what the Raikage was actually asking of him. Every attempt at forcing wind and lightning chakra together simply resulted in the 2 natures repelling each other, sparking uselessly at the edges before dissipating, wasted effort scattered across the scorched stone of the training ground. You're forcing it, A observed, watching from the sideline with his arms crossed. Wind and lightning aren't natural allies. You can't muscle 2 rivers into flowing the same direction. You have to find the point where they're already trying to meet, and widen that instead. Naruto closed his eyes, settling his breathing, and reached inward past the frustration towards something steadier. He thought of the fox's chakra, warm and vast, a river without banks. He thought of wind, sharp and precise, a blade honed to cut clean lines through resistance. And beneath both, if he sat with it long enough, he could feel the faint electric hum that had followed him ever since he'd crossed into Lightning Country's borders 3 days ago. An ambient charge in the very air of this land that seemed to want to answer something in his own chakra. He let the fox's chakra rise, not forced but invited, and guided it not around the wind and lightning natures separately, but through the exact point where their opposing spins nearly cancelled each other into stillness. For one suspended moment, nothing happened. Then his hand ignited. Not the golden shimmer of standard fox chakra, and not the crackling black of the Raikage signature technique, but something new. A churning storm of violet-black lightning wrapped in a visible spiral of cutting wind, dense enough that the stone beneath his palm cracked under the sheer pressure radiating outward. A's eyebrows rose, genuine surprise breaking through his usual composure. Well, the Raikage said slowly, a grin spreading across his face like sunrise over the mountains. That took most jonin twice your age about a decade longer to find. Looks like your father's blood carried more than just yellow hair after all. Naruto stared at his own hand, at the storm gathered there, humming with a power he could feel down to the marrow of his bones, and understood, with a certainty that settled deep and quiet in his chest, that whatever came next, whatever Konoha eventually decided to do about the exile they'd created, he would be walking into it as something entirely new. Chapter 8. Discovering the technique and mastering it turned out to be separated by a distance measured in weeks, not moments. For the first several days, Naruto could barely hold the fusion for longer than a handful of seconds before the 2 opposing natures tore free of each other again, the wind scattering, the lightning discharging harmlessly into the stone. Each failed attempt left his arm numb to the elbow, and his chakra coils aching in a way that reminded him, not unpleasantly, of the early days learning the Rasengan under Jiraiya's patient, needling guidance. Ran him through drills with a rigor that made even Kakashi's old training regimens look relaxed by comparison. Mornings were spent on raw chakra control, endless repetitions of holding the fusion steady against increasing resistance. Afternoons were sparring, first against Darui, whose own lightning affinity gave Naruto a live target to test the technique's cutting power against, and later against small rotating groups of jonin who came and went as their own duty schedules allowed. Samui became a regular fixture in those afternoon sessions, and Naruto noticed, gradually, that her early wariness had eased into something more like professional respect, occasionally punctuated by dry, understated humor that took him longer than it should have to recognize as her particular version of friendliness. "You're getting faster," she observed, several days into the training, watching him recover his stance after a fusion technique had finally held for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. "At this rate you'll have proper control within the month, which is frankly obscene for a technique this advanced. Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation," Samui said, though the corner of her mouth twitched in a way that suggested it was both. "Kumo doesn't hand out compliments freely. We hand out sparring partners who don't hold back, which is worth considerably more." Evenings, when his chakra was too spent for further training, Naruto often found himself in the tower's common mess hall, and more often than not, Mabui would be there too, finishing some final piece of paperwork before the day properly ended. Their conversation started small, logistics and village customs, but stretched longer each night, drifting toward the kind of easy, unhurried territory that Naruto realized, with some surprise, he hadn't experienced with anyone in a very long time. Not friendship built on shared missions and forced proximity, but something chosen freely, built one evening at a time. There were setbacks along the way that tested his patience in ways the initial breakthrough hadn't prepared him for. One afternoon, pushing the fusion technique too hard against Darui's own lightning-enhanced strikes, Naruto lost control of the balance between wind and lightning entirely, the two natures tearing apart violently enough to send him skidding backward across the training ground, his forearms scorched and numb for the better part of an hour afterward. I had simply watched the failure without intervening, arms crossed, waiting until Naruto pushed himself back upright before speaking. Good, the Reikage said, which was not the response Naruto had expected. A technique that never fails you in training is a technique you haven't actually tested yet. You needed to feel exactly where the edge sits before you can trust yourself not to cross it in a real fight, where the cost of losing control isn't a scorched arm but a battlefield full of allies standing too close. The lesson stuck with him more than any of the successful attempts had, and afterward Naruto approached each session with a more deliberate patience, mapping the exact threshold where the fusion held stable against the point where it began to fray, building a working sense of his own limits rather than simply pushing blindly against them and hoping for the best. "You don't ask me about the fox," he said one such evening, turning a cup of tea slowly between his hands. "Everyone always asks eventually. Sometimes it takes them a week, sometimes it takes them an hour, but they always get there." Mabui considered the question with the same careful precision she brought to everything. "I read your provisional file. I know what's sealed inside you. I don't need to ask about it because it's not the part of you I've actually been talking to these past 2 weeks." Something in Naruto's chest loosened at that in a way he didn't fully have words for yet. By the end of the 3rd week, the fusion held steady, no longer a fragile spark threatening to tear itself apart but a controlled, sustained storm wreathing his arm on command, violet-black lightning coiled tight inside blades of cutting wind. I watched the final demonstration with his arms crossed and an expression of genuine, unguarded pride, the kind Naruto had rarely seen directed at him by anyone in a position of real authority. "Wind release, black lightning fusion," A said, testing the name aloud, turning it over. "You'll need something better than that mouthful once you start using it in the field. But the substance is there, and the substance is what matters. In 3 weeks you've built something most shinobi villages would classify as an S-rank Keki Itoda, and you did it not because a village demanded it of you, but because you had something to prove and the freedom to actually prove it." "Feels different," Naruto admitted, letting the technique fade, chakra settling back into calm. "Training because I want to get stronger instead of training because someone's afraid of what happens if I don't. That," A said, clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder, nearly staggering him, "is precisely the difference between a weapon and a shinobi. Konoha built the first. This village intends to finish raising the second." Chapter 9. The diplomatic envoy from Iwagakure arrived on a morning thick with mist, 3 shinobi in gray flak vests, moving through the gate with the stiff formality of people who did not particularly want to be there but had been sent regardless. Naruto only learned of it because Mabui mentioned it in passing over breakfast, her tone carrying the faint weariness of someone who knew exactly how much extra paperwork a foreign delegation generated. "Trade negotiations," officially, she said, sorting through a folder as she spoke. "Unofficially, half the shinobi world has heard rumors about a Konoha exile training under Lord Reikage's personal supervision, and Iwagakure would very much like to know whether those rumors mean Kumo is quietly building a weapon capable of tipping the balance of the next war." "They think I'm a weapon." "They think you might be," Mabui corrected. "Which, given what I've watched you do to Training Ground 3 over the past month, isn't an entirely unreasonable concern from their side of the table." Naruto met the delegation properly 2 days later, summoned to the Reikage Tower for what he had described only as a demonstration of good faith, the kind of controlled reveal meant to discourage foreign powers from testing Kumo's new asset through more aggressive means. He arrived to find the audience chamber crowded with unfamiliar faces, and one in particular that caught his attention immediately. She stood slightly apart from the rest of the IWA delegation, arms crossed, black hair falling loose past her shoulders, a headband bearing the Stone Village's insignia worn with the kind of deliberate visibility that suggested she had nothing to hide and no interest in pretending otherwise. Her eyes, when they landed on Naruto, carried an assessing sharpness that reminded him instantly of Samui's first appraisal, though with considerably more open skepticism layered underneath. Kurotsuchi, said by way of introduction, gesturing between them. Granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, and by every account I've received, one of Iwagakure's most promising rising jonin. She's here officially to observe trade terms. Unofficially, I suspect the old man sent his own blood specifically because he trusts her judgment about threats more than any report a lesser envoy might send back. Smart old man, Kurotsuchi said, not bothering to soften the bluntness. So this is him. The famous Konoha reject everyone's been whispering about. She circled Naruto once, slow and unhurried, the way a merchant examines livestock before deciding whether the asking price is honest. Doesn't look like much. Neither does a storm cloud, right up until it does, Naruto said unbothered. Something flickered behind Kurotsuchi's dark eyes at that. Not quite amusement, not quite respect, something waiting to be earned rather than freely given. Big talk from a boy his own village decided wasn't worth keeping. Careful, rumbled from his desk, a warning edge beneath the calm. That kind of talk tends to get tested rather than debated in this village. She circled him a second time, slower now, studying the loose, unassuming way he held himself, so different from the rigid, textbook-perfect stances Iwagakure's own prodigies were drilled into from childhood. You don't even stand like Konoha's other shinobi. No wonder they never knew what to do with you. Good, Kurotsuchi said, turning her full attention back to Naruto, a slow, challenging smile spreading across her face. Because I didn't fly across 2 countries to watch a demonstration from the back row. If Kumo's serious about this exile being worth all the noise, I want to see it myself, up close, before I report anything back to my grandfather. I glanced at Naruto, one eyebrow raised in silent question, leaving the choice deliberately in his hands rather than commanding it as an order. Naruto rolled his shoulders, feeling the familiar hum of wind chakra already gathering at his fingertips in anticipation. Training ground 3's got plenty of room. And honestly, I could use a sparring partner who isn't already used to reading my tells. Kurotsuchi's smile sharpened into something genuinely eager, the posture of a shinobi who lived for exactly this kind of test. Careful what you wish for, exile. IWA didn't send me here because I lose gracefully. Good, Naruto said, matching her expression with an easy grin of his own. I'm not in the mood for a gracious opponent. I'm in the mood for a real one. Chapter 10. Word of the match spread through the tower faster than official channels could have managed, and by the time Naruto and Kurotsuchi reached Training Ground 3, a proper crowd had gathered along the surrounding ledges, Samui and Darui among them, along with a cluster of curious genin who had clearly abandoned whatever lesson they were supposed to be attending. Kurotsuchi rolled her neck, settling into a stance Naruto recognized immediately from old academy lectures on Iwagakure's fighting traditions, low and grounded, built around the kind of earth-based defense that could turn an opponent's own momentum into a wall of stone. Dust release, she said, almost conversationally, as chakra began gathering around her in a faint shimmer. Inherited Kekkei Toda, passed down through my grandfather's bloodline. Most people who face it for the first time don't get a second chance to adjust. Guess I'll have to get it right the first time, then. She moved first, faster than her grounded stance had suggested, closing the distance in a burst that ended with a palm strike aimed at his center mass, chakra crackling with a faint disintegrating shimmer at the edges. Naruto twisted aside, felt the air itself seem to thin and crumble where the strike passed through empty space, and understood immediately why I had warned him this would be a real test. He answered with a burst of wind chakra, a compressed blade aimed at her flank, and watched Kurotsuchi read it perfectly, pivoting into a low sweep that would have taken his legs out from under him if he hadn't already been moving. For several exchanges they traded blows at a pace that had the watching crowd falling genuinely silent, the easy commentary of earlier sparring matches giving way to focused attention. You're better than the rumors, Kurotsuchi admitted, breathing controlled despite the pace, circling for another opening. Rumors keep undershooting me, Naruto said. I'm starting to take it personally. He let the fox's chakra rise then, golden red energy shimmering along his skin, and closed the gap between them with a speed that visibly caught Kurotsuchi off guard for the first time in the match. She brought her guard up fast, chakra flooding into a defensive stance that turned the ground beneath her feet into a rippling barrier of compressed stone. But Naruto had already begun channeling the fusion technique he'd spent 3 weeks forging, violet-black lightning coiling tight inside blades of cutting wind. The strike that followed didn't shatter her defense outright, but it cracked through layers of stone that should have held far longer, sending a visible shockwave rippling out across the training ground and driving Kurotsuchi back several full steps, her arms raised, breathing hard for the first time in the exchange. Silence settled over the watching crowd. Kurotsuchi lowered her guard slowly, staring at the fractured stone barrier at her feet, then up at Naruto with an expression that had shed every trace of its earlier skepticism, replaced by something rawer and more genuine. That's not a technique from any bingo book I've ever studied, she said quietly. Made it myself. About 3 weeks ago. Naruto let the fusion fade, chakra settling. Wind and black lightning. Still working out a proper name for it. Kurotsuchi was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke again, the challenge had drained out of her voice entirely, replaced by something more thoughtful, almost unsettled. My grandfather spent decades trying to keep Iwagakure relevant against Konoha's shadow, and Kumo's always been the wild card nobody could fully predict. If this is what Kumo's actually building, she trailed off, shaking her head slowly. I need to think about what I'm actually going to put in my report. Whatever's true, Naruto said simply. I'm not interested in being anyone's secret weapon or anyone's boogeyman. I'm just interested in being strong enough that nobody ever gets to decide what I am again without asking me first. Kurotsuchi studied him for a long moment, something working behind her dark eyes that looked less like calculation now and more like genuine reconsideration, and said nothing further, though the look she left the training ground with carried a weight that suggested this conversation, whatever it eventually became, was very far from finished. Chapter 11. The Iwagakure delegation was scheduled to depart within the week, trade terms settled, official business concluded. Naruto expected that to be the end of it, one more brief crossing of paths in a life that had recently become full of them. He was mildly surprised, 3 days after their match, to find Kurotsuchi waiting outside the mess hall as he finished his evening meal. Walk with me, she said, without much preamble. I want to see more of this village before I leave. Figured you'd give a more honest tour than whatever official escort my delegation's been assigned. They walked the upper terraces as the mist thinned toward evening, the mountains beyond catching the last orange light of sunset. Kurotsuchi was quiet for a long stretch, hands in her pockets, and Naruto let the silence sit rather than filling it, sensing she was working her way towards something. My grandfather built Iwagakure back up from nothing after the last war nearly broke it, she finally said. Spent his whole life trying to make sure the village never had to bow to anyone else's terms again. I've spent my whole life trying to be worthy of carrying that forward. Best kunoichi my generation's produced, everyone says. Future candidate for Tsukage, everyone says. Sounds like a lot of everyone's expectations riding on you. That's exactly it. She stopped at the terrace railing, looking out over the cloud sea below. Every mission I run, every technique I master, it's always in service of proving Iwagakure's strength, protecting Iwagakure's standing, honoring what my grandfather built. I've never once stopped to ask whether any of it is actually mine, or whether I'm just the next stone laid on a wall someone else designed. Naruto leaned against the railing beside her, thinking of a council chamber and a verdict read aloud in a clerk's flat monotone, of 18 years spent being defined by other people's fear before he'd ever gotten the chance to define himself. I know something about that feeling. I figured you might. Kurotsuchi glanced at him sideways. Watching you fight 3 days ago, it wasn't just the technique that got to me. It was the way you talked about it afterward. Not interested in being anyone's weapon or anyone's boogeyman, just interested in being strong enough to decide for yourself. I've never once heard anyone in Iwagakure talk about strength that way. Over there it's always strength for the village, strength for the bloodline, strength for the legacy. Never just strength for the person carrying it. So what are you saying? Kurotsuchi was quiet for another long moment, turning something over that clearly wasn't easy to voice aloud. I'm saying my grandfather sent me here to evaluate whether Kumo's building a threat worth worrying about. And somewhere in the middle of evaluating you, I think I actually found something I've been missing my whole life without knowing it was missing. She met his eyes directly, and whatever hesitation had been there a moment ago hardened into something more resolute. I'm saying I don't want to fly back to Iwagakure and spend the rest of my life being the next stone on someone else's wall. I want to find out what I actually become when I'm allowed to choose for myself, the same way you're finding out right now. That's a big thing to walk away from, Naruto said carefully. Your village. Your grandfather. Everything you said you've spent your whole life proving yourself worthy of. I know exactly what it costs. Kurotsuchi's jaw set, resolve settling firmly into place. I've thought about very little else these past 3 days. And I keep landing in the same place. I'd rather build something real for myself than keep polishing a legacy that was never mine to begin with. Naruto studied her for a long moment, recognizing in her expression the exact same quiet, hard-won certainty he'd felt walking out of Konoha's council chamber weeks ago, not anger, not impulsiveness, but a decision made with clear eyes and full understanding of its weight. Kumo doesn't take defectors lightly, he said. You'd need to earn your place here the same way I did. Real proof, not just words. Good, Kurotsuchi said, something fierce and eager returning to her expression. I wasn't asking for it to be easy. I was asking whether it was possible. It's possible, Naruto said. I'll vouch for you myself, if it comes to that. But the rest, same as it was for me, you'll have to prove. Kurotsuchi's answering smile was sharp, certain, entirely her own. Wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 12. Kurotsuchi's defection sent shockwaves through Iwagakure that reached Kumogakure's tower within days, delivered in the form of a furious, formally worded diplomatic protest that A read once, snorted at, and set aside with the particular unconcern of a man who had weathered considerably worse threats over his tenure. The Tsuchikage's demand for his granddaughter's immediate return went unanswered, replaced instead by A's calm, formal reply that any shinobi choosing Kumogakure of sound mind and free will fell squarely within the village's rights to accept, precedent long established by treaties older than either Kage's current title. Kurotsuchi herself weathered the fallout with a steadiness that impressed even Samui, who had initially greeted the newest arrival with the same measured skepticism she'd once shown Naruto. Within 2 weeks of provisional training, that skepticism had given way to something closer to camaraderie, the three of them, along with Mabui on evenings her paperwork allowed, becoming a fixture at the same corner table in the tower's mess hall. It was into that fragile, hard-won stability that the second set of messengers arrived, 6 weeks after Naruto had first walked through Kumogakure's gates. These were not Iwagakure's furious diplomats. These wore the leaf-emblazoned headbands Naruto had once worn himself. 3 Konoha jonin escorted formally to the Raikage's tower under a banner of official parley, their expressions carrying the particular grim urgency of shinobi delivering news they didn't fully believe themselves. Naruto was summoned to the audience chamber alongside A, and recognized the lead envoy immediately, Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan, a man he'd known his whole life as a steady, trustworthy presence within Konoha's ranks, one of the few who had actually voted against the banishment months ago. Shikaku-san, Naruto said, something complicated tightening in his chest at the sight of a familiar face carrying such unfamiliar weight. Naruto. Shikaku's expression was tired in a way that went beyond simple travel fatigue. I won't waste time on pleasantries either of us particularly want. You've likely heard the reports circulating. Akatsuki's movements have accelerated. Their true intentions have become clear, and they involve every tailed beast in the world, including the one sealed inside you. What's coming isn't a border skirmish. It's a war that threatens every hidden village, Konoha included. I've heard the reports, Naruto said carefully. Doesn't explain why you're standing in Kumo's audience chamber instead of preparing your own defenses. Because the council, Shikaku said, and something bitter flickered briefly across his usually composed features, having created this crisis through their own decision to banish you, has now decided the war effort requires your abilities back on Konoha's side of the field. I was sent to formally request your return, under emergency wartime provisions that technically override the banishment order, provided you consent. A's low rumble of a laugh carried no humor in it at all. Let me guess the unspoken half of that request. The council expects the boy to simply forget the verdict that stripped him of everything and march home the moment they find a use for him after all. Shikaka's silence was answer enough. Naruto felt something settle in his chest, not the raw fury of the council chamber weeks ago, but something colder and far more certain, the clarity of a decision he realized, somewhere in the past 6 weeks, he had already made without fully naming it. Tell the council this for me, Naruto said, voice level, carrying easily across the chamber. I spent 18 years hoping that village would eventually see me as something worth protecting instead of something worth using. They answered that hope with a banishment order the same week they decided my chakra might still be convenient to have around. I'm done waiting for people who only remember I exist when they need something from me. Naruto, Shikaka said quietly, this isn't just about you anymore. If Akatsuki succeeds, every village falls, including this one. Then Kumogakure will meet that threat the same way it's met every other one, A said, rising from his seat, the full weight of his presence filling the chamber. With strength earned, not strength conscripted. You may return to your council and inform them that the Nine Tails vessel they discarded has found a home that actually wants him. Whatever comes next, he faces it standing with people who chose him, not people who are only now remembering they need him. Shikaka studied Naruto for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind his tired eyes, and then bowed his head slightly, accepting an answer he had clearly, on some level, already anticipated. Then I'll deliver the message, he said. Though I suspect this won't be the last envoy Konoha sends. Not when the war grows desperate enough. He turned to leave, pausing once more at the chamber doors. For what it's worth, Naruto, I never voted for that verdict. And watching you stand here now, surrounded by a village that's given you in 6 weeks what Konoha never managed in 18 years, I find myself increasingly certain I made the right call. The doors closed behind him, and in the quiet that followed, A's expression settled into something grave and focused, the look of a Kage already calculating what desperation might drive a wounded Konoha to attempt next. He's right about one thing, the Raikage said. This won't be the last time they come knocking. And next time, I doubt they'll bother asking politely. Naruto found Samui, Mabui, and Kurotsuchi waiting outside the tower once the audience concluded, none of them having witnessed the exchange directly but all three clearly having sensed, through whatever quiet channels moved information fastest through this village, that something significant had just passed within those walls. They wanted you back, Kurotsuchi said, not quite a question. They wanted my chakra back, Naruto corrected. There's a difference, and I've gotten a lot better at spotting it these past 6 weeks. Mabui's expression carried a quiet steadiness that he'd come to rely on more than he'd initially realized. And what did you tell them? That I already found the place I belong. Naruto looked out over the cloud sea stretching toward the horizon, the mountains beyond catching the last light of a sun sliding toward evening. Whatever's coming, whatever this war turns into, I'm facing it from here. Not because anyone conscripted me into it. Because I chose it. Samui studied him for a moment, then nodded once, a gesture that carried more weight coming from her than a longer speech would have from most people. Good. Because if Akatsuki's really moving on every tailed beast in the world, Kumo's going to need every ounce of strength it can field, and I'd rather have you standing beside me in that fight than watching from across a border, wondering which side actually earned your loyalty. They didn't earn it, Naruto said quietly. You all did. The 4 of them stood together on the tower's upper terrace as evening settled fully over Kumogakure, the lights of the village below beginning to flicker on one by one against the deepening dark, and somewhere far to the south, Naruto knew, a council chamber was already receiving word of his answer, already beginning to calculate what came next now that politeness had failed to bring their weapon home. Whatever that calculation produced, whatever desperate measure a cornered village decided to attempt in the weeks ahead, he found he was no longer afraid of it the way he might once have been. He had spent 18 years being defined by people who saw him as a cage for something dangerous. Here, in the space of 6 short weeks, he had become something else entirely, and the world beyond these mountains was about to discover exactly what that meant. Act 2. Chapter 1. Shikaku Nara's report reached the Konoha Council chamber 4 days after he delivered it, and the reaction split along lines that had by then become entirely predictable. He refused. Danzo's voice carried none of the surprise the rest of the chamber displayed, only a cold, patient satisfaction, as though the refusal had confirmed something he'd suspected all along. Precisely as I expected. The boy was never loyal to this village. He was loyal to the comfort this village provided him. Strip that comfort away, and the truth surfaces. The truth, Tsunade said, is that you stripped it away yourself, Danzo, and now you're standing here acting shocked that the consequence landed exactly where anyone with sense could have predicted. Regardless of blame, the soft-handed civilian councilman cut in, wringing his hands with poorly concealed anxiety. The fact remains that Akatsuki's movements grow more aggressive by the week. 2-tailed beasts already lost. If the 9 tails falls into their hands as well, however remote that possibility, Konoha's position in this war becomes catastrophically weaker. We cannot simply allow a Kage of Kumogakure's stature to shelter him indefinitely. Then send another envoy, Tsunade said. Send 100 if it makes you feel productive. He said no once. He'll say no again, and every refusal is going to look worse in the history books than the last. Danzo's single eye settled on her with the particular stillness that always preceded his most dangerous suggestions. There is another option. One considerably more direct. The chamber went quiet. Say it plainly, Tsunade said, though her tone made clear she already suspected exactly what plainly would sound like. A tactical retrieval team, Danzo said. Not a diplomatic envoy asking politely for a boy's consent, but a properly equipped strike force capable of extracting a valuable asset from hostile territory, whether that asset wishes to cooperate or not. I have several candidates in mind, hand-selected, loyal to the village above all else, capable of neutralizing a single Jinchuriki without triggering an open war with Kumogakure, provided the operation is executed with sufficient precision. You want to kidnap him, Tsunade said flatly. From inside a foreign Kage's own tower, in a village that has already demonstrated it will treat any hostile action against him as an act of war. I want to correct a strategic error, Danzo said. This council made the mistake of discarding a weapon it should have simply contained more carefully. I am proposing we rectify that mistake before it costs every hidden village its future. A shinobi councilman near the back of the chamber, one of the few who had remained silent throughout most of the session, finally spoke up, his voice carrying the particular hesitance of a man weighing loyalty against conscience. And if the operation fails, as failed operations against fortified villages so often do? We'd be handing Kumogakure not just grounds for war, but grounds sympathetic enough that every other hidden village would likely side against us in the court of shinobi opinion. That's not a risk I take lightly, Danzo, however compelling your reasoning sounds in this room. Wars are not won by men unwilling to accept risk, Danzo replied unmoved. They are won by men willing to calculate that risk honestly and act regardless. I have made my calculation. I asked this council to trust the decades of judgment behind it. The vote, when it came, split closer than the banishment vote had months earlier. Tsunade fought harder this time, invoking every scrap of political capital she had left, warning the chamber in increasingly blunt terms that any forced extraction attempt risked not only outright war with Kumogakure but the total collapse of what little goodwill remained between the hidden villages at the exact moment unity mattered most. But fear, as it so often did in that chamber, spoke louder than caution, and Danzo's proposal passed by a narrow but sufficient margin, authorizing a covert strike team under his personal command. Tsunade left the chamber that evening with a fury she could barely contain, and found Shikaku waiting for her in the hallway outside, his expression grim in a way that told her he'd already heard. They're really doing it, he said. They're really doing it, Tsunade confirmed. And there's exactly one thing left I can do about it. Because I can't stop this vote, and I can't order Danzo's team to stand down without a majority I don't currently have. What's that? Tsunade's jaw set with the particular hardness she reserved for decisions that would cost her something and that she intended to make regardless. I can make sure the boy isn't caught unprepared when Danzo's people show up. Some debts don't disappear just because a council votes to pretend they never existed. She turned down the hallway toward her private study, already composing in her head the message she intended to send through the one channel Danzo's root network hadn't yet compromised, and did not look back to see whether Shikaku approved of the risk she was about to take. She already knew he did. Chapter 2. The message arrived 3 days later, carried not by hawk or courier but by a small summoned slug that appeared on the windowsill of Naruto's quarters in the middle of the night, dissolving into a thin scroll the moment he touched it. Naruto. Danzo's pushed a vote through authorizing a covert extraction team. Official sanction be damned. I fought it and lost. I don't know his exact timeline or team composition, but knowing him, it won't be slow and it won't announce itself at the front gate. Watch your surroundings. Trust the rakeage. And know that whatever happens next, this council does not speak for me, and never really did. Tsunade. He read it twice, then carried it directly to the rakeage tower despite the late hour, waking a pair of startled guards who, upon recognizing the urgency in his expression, escorted him through without argument. I read the message with a stillness that Naruto had come to recognize as the rakeage's version of controlled fury, jaw tightening incrementally with each line. A covert extraction team, they said finally, setting the scroll down with deliberate care, as though handling it roughly might somehow worsen what it described. Authorized to enter my village and remove one of my shinobi against his will. That's not diplomacy failing. That's a declaration of war wearing a disguise. Tsunade doesn't speak for the whole council, Naruto said. She made that clear. But she wouldn't have risked sending this if she didn't think it was serious. I don't doubt its seriousness for a moment. Arose from his desk, moving to the window that overlooked the sleeping village below, mist curling silver in the moonlight. Danzo Shimura. I've heard that name in intelligence reports for decades, always at the edge of things, always denying involvement in whatever mess his fingerprints were actually all over. A man who built an entire shadow organization on the principle that morality is a luxury only the weak can afford. If he's the one running this operation, he won't send anyone we'd recognize as Konoha shinobi. Root doesn't wear headbands that announce themselves. Naruto had heard enough about Root over the years, mostly in fragments and rumors that never quite added up to a full picture, to feel a familiar unease settle in his gut at the name. Iruka-sensei told me a little about them once. Said they're raised from childhood to feel nothing, to exist purely as extensions of Danzo's will. If that's true, whoever comes for me won't hesitate, won't negotiate, and won't stop just because I ask them to. No, A agreed grimly. Which is exactly why preparation matters more than hope here. So we don't know who's coming, or when. No, A admitted. But we know several things that matter more than specifics. We know they'll need to breach village security to reach you at all, which means they'll need to move at night, in small numbers, relying on stealth over strength. We know Root operatives favor coordinated ambush over open confrontation, given what you told me about the attack on your journey here. And we know, most importantly, that whatever they send will be walking into a village that has spent 6 weeks watching you grow into exactly the kind of threat their intelligence reports almost certainly haven't accounted for. Naruto felt something settle in his chest, not fear exactly, but a focused, waiting readiness that reminded him faintly of the stillness before a storm breaks. So we wait. We prepare, A corrected. There's a difference. I'm doubling patrol density around the tower, and your quarters specifically, quietly enough that it won't spook them into delaying indefinitely. I want them to try. I want this settled decisively enough that Danzo never considers a second attempt worth the cost. And if they come while I'm not ready? If it's the middle of the night and I'm half asleep? A's grin was sharp and entirely without humor, the expression of a man looking forward to a fight he fully expected to win. Then they'll discover the same thing every enemy of this village eventually discovers. Kumogakure shinobi don't need to be ready. We simply are, at all times, because the alternative has never once been acceptable to us. Naruto left the tower some time later with the scroll folded carefully inside his jacket, walking back through empty, mist-quiet streets toward his own quarters, and found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, less afraid of what was coming than grateful for the warning that had let him meet it with open eyes instead of blind trust in a peace that had never really existed. Chapter 3. They came 11 nights later, exactly as A had predicted, under cover of a heavy mountain fog that rolled in thick enough to swallow the upper towers whole. Naruto felt them before any alarm sounded, a familiar prickling awareness at the base of his skull that he'd learned to trust ever since the ambush on his journey to Kumo months earlier. 5 distinct chakra signatures moving with the same deliberately suppressed near-silence root operatives favored, converging on his quarters from 3 separate directions. He was already awake, already dressed, already standing at the center of his room with the lights off by the time the first shapes slid through the window he deliberately left slightly ajar. "You're better at this than the last team Danzo sent," Naruto said quietly, and watched the intruder freeze mid-motion, clearly having expected a sleeping target rather than one already waiting. The masked figure didn't answer, didn't hesitate beyond that single frozen instant, launching directly into an attack with a short blade aimed at Naruto's throat. He caught the wrist, twisted, and used the momentum to send the operative crashing through the wooden door frame into the hallway beyond, where 2 more waiting shapes immediately converged. The fight that followed was fast, brutal in its precision, and almost entirely silent, the particular quiet of shinobi trained never to waste breath on sound that might carry further than necessary. Naruto let the fox's chakra rise in a controlled cloak, enough to sharpen his senses and speed without announcing his position to the entire tower, and met the coordinated assault with a fluid economy of motion that spoke to months of A's relentless training rather than the improvisational scrappiness he'd once relied on as a genin. A 4th operative dropped from the ceiling rafters directly above, and Naruto pivoted at the last possible instant, catching the strike on a forearm wreathed in wind chakra dense enough to numb the attacker's arm on contact, following through with a controlled blow that sent the man sliding unconscious across the floorboards. The 3rd operative, recovering faster than the others, pressed a renewed assault with a pair of chakra-coated blades, striking in the rapid, alternating rhythm route favored for overwhelming a single target through sheer tempo rather than raw power. Naruto let the fox's chakra thicken slightly around his forearms, enough to turn each parry into something closer to a wall than a deflection, and used the operative's own momentum against him, redirecting a downward strike into the floorboards hard enough to splinter wood and jar the blade from his opponent's grip entirely. A follow-up sweep put the man down beside his 3 unconscious companions, the whole exchange lasting scarcely longer than it took to describe. By the time the 5th and final operative broke from cover, the corridor's suppressed silence had finally cracked, the sounds of struggle carrying far enough to trigger the tower's actual perimeter alarms, distant shouts and running footsteps converging from multiple directions. The last operative hesitated, clearly recalculating the operation's viability now that stealth had failed, and Naruto recognized in that hesitation exactly the kind of Tella had trained him to exploit. "Whoever's listening through whatever channel reports back to Danzo," Naruto said, voice carrying deliberately now that concealment no longer mattered, "tell him this. 4 of his people are currently unconscious in my hallway, and I made sure none of them are permanently hurt, because unlike him, I don't need to break people to prove a point." The 5th operative used the distraction to attempt to retreat through the same window the first had entered by, and Naruto let him go, judging correctly that the message mattered more than the capture, that a living witness reporting failure back to Danzo would land harder than another unconscious body added to the growing pile. Kumo shinobi flooded the corridor moments later, Darui at the lead, weapon drawn, taking in the scene of 4 bound and unconscious root operatives with a low whistle of genuine surprise. "Guess the Reiki's warning about tonight wasn't just precaution after all," Darui said, crouching to examine the nearest unconscious figure's featureless mask. Root, unmistakably. No standard Konoha insignia, no identifying marks. Exactly the kind of deniable operation Lord Reikage predicted. Naruto let the fox's chakra settle back into stillness, breathing easy despite the exertion, watching Kumo medics arrive to secure the captured operatives for questioning. Somewhere beneath the immediate adrenaline of the fight, a colder, more certain resolve was settling into place, the understanding that Danzo would not stop here, that tonight's failure would only sharpen whatever came next rather than discourage it. "This isn't over," he said quietly, more to himself than to Darui. "No," Darui agreed, straightening. "But you handled round 1 better than most jonin twice your age would have managed against a coordinated root strike. Lord Reikage's going to want to hear about this personally, and I suspect he's going to be considerably less patient about round 2. Chapter 4. The captured root operatives were questioned separately, and yielded almost nothing, exactly as A had expected from agents conditioned since childhood to view their own capture as a failure state requiring silence rather than negotiation. What little they did reveal, pieced together from fragments and body language rather than direct confession, confirmed what everyone in that tower had already suspected. Danzo himself had authorized the operation, personally, outside any council oversight that might have applied brakes to it. Convened his senior shinobi the following morning, Naruto, Samui, Darui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui among them, standing before a war table with a map of the region spread across it, his expression carrying a gravity Naruto hadn't seen from him since their very first meeting. 4 failed operatives and 1 who escaped to report back, A said. That tells me 2 things. First, Danzo is willing to risk open conflict with this village to reclaim what he considers his lost asset. Second, and more importantly, he now knows precisely how capable that asset has become, which means whatever he attempts next will be scaled accordingly. You think he'll send a larger force, Samui said. I think he'll have no choice but to, if he intends to try again at all. A tapped the map, tracing the mountain passes that led toward Kumogakure's outer perimeter. A man like Danzo doesn't retreat from a failed investment. He escalates it, quietly, until either the investment pays off or the cost becomes too public to hide any longer. Naruto studied the map, something hardening in his resolve as he considered the shape of what was coming. So what do we do? Wait for round 2 and hope we're ready? No, A said, and something in his tone shifted, decisive and final. We stop waiting to be attacked and force the confrontation onto terms we control instead. I'm sending a formal message to Konoha's council, not through diplomatic channels this time, but directly, unambiguously, leaving no room for plausible deniability. Saying what? That any further attempt to forcibly extract a shinobi under Kumogakure's protection will be treated, without exception, as an act of open war, A said. That the next operatives Danzo sends will not be quietly captured and returned with a message. They will be met with the full response such an act of war demands, and Konoha's council will bear the consequences of a conflict they chose to provoke against a village that never once threatened them first. Kurotsuchi, standing near the edge of the table, let out a low whistle. That's not a diplomatic message. That's a declaration. It's the truth, they said simply. Dressed in language formal enough that no one can later claim they misunderstood it. Naruto felt the weight of what was being offered settle over him, the understanding that an entire hidden village was preparing to stand behind him not out of obligation or a decades-old debt alone, but because they had genuinely decided, over these past weeks, that he was worth defending against his own country of birth. You'd really go to war over this, he said quietly. Over 1 shinobi. A turn to face him directly, expression softening by a fraction, the closest thing to gentleness Naruto had yet seen from the broad, imposing Raikage. Boy, I've watched you train harder than shinobi twice your age, forge a technique that would take most jonin a decade to develop, and stand between 4 root operatives and this tower without a single casualty on either side, restraint you didn't have to show. That's not 1 shinobi. That's exactly the kind of foundation a village builds its future on. I don't go to war over foundations lightly. But I don't let them crumble without a fight either. Darui, standing near the edge of the table, added his own weight to the point. For what it's worth, this isn't just about you personally either, even if it started that way. Every shinobi in this village who's watched you train these past months, watched you hold back against those root operatives when you didn't have to, they've drawn their own conclusions about what kind of person you are. Lord Raikage backing you now isn't just honoring an old debt anymore. It's this whole village standing behind a decision it's already made on its own. The room was quiet for a moment, the weight of the Raikage's words settling over everyone present, and Naruto found, beneath the fear of what open conflict with his birth village might actually cost, a steadier and more certain gratitude than he'd felt in longer than he could clearly remember. Then let's make sure Danzo understands exactly what he's choosing to risk, Naruto said, before he decides to risk it anyway. Chapter 5. The Raikage's message reached Konoha's council chamber on a gray morning that felt, to Tsunade, entirely appropriate to the occasion. She read it once in private before the full council convened, and found herself, despite everything, feeling something close to fierce pride buried beneath the dread of what was coming. An act of war. Unambiguous. Final. Exactly the kind of statement that left no room for Danzo's usual talent at operating in comfortable gray areas. The council session that followed was the loudest Tsunade had witnessed in years. Civilian members who had voted for banishment now white-faced at the prospect of open conflict with a hidden village powerful enough to make good on such a threat. Shinobi council members split between fury at Danzo's unauthorized overreach and grim calculation about what a two-front conflict, Akatsuki on one side and Kumogakure on the other, might actually cost a village already stretched thin by looming war. More than one councilman who had voted for the original banishment now sat in visible discomfort, the consequences of that earlier decision finally arriving at their doorstep in a form none of them had fully anticipated when they'd cast that vote months ago. You acted without full council authorization, Tsunade said, standing over Danzo's seat with a controlled fury that had taken considerable effort to keep from boiling over into something less diplomatic. You sent root operatives, sanctioned by nothing but your own judgment, into a foreign Kage's tower, and now that same Kage is threatening open war over it. Explain to this chamber exactly how that serves Konoha's interests. It would have served Konoha's interests perfectly, Danzo said unmoved, had the operation succeeded. Failure is regrettable. It does not retroactively make the underlying strategy incorrect. The underlying strategy, Shikaku said, voice carrying a rare, sharp edge, assumed we could kidnap a Jinchuriki from an S-rank shinobi village without consequence. That assumption was never sound, Danzo, and everyone at this table who bothered to think it through for more than 5 minutes could have told you so before you spent lives and political capital confirming it the hard way. The vote to formally censure Danzo's unauthorized action passed with a majority Tsunade hadn't dared hope for a week earlier, driven less by principle than by fear of the war his gambit had nearly triggered. It was not the removal from power she'd wanted, Danzo remaining too deeply entrenched in the village's power structures to be unseated by a single censure vote, but it was, for the first time in longer than she could remember, a genuine crack in the old man's usual armor of plausible deniability. This chamber, Tsunade announced once the vote concluded, will send no further attempts, covert or otherwise, to retrieve Uzumaki Naruto against his will. Any councilman or shinobi who violates that directive will be treated as acting outside Konoha's sanction entirely, and will bear whatever consequences the rakish response entails alone. Danzo said nothing further, simply rose and left the chamber with the same unhurried composure he'd carried into it, and Tsunade watched him go with the uneasy certainty that a man like Danzo Shimura did not simply accept defeat and abandon a strategy. He merely paused, recalculated, and waited for a subtler opening. That evening, alone in her office with a bottle she hadn't yet decided whether to open, Tsunade drafted a second message for the same slug courier that had carried her warning weeks earlier, shorter this time, simpler. The council has formally barred further extraction attempts. Danzo's been censured though not removed, which means watch your back regardless of what any formal vote says. Some men don't stop just because they're told to. Stay sharp. Stay proud. You earn that village's loyalty the hard way, and for whatever it's worth from someone who failed you once already, I'm proud of what you're building there. She sealed the scroll, summoned the slug, and watched it dissolve into the evening air carrying words she suspected would matter more to the boy than any formal council statement ever could. Chapter 6. While the political fallout from Danzo's failed operation continued rippling through Konoha's council chambers, Kumogakure's own internal business carried on with its usual unhurried thoroughness, and chief among that business was the formal trial Kurotsuchi had been promised weeks earlier, the proof A required before granting her the same full standing Naruto himself had earned. 3 parts, A explained, standing before her in Training Ground 7 on a crisp morning with clear skies for once, the mountain mist having burned away early. First, a written and oral assessment of your combat knowledge and tactical judgment, conducted by my Jonin commanders. Second, a field exercise testing your ability to operate within a Kumo unit rather than as an independent operator, since a shinobi who can't function as part of a team is a liability regardless of individual strength. Third, and most importantly, a combat trial against an opponent of my choosing. Let me guess who, Kurotsuchi said, glancing toward Naruto, who stood at the edge of the training ground with an expression that suggested he already knew exactly what was coming. "Not this time," Ace said, and something like amusement flickered across his broad features. "I think we've all seen quite enough of what happens when you two cross blades. This trial calls for someone who'll test a different set of instincts." Samui stepped forward from where she'd been waiting, sword resting easy against her shoulder, an expression of calm, professional focus settling over her features. Kurotsuchi's eyebrows rose. "The Ice Queen herself. Should be interesting." "Careful," Samui said, unbothered. "I've heard that particular nickname before, usually from people who regretted using it by the end of our match." The written and tactical assessments occupied most of the morning, conducted by a panel of Kumo Jonin commanders whose questions ranged from bloodline technique theory to real-time scenario judgment calls, testing not just what Kurotsuchi knew but how quickly and soundly she could reason through pressure. One commander pressed her repeatedly on a hypothetical extraction scenario gone wrong, forcing her to justify each tactical adjustment under increasingly compressed time constraints, the kind of drilling meant to reveal whether her composure held up once comfortable deliberation was no longer an option. She answered each iteration with a steadiness that visibly impressed even the most skeptical panelist, adjusting her reasoning cleanly rather than clinging stubbornly to an earlier answer simply because she'd already committed to it aloud. She passed both segments with marks that impressed even the more skeptical commanders, her Iwagakure training having clearly emphasized tactical rigor alongside raw combat strength. The field exercise that followed placed her within a 5-person Kumo unit tasked with a simulated extraction scenario, testing her willingness to subordinate personal glory to team cohesion, an area where more than one talented individual shinobi throughout history had unexpectedly failed. Kurotsuchi adapted with a fluidity that surprised her assigned unit leader, deferring naturally to established Kumo tactical doctrine while still contributing her own bloodline abilities exactly where they were most useful, never once trying to dominate the exercise for personal demonstration. By the time the combat trial against Samui began in the afternoon, a considerable crowd had gathered again along the training grounds surrounding ledges, word of the earlier exercises having spread the same way news always spread through this tightly knit village. The match itself proved a genuine contest, Samui's disciplined sword work and layered water techniques testing Kurotsuchi's earth and dust affinities in ways her earlier match against Naruto hadn't fully explored, each combatant probing for weaknesses and styles either had faced in quite this combination before. It ended not in a decisive knockdown but in a mutual standoff, both shinobi's final exchange leaving them several paces apart, breathing hard, weapons and chakra still raised, either having secured a clean advantage. I called the match there, satisfied with what he'd seen. Enough. I didn't need a winner. I needed to see whether you'd hold your ground against genuine pressure without losing your composure, and you did, admirably. Kurotsuchi lowered her stance, glancing towards Samui with an expression that had shifted, over the course of the match, from wary competitiveness into something closer to the same grudging respect she'd developed for Naruto weeks earlier. "Not bad, Ice Queen," she said, breathing hard but grinning. "Not bad yourself, Stone Princess," Samui returned, and the nickname, delivered with a rare flash of genuine warmth, seemed to settle something between them that no amount of formal trial results could have accomplished alone. That evening, a formally welcomed Kurotsuchi into Kumogakure's ranks as a full jonin, the ceremony small and unpretentious by design, attended only by those who had actually watched her earn it. Naruto found himself, watching from the back of the small gathered crowd, struck by how naturally this village folded new strength into itself, not through grand political theater but through simple, demonstrated proof, the same currency that had bought his own place there months earlier. There were no lengthy speeches, no elaborate ceremony beyond A's brief, sincere words and the formal presentation of her new headband, and somehow that simplicity carried more genuine weight than any grander gesture could have managed. Chapter 7. The weeks that followed Kurotsuchi's formal induction settled into something Naruto hadn't expected to find again after Konoha, a genuine rhythm of ordinary days that felt earned rather than merely tolerated. Training in the mornings under A's relentless supervision. Missions, small and local at first, testing his growing skills against real stakes rather than sparring matches. And evenings, more often than not, spent in the company of the three women who had, without any of them quite naming it aloud, become the fixed points around which his new life in Kumogakure had organized itself. "You're distracted," Samui observed one evening, the four of them gathered at their usual corner table in the tower's mess hall, Mabui finally free of a stack of paperwork that had occupied her most of the day. "More than usual, I mean. Even for you." "Just thinking," Naruto admitted, turning a cup of tea between his hands, a habit Mabui had once teased him for and that he never quite managed to break. "About what, specifically?" Mabui pressed gently, setting aside the last of her paperwork entirely now, giving him her full attention. "About the war," Kurotsuchi guessed, and it wasn't really a question. "Akatsuki? Everyone's thinking about it, even if half the village pretends otherwise over dinner. About all of it, I guess." Naruto looked around the table at the three of them, feeling something warm and complicated settle in his chest, gratitude tangled up with a low, persistent worry he'd been carrying since Tsunade's second message had arrived a week earlier. 6 months ago I didn't have anyone who'd notice if I disappeared for a week straight. Now I've got people who'd actually worry, and somehow that makes the idea of a war a lot scarier than it used to be. Mabui's expression softened in the quiet, thoughtful way that had become familiar to him over these past months, a stillness that always seemed to precede something worth listening to. "That's not a weakness, you know. Having people worth being afraid for. It's the exact thing this village has always understood better than most, even if we don't always say it plainly. Strength without something worth protecting is just violence looking for a purpose." "When did you get so wise?" Naruto asked, and meant it as gentle teasing, though something in his voice carried more sincerity than he'd fully intended. "Comes with the paperwork," Mabui said dryly, though the faint color rising in her cheeks suggested the compliment had landed more directly than her tone let on. Samui watched the exchange with an expression that had, over recent weeks, lost most of its earlier reserve, replaced by something quieter and more openly fond, though she'd never have admitted as much aloud without considerable prompting. "For what it's worth, exile, you've earned more genuine loyalty in this village in a handful of months than most shinobi manage across an entire career. That's not nothing. Whatever's coming, you're not facing it the way you faced that council chamber back in Konoha. You're facing it with people who actually chose to stand beside you." Kurotsuchi raised her cup in something like a toast, a small, genuine smile replacing her usual sharp confidence. "To choosing your own people. Better late than never, for all of us." They drank to that, the four of them, the mess hall around them slowly emptying as the evening wore on, other shinobi drifting off toward their own quarters until only their corner table remained occupied, lit by a single lantern against the gathering dark outside, the warmth of the moment settling into something that felt, to Naruto, considerably more valuable than any of them were likely willing to say aloud. Outside the mess hall's windows, the mountain mist had begun its usual evening drift across the rooftops, and somewhere beyond those peaks, he knew, a war was gathering that would eventually demand more of all of them than quiet evenings and easy company. But for tonight, at least, that war remained beyond the horizon, and the four of them sat together in a warmth that Naruto had once feared he'd never find anywhere, in any village, wearing any headband at all. Chapter 8. The summons arrived through proper diplomatic channels this time, formal and unambiguous, requesting the Raikage's presence at an emergency summit of the 5 great shinobi villages, the first such gathering in over a decade, convened to address what every intelligence report now agreed was an imminent and coordinated Akatsuki offensive targeting every remaining tailed beast in the world. "You're bringing me," Naruto said, more statement than question, as they reviewed the summit logistics with his senior staff. "I'm bringing you," A confirmed. "Every Kage attending already knows exactly what you represent, and pretending otherwise would waste everyone's time. Better to address it directly than let rumor and speculation do the talking instead." The summit convened in neutral territory, a fortified meeting hall in a small border settlement equidistant from all 5 villages, and Naruto found himself standing at A's side in a chamber that held, for the first time in his life, every sitting Kage of the shinobi world simultaneously, an experience that carried a gravity even his months in Kumogakure hadn't fully prepared him for. Tsunade's eyes found his the moment he entered, and something passed between them that no words could have adequately carried. Relief and guilt and a fierce, complicated pride all tangled together in a single look. She said nothing directly to him during the formal proceedings, professional restraint holding even now, but the warmth in that single glance told him everything her position prevented her from saying aloud. The Tsuchikage, Kurotsuchi's grandfather, studied Naruto with an entirely different expression, something more guarded, the look of a man still working through complicated feelings about the boy who had, however indirectly, drawn his granddaughter away from Iwagakure's ranks. He said nothing on the matter directly either, the summit's urgent business leaving little room for old grievances, though Naruto suspected that conversation, whenever it eventually came, would not be an easy one. Akatsuki's confirmed movements, the Mizukage reported, spreading a series of intelligence documents across the central table, indicate a coordinated push to capture the remaining tailed beasts within the coming months, potentially weeks. 2 have already fallen. If even one more falls before this coalition organizes a unified response, the balance of power shifts in ways none of us can fully predict or counter alone. Which brings us, the Kazekage said, his young voice carrying a steady authority that belied his relative youth in the position, to the matter every village in this room is already aware of, whether or not anyone's said it plainly yet. Kumobikure currently hosts the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, formerly of Konoha, now operating under Lord Raikage's direct sponsorship. His safety, and his cooperation, may well determine whether this coalition's efforts succeed or fail. Every eye in the chamber turned toward Naruto, and he felt the weight of that collective attention settle over him, not with the fear he might once have carried into such a moment, but with a steadier, more grounded certainty built from months of training and genuine belonging. I'm not going to pretend I don't understand the stakes, Naruto said, meeting each Kage's gaze in turn. 2-tailed beasts already lost means real people already suffered for it. People who didn't choose the weight they were carrying any more than I chose mine. I'm not interested in standing on the sidelines while more of that happens. But I'll say this plainly, since apparently plainness is in short supply in rooms like this one. I fight this war as Kumogakure shinobi, standing with the village that actually earned my loyalty, not as some conscripted weapon handed back and forth between villages whenever convenience demands it. A's hand landed firm and approving on his shoulder. That's the position this village stands behind, unanimously and without reservation. Kumogakure will commit fully to this coalition's efforts against Akatsuki. But that commitment comes as an equal partner in this war, not as a vault holding a weapon other villages simply borrow when the need arises. The Tsuchikage's expression finally shifted, something grudging but genuine settling into place. A fair position, however it arrived at that fairness. His eyes flicked briefly to Naruto, something almost like acknowledgement passing between them. My granddaughter speaks highly of the village you're building there, boy. I find myself, against considerable initial reluctance, inclined to believe her. The Mizukage, who had watched the exchange with sharp, evaluating eyes throughout, finally spoke again, her tone measured but carrying an edge of genuine respect that hadn't been present when the summit first convened. For what it's worth, Uzumaki, my village has lost shinobi to Akatsuki's earlier campaigns, ones I sent into fights they weren't fully prepared for because the intelligence simply wasn't there yet. Watching you stand here, trained and steady rather than thrown into this war unprepared, gives me more confidence in this coalition's chances than any tactical briefing has managed so far. That confidence goes both directions, Naruto said. I've read the reports on what your village lost. I'm not interested in watching any more of that happen to people who didn't choose the fight they got handed. Whatever Kumogakure and I can bring to this coalition, it's yours as much as anyone's. The Kazekage inclined his head slightly, something like approval in the gesture. Good. Because coordination between all 5 villages is going to matter more in the weeks ahead than any single asset, however formidable. I'd rather walk into this war with allies who've actually said as much plainly, instead of villages simply tolerating each other's presence out of necessity. Tsunade said nothing further during the remainder of the summit's proceedings, but as the formal session concluded and Kages began departing toward their respective delegations, she found a moment to fall into step beside Naruto, brief and unhurried. You've grown, she said quietly, no other preamble necessary. Into exactly the shinobi I always hoped you'd become, even if it took a village other than mine to actually raise you into it. Ba-chan. Don't, she said, though gently, a small, genuine smile breaking through the professional composure she'd maintained throughout the summit. I'm not looking for an apology, and you don't owe me one. I'm just glad, whatever else this war turns into, that you found people worth standing beside. That's worth more than any village's flag, in the end. She moved on toward her own delegation before he could fully respond, and Naruto stood for a moment in the settling quiet of the emptying chamber, feeling the weight of the coming war settle more firmly across his shoulders, no longer a distant threat on some future horizon, but a reality now measured in weeks rather than months. Chapter 9. Word of the summit's proceedings, and of the boy standing at the rake's side throughout, spread through the shinobi world with the particular speed reserved for information that every village desperately wanted and none could fully verify through official channels alone. Within weeks, rumor had calcified into something closer to established fact, whispered in bingo book updates and mercenary guild registries across the continent. Uzumaki Naruto. Formerly Konoha, currently Kumogakure. Jinchuriki, 9 Tails. Original Kekkei Toda classified as Wind Release, Black Lightning Fusion, Threat Designation pending further observation. Approach with extreme caution. Brought the updated bingo book entry to Naruto's attention himself, dropping the printed intelligence sheet on the mess hall table one evening with a grin that suggested he found the whole development considerably more amusing than concerning. Congratulations, the Raikage said. You've officially graduated from rumor to documented threat. Every mercenary guild and rival village intelligence network on the continent now has your face and abilities on file. Naruto studied the sheet with a strange, complicated feeling settling in his chest, not quite pride, not quite unease, something caught between the two. Feels different than I expected. Being taken seriously, I mean. Back in Konoha I spent years trying to get people to actually see what I was capable of, and mostly just got laughed at for it. That's the difference between demonstrated strength and desperate posturing, A said, settling into the seat across from him. You didn't chase this reputation. You built the substance first, and the reputation followed on its own, which is exactly the order that actually earns lasting respect rather than temporary attention. Kurotsuchi, reading over Naruto's shoulder, let out a low whistle at the entry's final line. Approach with extreme caution. My grandfather's intelligence division writes those warnings maybe twice a decade for anyone under S-rank status. You've made quite an impression for someone who's only been officially registered as a threat for a matter of weeks. Should I be worried about that? Naruto asked. Every bounty hunter and rival village scout with something to prove is going to come looking to test that reputation eventually. Some will, Samui said, settling into the conversation with her usual unhurried calm. Most won't. The ones foolish enough to test an S-rank designation purely for glory tend to be the same ones who don't survive long enough to regret the decision. The smarter ones will simply factor your presence into their calculations and adjust their behavior accordingly, which is precisely the point of a reputation like this in the first place. There's also the political angle worth considering, Kurotsuchi added, setting the bingo book entry back down on the table. A documented S-rank threat operating openly under Kumogakure's banner changes how every rival village calculates its own ambitions. My grandfathers spent decades trying to keep Iwagakure relevant against Konoha's shadow. A reputation like yours, standing openly on Kumo's side, tips regional politics in ways that go well beyond whatever mercenaries decide to attempt. Mabui, finishing the last of her evening paperwork at the same table, glanced up with a faint, knowing smile. There is one other consequence worth preparing for, though. Reputations like this don't just attract mercenaries and rival scouts. They attract attention from considerably more dangerous quarters as well. Naruto felt something settle colder in his chest at the implication, understanding immediately what she meant without needing it spelled out further. Akatsuki? Akatsuki, Mabui confirmed. An organization actively hunting every Jinchuriki in the world has almost certainly already noted your bingo book update, your open sponsorship by Kumogakure, and your attendance at the Kage Summit. If they weren't already planning to move against you eventually, simply by virtue of what's sealed inside you, this reputation has likely accelerated that timeline considerably. The table fell quiet for a moment, the weight of that possibility settling over the easy warmth of the evening, and Naruto found himself thinking, not for the first time, That strength earned honestly seemed to carry its own particular cost, drawing exactly the kind of attention that made a life built on quiet evenings and steady bonds considerably harder to protect. Then we make sure I'm ready, Naruto said finally, resolve settling firm and certain. Whatever comes looking for me next, I'd rather meet it standing at full strength than caught unprepared because I got comfortable. A's approving nod carried the particular weight of a man who had clearly been waiting to hear exactly that conclusion reached on its own. Good instinct. Starting tomorrow, we push your training harder than we have yet. If Akatsuki's timeline has accelerated, so does ours. Chapter 10. The intensified training regimen consumed most of Naruto's waking hours over the following weeks, pushing him through drills designed specifically to stress test the fusion technique's limits under conditions closer to genuine battlefield chaos than the controlled sparring matches of earlier months. Multiple opponents at once. Unpredictable terrain. Sudden changes in objective mid-fight. Naruto emerged from each session more exhausted and more capable than the last, the gap between his current abilities and the boy who had first walked through Kumobakure's gates widening by the day. It was during one such session, deep into an evening sparring exercise against Eri and two other Jonin simultaneously, that Naruto first felt it, a presence at the edge of his awareness that didn't belong to any of the shinobi he was actively fighting, distant but unmistakably watching, chakra suppressed to a degree that spoke of considerable skill rather than mere caution. He broke off the exercise mid-exchange, stance shifting from offense to alert readiness, eyes scanning the tree line beyond the training grounds perimeter. Something wrong? Dari asked, lowering his own stance, immediately reading the shift in Naruto's focus. We're being watched, Naruto said quietly. Not one of ours. Whoever it is, they're good enough that I almost missed it entirely. The alert reached to within minutes, the Reikage arriving at the training ground's edge with a full squad of Jonin already fanning out to sweep the surrounding terrain. The search turned up nothing conclusive, no physical trace, no clear trail, only a faint, lingering residue of chakra at a vantage point overlooking the training ground that Kumo's sensor specialists confirmed had definitely been occupied, and recently. Whoever it was, they're gone now, the lead sensor specialist reported. Chakra's signature doesn't match anything in our regional intelligence files. Whatever technique they used to suppress their presence that thoroughly is well beyond standard reconnaissance capability. Dari crouched at the vantage point himself, studying the faint disturbance in the undergrowth with a frown. Whoever they were, they picked their position well. Clear sight line to the training ground, natural cover on three sides, and an escape route that would have carried them clear of our perimeter sensors before any alarm could reasonably respond. That's not amateur reconnaissance. That's someone who's done this before, more than once. A's expression settled into something grim and focused. Akatsuki, you're certain? Naruto asked, though something in his own gut had already reached the same conclusion before the Reikage said it aloud. Not certain, A admitted. But the timing, combined with the sophistication of whatever concealment technique they used, points in exactly that direction. Mercenaries and rival village scouts don't typically operate with that level of subtlety. Akatsuki does. That night, Naruto found himself unable to fully settle into sleep, the sensation of having been watched lingering at the edges of his awareness long after the immediate search had concluded. He sat instead at the window of his quarters, looking out over the moonlit cloud sea, turning the implications over with a careful, deliberate focus that had become second nature over these past months. A soft knock interrupted the quiet, and he found Mabui at his door, still dressed despite the late hour, an expression of quiet concern on her face that told him word of the evening's events had already reached her. I heard, she said, stepping inside without waiting for a formal invitation, a familiarity between them that had grown naturally over recent months. Are you all right? Honestly? I don't know yet. Naruto looked back out at the cloud sea, moonlight silvering its slow, drifting surface. 6 months ago, the scariest thing in my life was a council chamber full of people who'd already decided what I was before I got the chance to prove them wrong. Now it's an organization hunting every Jinchuriki in the world, and I just found out they might already be watching me specifically. Mabui settled beside him at the window, close enough that her shoulder nearly brushed his, a quiet, steady presence that Naruto had come to rely on more than he'd ever fully admitted aloud. For what it's worth, the boy who walked through that gate 6 months ago wouldn't have stood a chance against whatever's coming. The one sitting here now might actually manage it, and not just because of the technique you built. Because of the people who'll be standing beside you when it finally arrives. Naruto looked over at her, something warm and steadying settling into place beneath the lingering unease of the evening's discovery. Thank you? For coming. For all of it, really, these past months. You don't need to thank me, Mabui said quietly, a faint smile touching her expression. Just promise me you'll be careful, whatever's coming next. This village has given you a great deal these past months. I'd rather not watch it lose you to the same threat it's spent all this time helping you prepare for. I'll be careful, Naruto promised, and meant it fully, even as some quiet certainty in his chest told him that careful alone might not be enough for whatever Akatsuki intended next. Chapter 11. The suspected surveillance triggered a village-wide shift in Kumogaku's readiness posture. Ordering perimeter defenses strengthened and sensor coverage expanded across every approach to the village. The kind of visible, deliberate preparation meant as much to deter further probing as to genuinely improve security. Naruto found himself, in the days that followed, training with an intensity that left little room for anything beyond exhaustion and the next morning's session. Akatsuki's known members operate primarily in pairs, explained during one such session, laying out intelligence reports across a war table in his private study. Naruto, Samui, and Kurotsuchi gathered around it. Each pairing built around complementary abilities, meaning any confrontation you face won't be a single opponent testing a single skill set. You need to be ready for combined pressure from multiple angles simultaneously, sustained over a longer engagement than any single sparring match has tested you against yet. So we simulate that, Naruto said. Exactly. A gesture to Samui and Kurotsuchi. Starting tomorrow, you'll face them together, not as separate opponents taking turns, but as a coordinated pair working in tandem against you, the way an actual Akatsuki team would. I want you building the instincts to read combined attacks and adjust your fusion techniques application accordingly, rather than defaulting to the single opponent patterns you've spent most of your training reinforcing. The following weeks tested Naruto in ways his earlier training hadn't fully prepared him for. Samui and Kurotsuchi, working together, proved a considerably more dangerous combination than either alone. Samui's precise, controlled swordwork creating openings that Kurotsuchi's earth and dust techniques exploited with devastating efficiency, forcing Naruto to develop an entirely new layer of tactical awareness. Tracking not just individual attacks but the spaces between them where coordinated opponents built their real advantage. He failed more often than he succeeded, in those early combined sessions, walking away from more than one exercise with bruises and a wounded pride that reminded him uncomfortably of his earliest days learning the fusion technique itself. But failure, exactly as A had promised months earlier, proved its own kind of teacher, and by the third week Naruto had begun reading the rhythm of coordinated attacks with an instinct that surprised even his two sparring partners. One particular session stood out among the rest. A late afternoon exercise where Samui and Kurotsuchi coordinated a feint that nearly caught him completely off guard. Samui's opening strike deliberately telegraphed to draw his attention, while Kurotsuchi's dust-natured technique closed from an angle he hadn't accounted for. He escaped the trap only by dropping his stance low at the last possible instant, letting the technique pass close enough to singe the edge of his jacket, and answering with a burst of fused chakra that scattered both opponents before they could press the advantage further. That one almost worked, Kurotsuchi admitted afterward, examining the scorched edge of his jacket with something like professional satisfaction. Another half-second of hesitation, and it would have. Good, they said, watching from the sideline with his arms crossed. That's exactly the margin I want you training against. Akatsuki won't offer you a full second to recalculate mid-fight. Half a second might be all the room you get. You're actually starting to anticipate us, Kurotsuchi admitted, breathing hard after a session that had ended, for the first time, in a genuine draw rather than her and Samui's clear advantage. That's unsettling, honestly. Most opponents need years to build that kind of read against a coordinated team. Had good teachers, Naruto said, though the exhaustion in his voice carried a satisfaction that went beyond simple politeness. Evenings during those weeks grew shorter, training consuming hours that had once been reserved for quiet dinners at their usual corner table, though the four of them made a point of finding whatever time remained, even if it meant simply sitting together in comfortable, exhausted silence rather than extended conversation. Naruto found, somewhat to his own surprise, that those brief, quiet moments had become more valuable to him than almost anything else in his new life, small anchors of warmth against the mounting pressure of a war drawing steadily closer. "You've changed these past weeks," Mabui observed one such evening, watching him nearly fall asleep over a bowl of soup he'd been too tired to fully finish. "Not just stronger. More focused. Like you're finally carrying the weight of what's coming instead of just training to meet it in theory." "Guess it stopped being theory," Naruto admitted, forcing himself upright. "Feels closer now. Like it's not some distant thing on the horizon anymore, but something I could turn a corner and run into any day." "That's not entirely wrong," Mabui said quietly, something careful in her tone. "Lord Raikage received word this afternoon, through the Coalition's shared intelligence channel. Confirmed Akatsuki movement, closer to Allied territory than any previous sighting. He's calling a full briefing tomorrow morning." Naruto felt the last traces of drowsiness burn away entirely at that, replaced by a sharpened, focused alertness that had become second nature over these past weeks of preparation. "How close?" Mabui's expression carried the particular gravity of someone delivering news she wished she didn't have to. "Close enough that Lord Raikage believes direct contact, in some form, is now a matter of when rather than if." Chapter 12. The briefing convened at dawn in the Raikage's war room, every senior jonin summoned alongside Naruto, Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui, the tension in the chamber thick enough that even the usual morning small talk had gone entirely silent by the time A took his place at the head of the war table. Confirmed reports, verified through 2 independent sensor networks along the eastern border, A said, spreading a fresh set of intelligence documents across the table without preamble. A 2-man Akatsuki team was tracked moving through the border region between Lightning and Waterfall territory 4 days ago. Their heading, extrapolated from 3 separate sighting points, places them on a course that intersects with Kumogakure's southern approach within the week, assuming they maintain current pace. The chamber absorbed that in silence for a long moment, the abstract threat that had loomed over the village for weeks suddenly resolving into a concrete timeline measured in days rather than months. "Do we know which 2? Samui asked. "Not confirmed," A admitted. Sensor data captured chakra signatures consistent with 2 known Akatsuki members, but identification wasn't definitive enough to name them with certainty. "What we do know is that this heading isn't consistent with a border patrol or an incidental crossing. It's deliberate, and given everything we've discussed over these past weeks, I think every person in this room already understands exactly what destination they're most likely moving toward." Naruto felt the weight of every gaze in the chamber settle on him, not with suspicion this time, but with the shared, sober understanding of allies bracing together for a fight they'd spent weeks preparing to meet. He met that weight steadily, feeling none of the fear that might once have gripped him at 18, standing instead in the quiet, grounded certainty of someone who had spent months building exactly the strength this moment demanded. "Then we're ready," he said. "Or as ready as we're going to be before they arrive." "We are," A confirmed, something fierce and resolute settling into his broad features. "I'm mobilizing a full response team, positioned along the likely approach corridor, with reserve forces held back at the village perimeter in case this is a diversion rather than the primary threat. Naruto, you'll be positioned with the forward team, not as bait, and not as a lone weapon thrown at the problem, but as part of a coordinated unit exactly the way we've spent these past weeks training you to operate." Kurotsuchi's hand found the hilt of the weapon at her hip, resolve hardening across her expression. "I want forward position too. I didn't leave Iwagakure and earn my place in this village just to watch from the reserve line while the people I care about walk into an Akatsuki engagement without me." "Same," Samui said, already moving to check her own gear with brisk, efficient focus. A studied the 2 of them for a moment, then nodded, something like approval settling into his expression despite the gravity of the moment. "Granted. Mabui, you'll coordinate communications from the command post, keeping every unit in this operation synchronized. This isn't a fight any of us can afford to enter uncoordinated, Not against an organization that's already claimed two-tailed beasts, and shown no hesitation about the cost required to claim more. The war room emptied within the hour, every shinobi present moving toward their assigned positions with the brisk, focused efficiency of a village that had spent weeks preparing for exactly this possibility. Naruto found himself, in the final quiet moments before deployment, standing once more at the tower's upper terrace with Samui, Mabui, and Kurotsuchi beside him, the four of them looking out over a mountain range that had, over these past 6 months, become the truest home he'd ever known. Whatever happens out there, he said quietly, I want you all to know that these past months, this village, all of you, it's the first time in my whole life I've actually felt like I belonged somewhere. I'm not losing that. Not to Konoha's politics, and not to whatever Akatsuki thinks it's walking into. Samui's hand found his shoulder, brief but firm. Then let's make sure they understand exactly what they're walking into instead. Mabui's expression carried a quiet, steady resolve that matched the sword at Samui's hip and the fire in Kurotsuchi's eyes. Whatever comes down that southern approach in the next few days, they're not facing a lone Jinchuriki anymore. They're facing everything this village has built around him. Kurotsuchi's grin was sharp, fierce, and entirely certain. Let them come. We'll be ready. Naruto looked out one final time over the mist-wreathed mountains of the only home he now claimed, the storm he'd spent 6 months forging humming steady and ready beneath his skin, and felt, despite everything bearing down on the horizon, no fear at all. Only a quiet, unshakable readiness for whatever the coming days demanded of him, and the certainty that whatever Akatsuki sent against Kumogakure's gates, they were about to discover exactly what a village that chose its own had built and the boy Konoha had once thrown away. Below the terrace, the last of the forward units filed out through the southern gate in disciplined, silent formation, torchlight glinting off gathered chakra and drawn steel, and somewhere beyond the tree line, unseen and unhurried, a storm of an entirely different origin was already closing the distance, carrying with it a reckoning that neither side, for all their preparation, could fully predict the shape of until it finally arrived. Act 3, Chapter 1. The forward position held along the southern ridge for 2 full days before the first confirmed sighting arrived, a sensor team stationed at the outermost perimeter reporting 2 chakra signatures moving through the tree line roughly 3 miles out, pace unhurried, deliberately unconcealed in a way that suggested confidence rather than caution. They're not even bothering to hide, Kurotsuchi observed, crouched beside Naruto at the ridge's edge studying the distant tree line through a borrowed spyglass. Either supremely arrogant, or supremely dangerous. In my experience those 2 things travel together more often than not. Could be both, Naruto said, chakra already settling into the readiness that had become second nature over these past weeks of preparation. A's voice carried low and clipped through the small communication array Mabui had rigged for the operation, coordinating from the command post a half-mile back. Confirmed visual from a second sensor position. 2 Akatsuki cloaks, distinctive red cloud markings. One carrying what appears to be a large wrapped object across his back, possibly a puppet vessel. The other reads heavy chakra reserves concentrated in the hands, consistent with clay-based explosive techniques. Samui's grip tightened fractionally on the hilt of the weapon. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara of Iwagakure. I studied both their profiles during coalition intelligence briefings. Sasori's puppet techniques are precise and nearly untouchable through conventional means, built around a core he keeps well protected. Deidara's explosive clay covers ground and air both, difficult to close distance against without eating significant collateral damage in the attempt. Kurotsuchi lowered the spyglass, expression tightening. I've heard my grandfather speak of Sasori before, actually. Old grudge from before my time, something about a defection from Sunagakure decades back that left a trail of bodies behind it. If even half those stories are true, we're not dealing with someone who bluffs about his capabilities. Difficult, Naruto repeated, testing the word. Not impossible. Nothing's impossible against you lately, Kurotsuchi said, a faint, sharp grin breaking through her focus. But let's not get overconfident before the fight's even started. A's voice returned through the array, steady and deliberate. Forward team, hold position. I want confirmation of their approach vector before committing to engagement. If they're moving toward the village directly, we intercept at the tree line, away from civilian structures. If they alter course, we track and reassess. The two Akatsuki figures continued their unhurried advance for another 20 minutes, closing the distance without any apparent awareness of the forward team's positions, or perhaps, Naruto considered, with full awareness and simple indifference to being detected. Powerful enough shinobi sometimes stop bothering with stealth entirely, trusting raw capability over concealment the same way A's own black lightning technique announced itself openly rather than hiding in subtlety. The ridge itself had grown quiet in the way battlefields always seem to, every bird and small creature in the surrounding forest having long since fled the buildup of hostile chakra saturating the air, leaving behind only the low, constant hum of wine through the tree line and the distant, muffled sound of the command post's activity a half-mile back. Naruto found himself grateful, in that tense quiet, for the months of training that had taught him to sit with exactly this kind of waiting without letting it fray his focus the way it might once have. They've altered course, the sensor team reported. Direct line toward the southern ridge position. They know we're here. Naruto felt the last traces of uncertainty settle into something calmer, more focused, the particular stillness that had become familiar to him across months of training under A's relentless supervision. Whatever these two intended, whatever test or provocation they'd been sent to deliver, he found himself meeting the prospect not with the raw, untested bravado that had once defined him as a genin, but with the grounded, earned confidence of someone who had spent half a year building exactly the strength this moment demanded. They're not just scouting anymore, Samui said quietly, reading the same shift in trajectory. This is a direct approach. They want contact. A's voice carried a new edge of decision through the array. Then we give it to them, on our terms rather than theirs. Forward team, converge on the tree line clearing 400 meters north of your current position. I want this fight contained to open ground where we control the terrain, not dictated by whatever advantage they're hoping the forest cover provides. Naruto rose from his crouch, chakra already beginning to gather at his fingertips in familiar, coiled readiness, violet-black lightning humming faint beneath blades of cutting wind. Beside him, Samui and Kurotsuchi moved into position with the same fluid coordination they'd spent weeks building against exactly this kind of combined threat. Ready? He asked them both. Born ready, Kurotsuchi said, already moving. Samui's answering look carried no words at all, simply the calm, absolute certainty of someone who had chosen her side of this fight long before the enemy ever arrived, and together the three of them moved toward the clearing where Akatsuki's opening move in this war was about to meet a village, and a boy, considerably more prepared than any intelligence report had likely accounted for. Chapter 2. The clearing opened wide and flat between the tree lines, exactly the kind of open ground they had wanted, and the two Akatsuki members were already waiting there when Naruto's team arrived, standing with the unhurried, unbothered posture of hunters confident in their own superiority. Deidara was younger than Naruto had expected from the intelligence briefings, blonde hair falling across half his face, a strange mouth-like opening visible on one palm as he flexed his fingers in idle anticipation. Beside him, Sasori's expression, or what little of it showed beneath a wooden hood, carried none of his partner's restless energy, only a patient, calculating stillness that felt considerably more unnerving. Well, well, Deidara said, grinning as he took in the three shinobi arrayed opposite him. The famous exile himself, And he's brought friends. Didn't realize this was going to be a whole production. You were the ones who altered course toward us, Naruto said. Kind of implies you wanted an audience. We wanted confirmation, Sasori said, voice flat and precise. Reports of a Jinchuriki forging original techniques under Kumogakure's sponsorship reached our organization weeks ago. Leader wish verification before committing further resources to your capture. Consider this an evaluation, not yet a serious attempt. An evaluation, Kurotsuchi repeated, incredulous. You do realize that's an insulting thing to say to someone's face right before a fight. Truth often is, Sasori said, unmoved, already reaching for something concealed within his robes. Deidara didn't wait for further pleasantries, hurling a handful of his signature clay into the air with a sharp, practiced motion, molding it mid-flight into a swarm of small winged shapes that scattered outward with alarming speed. Let's see what all the fuss is actually about, Naruto moved first, wind chakra flaring at his fingertips as he cut through the nearest cluster of clay constructs before they could fully arm themselves, the explosive charges detonating harmlessly in midair well short of his position. Samui broke right, sword already drawn, closing on Sasori's position with the fluid, economical speed that had made her one of Kumo's most respected jonin. Kurotsuchi held center, dust-natured chakra rising in a defensive shroud as she watched for Sasori's puppet mechanisms to reveal themselves. "You're faster than the intelligence reports suggested," Sasori observed, watching Samui's approach with the same clinical detachment he'd shown since the fight began. "Most opponents require considerably longer to close this distance without triggering my perimeter defenses. Guess your intelligence reports need an update too," Samui replied, not slowing her approach in the slightest. Sasori met Samui's opening strike with a mechanical precision that seemed almost inhuman, his wooden frame absorbing and redirecting the blow with barely a flicker of visible effort, twin blades extending from concealed compartments in his forearms to counter her follow-up thrust. Samui adjusted her angle mid-exchange, testing for weaknesses in his defense with the same patient thoroughness she'd once used against Naruto himself, months ago, in what felt now like a different lifetime entirely. Overhead, Deidara's remaining clay swarm regrouped, diving in a coordinated strafing run that forced Naruto to abandon his forward position and scatter the formation with a wide sweep of wind-natured chakra, blades of compressed air slicing through half the swarm before the rest could fully commit to their attack pattern. A handful of the smaller constructs slipped past his defensive sweep regardless, detonating close enough to send a shockwave rattling across the clearing, kicking up a curtain of dust and scorched earth that briefly obscured his view of the wider fight. Naruto rode the blast rather than fighting it, letting his own chakra cloak absorb the worst of the concussive force, and used the momentary cover to reposition closer to the tree line, forcing whatever remained of the swarm to reorient against a moving target rather than a fixed one. "Not bad, Deidara called down, already molding a second, larger construct from the clay pouch at his hip. "But let's see how you handle something with a bit more bite." The construct took shape rapidly, a serpentine form easily 20 feet long, wings unfurling as it lifted into the air with a speed that belied its size, Deidara already astride its back, grinning down at the clearing below with the particular delight of an artist finally given room to work. Naruto felt the fox's chakra rise fully then, golden red energy shimmering along his skin, the violet-black lightning of his fuse technique already coiling ready at his fingertips, and understood, watching the massive clay construct bank into its first attack run, that whatever evaluation Akatsuki had sent these two to conduct was about to receive a considerably more thorough answer than they'd bargained for. Chapter 3. The clay serpent dove in a screaming arc, jaws splitting open to release a fresh volley of smaller explosive constructs that scattered across the clearing in a pattern clearly designed to force Naruto into an impossible choice between multiple simultaneous impact points. He read the pattern half a second before it fully committed, the same instinct his grueling combined opponent drills had spent weeks building into reflex rather than conscious calculation, and instead of retreating or scattering, drove forward directly beneath the serpent's flight path. Wind chakra gathered dense around both fists, and Naruto leapt, closing the vertical distance faster than Deidara's expression suggested he'd anticipated, driving a fused strike of cutting wind and violet-black lightning directly into the construct's underside. The clay serpent didn't merely crack under the impact, it detonated outward in a controlled implosion that Naruto's own chakra had triggered deliberately, shredding the construct into harmless fragments before Deidara could react. The Akatsuki member twisted free at the last possible instant, a small emergency clay glider deploying from his sleeve to catch his fall, landing hard several dozen feet away with considerably less of his earlier composure intact. "That's not possible," Deidara said, staring at the scattered remains of his construct with genuine, startled disbelief. "That thing was reinforced with 3 separate detonation layers, Nothing should have gotten through that fast." "Guess your intelligence reports need updating," Naruto said, landing lightly, chakra still coiled and ready. Across the clearing, Samui and Kurotsuchi had fallen into a coordinated rhythm against Sasori that mirrored the exact combined pressure tactics they'd drilled for weeks, Samui's precise sword strikes forcing the puppet master's mechanical defenses into predictable patterns that Kurotsuchi's dust-natured techniques then exploited, cracking layers of his wooden armor that had initially seemed nearly impervious. Sasori adapted quickly, retracting the poisoned blades in favor of a defensive posture that channeled chakra strings into a dozen smaller mechanisms hidden within his robes, deploying a swarm of miniature bladed constructs that forced both women to abandon their coordinated rhythm temporarily in favor of individual evasion. Samui rolled clear of the initial volley, sword flashing to deflect two of the smaller blades before they could find their mark, while Kurotsuchi dropped into a defensive earth-natured crouch, letting a wall of compressed stone absorb the remainder of the swarm's impact. "He's got more tricks than the report suggested," Kurotsuchi called across the clearing, breathing hard behind her defensive barrier. "Focus on the joints," Samui called back, already repositioning. "Same as we drilled. He can't compensate for damage faster than we can locate the next weak point." "They're better coordinated than the report suggested," Sasori observed, retreating a step to reassess, mechanical joints venting a faint hiss of released pressure. "Kumogakure's training regimen has clearly improved since my last operational data was compiled. You could just surrender," Kurotsuchi offered, breathing hard but grinning. "Would save everyone a lot of trouble." "Akatsuki does not surrender," Sasori said flatly, and launched a fresh assault, twin blades extending further than before, poison-coated tips glinting faintly in the afternoon light. Naruto turned his attention back to Deidara, who had regained his footing and his composure both, molding fresh clay between his palms with renewed, focused intensity. "All right, an evaluation's officially over. Time to actually test what leaders send us here to measure." "Was wondering when you'd get serious," Naruto said. Deidara's answering grin carried a manic, artistic delight that Naruto found genuinely unsettling despite everything his training had prepared him for. "Careful what you wish for. My art doesn't do subtle, and it definitely doesn't do gentle." The clay in his palms expanded rapidly, taking shape into something considerably larger and more elaborate than his earlier constructs, and Naruto settled into a ready stance, feeling the full weight of the fuse technique humming steady beneath his skin, understanding that whatever came next would demand every ounce of the strength he'd spent 6 months forging in Kumogakure's training grounds. Chapter 4. The construct Deidara unleashed dwarfed everything he'd deployed before it, a massive winged form that blotted out a considerable portion of the afternoon sky as it took shape, detail work far more elaborate than his earlier, faster constructs, clearly something he'd been holding in reserve for a genuine test rather than a simple evaluation. "This is my finest work, Deidara called down, already mounting the construct as it lifted fully into the air. "You should feel honored. Not many opponents get to see this particular piece before their evaluation report gets filed." Naruto watched the massive shape bank into position overhead, feeling the fuse technique settle fully into readiness beneath his skin, and made a decision that would have seemed reckless months earlier but now felt like simple, calculated certainty. Rather than waiting for the construct's attack pattern to fully develop, he moved immediately, wind chakra propelling him upward in a controlled burst that closed the vertical distance before Deidara's opening strike could properly commit. The construct's head swung to track him, jaws already gathering a concentrated blast of explosive chakra, but Naruto had already passed beyond its effective range, closing directly on Deidara's position atop the creature's back with a speed that left the Akatsuki member visibly scrambling to adjust. That's not how this is supposed to." Deidara's protest cut off as Naruto's fused strike connected squarely with the construct's neck, violet-black lightning and cutting wind tearing through layered clay defenses that had been built to withstand considerably slower, more conventional attacks. The massive construct came apart in a controlled cascade of detonations, Naruto's own chakra directing the destruction outward and away from the clearing below rather than allowing it to scatter unpredictably, a level of precision that spoke to months of deliberate, controlled training rather than raw destructive power alone. Deidara tumbled free, catching himself on a smaller emergency glider, landing hard and considerably less gracefully than his earlier retreat. Across the clearing, Sasori's assault against Samui and Kurotsuchi had reached its own decisive turn, the combined pressure of their coordinated attack finally cracking through the puppet master's outer defenses to expose the vulnerable core mechanism beneath. Samui's blade found the opening first, a precise strike that disabled the primary joint mechanism rather than delivering a killing blow, immobilizing rather than destroying, Exactly the kind of controlled restraint Kumogakure's training had emphasized throughout. Impossible, Sasori said, mechanical voice carrying genuine, startled disbelief as his primary defensive systems failed. This puppet has survived engagements against Kage-level opponents intact. Guess you never faced two shinobi who actually trained together properly, Kurotsuchi said, breathing hard but steady, weapon still raised. Sasori's mechanical frame hissed and shuddered as backup systems attempted to compensate for the disabled joint, secondary compartments along his forearms popping open to reveal a fresh set of chakra thread anchors, clearly preparing some manner of emergency countermeasure. Samui didn't give him the chance to complete it, closing the distance in a final decisive rush and driving her blade through the narrow gap. Kurotsuchi's dust-natured strike had already widened along his torso, severing the last of the primary chakra conduits keeping the puppet's more dangerous systems operational. That's enough, Samui said, stepping back once the mechanism had gone fully still, weapon lowered but ready. Yield, or we finish this properly. Deidara staggered upright from his own crash landing, taking in the scene, his partner immobilized, his finest construct scattered across the clearing in harmless fragments, and something in his expression shifted from artistic delight into genuine, calculating alarm. This evaluation, he said slowly, is going to require some serious revisions to the report. Tell your leader, Naruto said, landing lightly at the clearing's center, chakra still coiled and ready despite the exertion, that Kumogakure isn't an easy target, and neither am I. Whatever you came here to measure, I think you've got your answer now. Deidara studied him for a long, calculating moment, then glanced toward his immobilized partner, weighing options with the particular speed of someone whose survival instincts had kept him alive through considerably worse situations than this one. Sasori, my man, I think it's time for a tactical retreat. Agreed, Sasori said, mechanical joints already working to disengage from the immobilizing strike, a secondary escape mechanism activating with a hiss of release pressure. This engagement has yielded sufficient data. Further commitment would be inefficient. They withdrew with a speed that made pursuit impractical, Deidara scooping his partner's disabled form onto a hastily reformed glider and vanishing into the tree line before Naruto's team could press whatever advantage the fight's decisive turn had provided. The clearing settled into an abrupt, ringing quiet once they'd gone, scattered fragments of clay and scorched earth the only remaining evidence of an engagement that had, moments earlier, carried the full weight of Akatsuki's opening move against Kumogakure. Chapter 5. A arrived at the clearing within minutes of the engagement's end, moving with the full weight of the Raikage's presence, expression cycling rapidly from concern to something closer to fierce, satisfied pride as he took in the scene, 3 of his shinobi standing, unharmed, amid the scattered wreckage of what had clearly been a serious Akatsuki assault. Report, he said, though his eyes had already taken in enough of the clearing to guess most of what had happened. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara of the Wagakure, Samui reported, sheathing her sword with hands that had only just stopped shaking from the exertion. They engaged directly, tested our defenses at what I'd estimate was near their full operational capacity, and retreated once it became clear the engagement wasn't developing in their favor. Retreated or repeated, something considering in his tone. Akatsuki doesn't typically retreat from a fight they initiated. That's worth noting. They said something before they left, Kurotsuchi added. About needing to file a revised evaluation report. This wasn't a genuine capture attempt. It was reconnaissance, testing exactly what Naruto's actually capable of before they commit more serious resources to whatever they're actually planning. She wiped a streak of dust from her cheek, studying the settling wreckage around them with a thoughtful frown. Doesn't feel like victory exactly. Feels more like we just passed some kind of entrance exam we didn't know we were taking. Naruto felt the weight of that assessment settle alongside his own read of the engagement, the way Sasori had spoken of gathering sufficient data rather than expressing any frustration at failing to secure his objective. They got what they came for either way. Now Akatsuki's leadership knows exactly what they're up against if they come at Kumogakure directly. It was a strange thing, he reflected, to already be thinking in those terms, of leadership structures and organizational calculations, when only months earlier his entire understanding of conflict had begun and ended with whatever fight stood directly in front of him. Which changes their calculus considerably, said, already turning the implications over with the focused intensity of a kage recalculating strategy in real time. An organization that just watched two of its members retreat from a fight they initiated isn't likely to attempt a similar direct assault again without either overwhelming force or a considerably different approach entirely. Mabui's voice carried through the communication array from the command post, tight with barely suppressed relief. Command post confirms no additional Akatsuki signatures detected within sensor range. Whatever this engagement was meant to accomplish, it appears concluded for now. I studied the three of them for a long moment, something more personal breaking through his usual command bearing. You held the line against two S-rank operatives without a single serious injury among you, and drove them to a retreat most tacticians would have called impossible against that combination of abilities. I'm not going to pretend that isn't exactly the outcome I'd hoped for when I put 6 months into your training, but I want you all to understand something plainly. What just happened here is going to change how every village in this coalition, and every enemy watching from the shadows, calculates the cost of testing Kumogakure's defenses going forward. Darui arrived at the clearing shortly after, having led a secondary response team that had circled wide to cut off any potential retreat route, though the Akatsuki pair's speed had rendered the maneuver moot. He surveyed the wreckage with a low whistle, kneeling to examine a fragment of Sasori's damaged puppet frame with genuine professional curiosity. This construction's more sophisticated than anything I've seen in the intelligence archives, Darui said, turning the fragment over in his hands. Whoever's funding Akatsuki's resources isn't cutting corners. I'd wager the single piece of engineering took more man-hours than most villages spend outfitting an entire platoon, which makes the retreat all the more significant, A said, taking the fragment from him for his own inspection. An organization willing to invest resources at this level doesn't abandon an engagement lightly. Whatever calculation drove Sasori and Deidara to pull back, I suspect it wasn't simply battlefield instinct. It was a decision made with the full weight of whatever leadership structure sits above them. Good, Kurotsuchi said, some of her usual sharp confidence returning now that the immediate adrenaline had faded. Let them recalculate. We've got nothing to hide from what just happened. Naruto looked out over the scattered clearing, the scorched earth and broken clay fragments, a physical record of exactly how far he'd come since walking through Kumogakure's gates 6 months earlier, uncertain and freshly exiled, and felt something settle firm and certain in his chest, the understanding that whatever came next in this war, he was no longer walking into it as a liability anyone needed to manage or contain, but as precisely the kind of foundation A had once promised this village. Intended to build him into. They'll be back, he said quietly. Not these two, maybe. But Akatsuki's not going to just walk away from what they learned here today. No, A agreed, already turning back toward the tower, mind clearly working through the next set of preparations this engagement's outcome demanded. But next time, they'll be walking into a fight they already know they can't win easily, and that knowledge alone is worth more than any single victory in a war this long. He paused a moment longer at the clearing's edge, looking back over the scattered wreckage one final time before continuing on. Get some rest, all three of you. Whatever Akatsuki decides to attempt next, I doubt it arrives on a timeline convenient enough to wait for you to recover fully first. Chapter 6. News of the engagement reached every corner of the Shinobi Coalition within days, carried through official intelligence channels this time rather than rumor alone, and the formal response arrived swiftly. The 5 Kage summit reconvened, this time not to debate whether war with Akatsuki was coming, but to formally establish the allied shinobi forces, a coordinated coalition drawing strength from every hidden village willing to commit to a unified defense. A return from the reconvened summit with Kumogakure's formal commitment secured, and gathered his senior shinobi to relay the details, expression carrying the particular gravity of a kage who understood the war ahead had finally, irreversibly, begun. Kumogakure will field a full division within the allied forces, A explained, spreading the coalition's organizational charts across his war table. Command structure divides forces across multiple fronts. Anticipating Akatsuki will attempt to overwhelm coordination through simultaneous pressure at several points rather than a single concentrated assault. Given what happened in that clearing 4 days ago, I've specifically requested that Naruto's unit be positioned with operational flexibility, capable of reinforcing whichever front requires it most urgently. A mobile response team, Samui said, studying the charts with a professional focus that had become second nature over months of coalition briefings. That's a considerable amount of trust to place in a unit this small. It's exactly the trust this unit has earned, he said simply. The engagement against Sasori and Deidara proved what 6 months of dedicated training can build when it's given room to actually develop rather than being rushed or mismanaged. I intend to use that asset where it does the most good, not waste it holding a single static position while the war shifts around it. Kurotsuchi leaned over the charts, tracing the projected front lines with genuine interest. My grandfather's committing Iwagakure's forces to the Western Front, near the border territories closest to our home village. I'd imagine there's a decent chance our paths cross out there eventually. There's an even better chance, Mabui said, entering the war room with a fresh set of coalition dispatches, that every front in this war eventually needs exactly what this unit can provide. I've been coordinating communications with the other villages' logistics teams for the past 3 days, and the consensus building across the coalition is remarkably consistent. Everyone's heard about the engagement. Everyone wants confirmation of what Kumogakure's newest asset is actually capable of before they finalize their own deployment strategies. I studied the reports Mabui had brought, flipping through several pages of coalition correspondence with a focused, deliberate attention. The Mizukage staff have specifically requested coordination protocols for potential joint operations along the eastern coastal front, citing the engagement report as justification for prioritizing rapid response capability over static defensive positioning. Even the Kazakage's typically cautious command structure has adjusted their contingency planning to account for a mobile unit of this caliber being available on short notice. Word really does travel fast in this business, Naruto said, studying the sheer volume of correspondence with something between amusement and mild discomfort at being the subject of quite so much strategic recalculation. It travels faster, I said, when the word in question happens to be true. That's precisely why I intend to use this unit carefully rather than simply deploying it wherever the loudest request originates. A reputation like the one you're building only remains useful if it's backed by consistent, demonstrated substance every time it's tested. Naruto studied the charts with a focus that had, over these past months, replaced the anxious uncertainty he might once have brought to a moment like this. 6 months ago he'd been a boy exiled from everything he'd known, uncertain whether any village would give him a genuine chance to prove himself. Now he stood at the center of a war room, coalition forces across 5 villages actively planning around what he and his team had already demonstrated they could accomplish. When do we deploy? He asked. 2 weeks, they said. Enough time for final coordination between all 5 villages' command structures, and enough time to make sure this unit is as fully prepared as 6 months of training can manage before the real fighting begins in earnest. 2 weeks, Kurotsuchi repeated, something fierce and ready settling into her expression. Guess that means we've got 2 weeks to make sure we're not just ready. We're the readiest unit in this entire coalition. Samui's answering nod carried the same quiet, absolute certainty she'd shown throughout their months of training together. Then let's make sure every remaining hour counts. I watched the 3 of them with something like genuine pride settling across his broad features, the look of a man who had spent 6 months building exactly the foundation this coalition would need, and found, in that moment, considerable confidence that whatever Akatsuki intended next, Kumogakure's contribution to this war would prove considerably more formidable than anyone, friend or enemy, had likely anticipated when this conflict first began gathering on the horizon. He dismissed the war room shortly after, leaving the final 2 weeks of preparation to unfold at their own necessary pace, though he lingered a moment longer at the war table once the others had filed out, studying the coalition's projected front lines with the particular focus of Akage already turning over contingencies that hadn't yet found their way into any formal briefing. Chapter 7. Not every corner of Konoha had absorbed the lesson of Danzo's censure with equal humility. While Tsunade's formal directive barring further extraction attempts held officially, a faction of hardline shinobi commanders, veterans of the Third War who had spent decades believing raw military necessity outweighed diplomatic niceties, began quietly organizing something considerably more sanctioned in appearance, if not in true intent. The proposal reached the War Council through General Hiroto Shimizu, a decorated commander whose battlefield record carried enough weight that even Tsunade found herself obligated to hear the argument in full before dismissing it outright. "I'm not proposing a covert extraction," Shimizu said, standing before the assembled War Council with the stiff formality of a man accustomed to giving orders rather than requesting permission. "I'm proposing a formal coalition liaison team, dispatched to Kumobikure under full diplomatic sanction, tasked with negotiating Naruto's temporary integration into a joint Konoha-Kumo strike unit for the duration of the war. Entirely voluntary on his part, entirely above board, entirely within the bounds of your directive, Lady Hokage. And if he refuses again," Tsunade said flatly, already recognizing the shape of what was actually being proposed beneath the careful diplomatic language, "then the team returns empty-handed, and Konoha has lost nothing but the cost of the mission," Shimizu said. "But I'd remind this council that a formal request, backed by demonstrated coalition military strength rather than a lone envoy's polite words, carries considerably more persuasive weight than Shikaku's earlier attempt managed. Sometimes a boy needs to see exactly what he's turning his back on before the weight of that decision fully registers." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "You're proposing a show of force disguised as diplomacy." "I'm proposing Konoha stop approaching this situation like a beggar and start approaching it like the great village we actually are," Shimizu said, something harder entering his voice. "Every other village in this coalition watched Kumobikure's newest asset humiliate 2S rank Akatsuki operatives in open combat. That boy carries Konoha's bloodline, trained in Konoha's academy, and he's currently fighting under another village's banner because this council was too slow to correct its own mistake. I intend to correct it properly this time, with the kind of strength that actually earns respect rather than pity." The vote split along lines that had grown wearily familiar to Tsunade over these past months, but Shimizu's careful framing, technically compliant with her directive while functionally attempting exactly the kind of pressure tactic she'd meant to prohibit, found enough support among the war-weary council to pass by a narrow margin. Several of the more cautious Shinobi Council members had voiced pointed objections before the vote concluded, one veteran Kunoichi noting dryly that a diplomatic delegation escorted by 12 elite guards carried all the subtlety of a battering ram dressed in ceremonial robes, and that Kumobikure's rakage was unlikely to mistake the gesture for anything other than exactly what it was. Shimizu had dismissed the concern with the confident bearing of a man who had spent decades believing that overwhelming presentation typically settled arguments before they properly began, an assumption Tsunade suspected was about to be tested rather more thoroughly than he anticipated. Tsunade left the chamber that evening with a familiar, exhausted fury settling into her chest, understanding with painful clarity that Shimizu's mission, whatever careful language surrounded it, was headed for a confrontation that would likely humiliate Konoha considerably more thoroughly than any council member currently anticipated. She found Shikaku waiting in the hallway once more, his expression carrying the same grim resignation it had months earlier. "They never learn," he said simply. "No," Tsunade agreed. "But I suspect, after this particular lesson, they finally might." She rubbed at her temples, the weariness of months spent fighting the same battle in slightly different forms settling heavy across her shoulders. "I'm almost tempted to let Shimizu walk straight into whatever's waiting for him out there. Sometimes the council needs to feel a consequence directly before a lesson actually sticks, rather than simply hearing about it secondhand in a report. That's a dangerous game to play with a general's pride on the line," Shikaku observed. "Everything about this situation has been a dangerous game since the day we voted to throw that boy away," Tsunade said. "I'd rather it finally end with a lesson learned than another round of the same mistake dressed up in slightly more polite language." Chapter 8. General Shimizu arrived at Kumobikure's gates 6 days later, not with the small, careful diplomatic escort Shikaku had once brought, but with a full honor guard of 12 elite Konoha shinobi, banners and formal regalia on display, the entire arrangement carrying the unmistakable visual language of a great village demonstrating its strength rather than humbly requesting a favor. I received the delegation in the tower's main courtyard rather than the private audience chamber, a deliberate choice that ensured a considerable crowd of Kumo shinobi, drawn by curiosity at the unusual formality of the arrangement, gathered to witness the exchange. "Lord Rakage," Shimizu said, bowing with precise, formal correctness. I come representing Konoha's war council, with a proposal I believe serves both our village's interests in the conflict ahead. Speak plainly, Ace said, arms crossed, already reading the theater of the arrangement with the same sharp assessment he brought to every strategic calculation. Konoha proposes a joint strike unit, drawing on the combined strength of both our villages, with Naruto serving as its centerpiece, Shimizu said. A formal, voluntary arrangement, properly compensated, properly credited, restoring the boy to the standing his bloodline and training rightfully earned him before an unfortunate council decision interrupted that trajectory. Naruto, standing near the courtyard's edge alongside Samui and Kurotsuchi, felt the familiar weight of being discussed rather than addressed settle over him, an old, uncomfortable sensation he'd hoped to have left entirely behind in Konoha's council chamber months earlier. An unfortunate council decision, he repeated, stepping forward. That's an interesting way to describe a formal banishment order. Shimizu's eyes settled on him, and something in the general's posture straightened further, the bearing of a man used to commanding respect rather than earning it through demonstrated merit. Uzumaki. I won't waste breath relitigating old grievances. I'm offering you the chance to fight this war as what you truly are, Konoha's strongest asset, rather than as a curiosity borrowed by a foreign village. I'm not a curiosity, Naruto said, voice level. And I'm not borrowed. I chose this village, the same way I'm choosing my answer right now. Perhaps you should consider that answer more carefully, Shimizu said, an edge of condescension creeping into his formal tone, before dismissing what Konoha's full military strength could offer a unit built around your abilities. You want to see what my abilities are actually worth? Naruto felt something settle cold and certain in his chest, the accumulated weight of every dismissive assumption this general's tone carried. Fine. Let's find out properly, instead of you standing there assuming a courtyard full of Kumo shinobi is somehow going to be impressed by Konoha showing up in formal regalia. A's low chuckle carried across the courtyard, something knowing in it. General Shimizu, I believe you've just been offered exactly the kind of demonstration your proposal implied you wanted. I'd advise accepting it. This village settles questions of genuine capability honestly, not through diplomatic theater. Shimizu's honor guard shifted uneasily, clearly having anticipated a negotiation rather than a direct challenge, but the general himself, pride evidently overriding whatever caution his better judgment might have counseled, gestured to his most decorated subordinate, a broad-shouldered jonin whose reputation, Naruto vaguely recalled from old academy lectures, had been built on a particularly aggressive taijutsu style. The chosen jonin stepped forward into the courtyard center with visible confidence, rolling his shoulders and settling into a wide, powerful stance that Naruto recognized immediately from academy demonstrations, a style built around overwhelming force rather than finesse, designed to break through an opponent's guard through sheer accumulated pressure rather than clever misdirection. Konoha's iron fist division, the jonin said, cracking his knuckles with evident relish. You might have grown some new tricks out here in the mountains, kid, but I've broken tougher guards than whatever Kumo's been teaching you. Guess we'll find out, Naruto said, settling into his own ready stance, feeling the eyes of the gathered courtyard crowd, Kumo shinobi and Konoha delegation alike, settle onto the space between them. The match that followed lasted less than 90 seconds. Naruto met the jonin's opening assault with the same fluid, economical precision he'd spent 6 months building against considerably more dangerous opponents, reading the taijutsu style's telegraphed patterns within the first 3 exchanges and answering with a controlled series of strikes that left his opponent disarmed, off balance, and finally pinned against the courtyard stone wall with a blade of compressed wind chakra held a careful, deliberate inch from his throat, close enough to demonstrate absolute control, far enough to ensure no genuine harm. Naruto released him, chakra settling back into stillness, and turned to face Shimizu directly, the courtyard silent around him. That's what 6 months of training in a village that actually wanted me got me, he said. I'm not interested in being anyone's centerpiece, borrowed, restored, or otherwise. I already found my place, and it's standing right here, with people who chose me before they ever needed anything from me. Shimizu's carefully constructed composure had visibly cracked, the general staring at his humiliated subordinate with an expression caught somewhere between fury and dawning, unwelcome understanding. Several of the honor guard members shifted their weight uneasily, exchanging glances that suggested more than a few of them had privately anticipated exactly this outcome, whatever their official orders had required them to publicly project. "This isn't the last Konoha will have to say on this matter," he said finally, though the conviction behind the words had noticeably thinned. "Maybe not," Ace said, stepping forward with the full weight of his presence settling over the courtyard. "But I'd suggest whatever Konoha says next, it comes with rather more humility than this particular delegation carried in through my gates. My shinobi don't respond well to theater, General. They respond to honesty and demonstrated strength, and this village has provided your delegation with a considerable amount of both today." Chapter 9. News of Shimizu's failed gambit reached Konoha's war council within the day, carried not through the general's own carefully worded report, which attempted to frame the encounter as an acceptable cost of gathering useful intelligence, but through the considerably less flattering accounts already circulating among coalition liaison officers who had witnessed the courtyard demonstration secondhand. Tsunade read both versions side by side in her office, and found herself, despite the political headache the whole affair represented, unable to entirely suppress a satisfied smile. 90 seconds, she said aloud, mostly to herself, rereading the liaison officer's account a second time. He didn't even need to use that fusion technique everyone's been talking about. Just straight taijutsu, and he still made one of our most decorated jonin look like an academy student. Shikaku, seated across from her desk, allowed himself a rare, genuine grin. Shimizu's faction is going to have a considerably harder time finding support for any future gambits after this. Nothing quiets a hardliner faster than watching their own chosen champion humiliated in front of witnesses from every allied village. That's precisely the problem, and precisely the opportunity, Tsunade said, setting the reports aside. The coalition needed proof that this council has genuinely learned from its mistakes, not just formally committed to a directive on paper. Shimizu's failure, embarrassing as it is for Konoha's pride, actually serves that purpose better than 100 careful diplomatic statements could have managed. The formal council session that followed proved considerably shorter and more decisive than any of the earlier debates over Naruto's status. Shimizu's faction, its credibility badly damaged by the courtyard's public outcome, found little appetite among the broader council for any further attempts at pressure, direct or disguised, and the session concluded with a formal, unambiguous statement, drafted personally by Tsunade and unanimously ratified, permanently recognizing Naruto's standing as an independent, sovereign ally of the coalition rather than a Konoha asset in any capacity, present or future. Even the civilian councilman who had once folded his soft hands so primly on the table while voting for banishment found himself, this time, among the unanimous ratification, a small but telling sign of exactly how thoroughly the political ground had shifted beneath the council's feet over these past months. Tsunade noted the vote with quiet, private satisfaction, understanding that whatever else this whole painful saga had cost the village, it had at least finally taught this particular chamber a lesson it should have learned the first time around. "It's done," Tsunade said afterward, reviewing the final draft with something like genuine relief settling into her exhausted shoulders. "For real this time. No more envoys, no more gambits, no more council members convincing themselves this is somehow still an open question." Shikaku studied the finalized statement for a long moment. "You think it'll actually hold?" "I think," Tsunade said, "that a village learns its hardest lessons through humiliation far more reliably than through wisdom freely offered. Shimizu just handed this council the clearest lesson it's received in years, and I intend to make sure it sticks." Across the continent, in Kumogaku's own war room, they reviewed the same coalition dispatches with considerably less complicated satisfaction, gathering his senior shinobi to share the formal resolution's contents. "Konoha's coalition delegation has issued a permanent, binding statement," he said, reading the formal language aloud. "Recognizing Uzumaki Naruto's full sovereign standing as an ally of Kumogaku and the broader coalition, with no further claims, past or future, on his service or allegiance." Samui, reading over his shoulder, noted the formal seals affixed to the document with a faint, satisfied nod. "Ratified by all 5 villages, not just Konoha alone. That's a considerably stronger guarantee than a single village's word would have provided. Even if some future council decided to reconsider its position, breaking a coalition-wide ratification would carry diplomatic consequences no village could easily absorb during an active war. Exactly the point, A confirmed. I made certain the resolution's language accounted for precisely that possibility before agreeing to its final wording. Some lessons need considerably more than good intentions behind them to actually hold. Naruto felt something settle finally, fully into place at those words, a resolution he hadn't fully realized he'd still been waiting for until it actually arrived. 6 months of proving himself, of enduring envoys and covert operations, and now a general's failed theater, and finally, unambiguously, the matter stood closed. He found himself thinking, in that quiet moment, of the council chamber he'd walked out of nearly 7 months earlier, of Danzo's cold satisfaction and Tsunade's helpless fury, and understood that whatever bitterness had once colored those memories had finally, genuinely, begun to fade into something closer to distant history rather than open-wound. That's it, then, Kurotsuchi said, something like genuine relief in her voice. No more looking over your shoulder wondering when the next attempt's coming. No more, A confirmed, setting the dispatch aside with evident satisfaction. Konoha's finally learned what this village understood the moment you walked through our gates 6 months ago. Some things, once genuinely earned, aren't available to be reclaimed by anyone who simply decides they want them back. Chapter 10. With the question of his allegiance finally, permanently settled, the 2 weeks remaining before deployment took on a different quality entirely, no longer shadowed by the possibility of another envoy or another gambit interrupting whatever peace they'd managed to build. Naruto found himself, for the first time since arriving in Kumogakure, able to simply exist in the life he built without the low, persistent hum of uncertainty that had followed him even through the village's warmest moments. The mess hall's corner table saw considerably more use during those final 2 weeks, evenings stretching later as final preparations for deployment wound down into something closer to genuine rest. Naruto found himself, more often than not, the last to leave, lingering in conversations that ranged from tactical deployment concerns to considerably lighter, easier topics that had nothing at all to do with the war gathering on the horizon. You've changed since that first sparring match, Samui observed one such evening, the two of them alone at the table after Kurotsuchi and Mabui had both retired for the night. Back then you were still carrying yourself like someone waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like belonging here was a temporary arrangement you didn't quite trust yet. Guess I finally believe it now, Naruto admitted, turning his cup slowly between his hands. Took a lot longer than it probably should have. 18 years of being told what I was before I ever got the chance to prove otherwise leaves a mark that doesn't just wash off because one village decided to treat me differently. It wasn't just one village, Samui said quietly. It was you, choosing every single day to actually become the person this village believed you could be, instead of just accepting the belief and coasting on it. That's not nothing, Naruto. That's the hardest kind of work there is. Something in her tone carried more weight than her usual measured observations, and Naruto found himself studying her more closely, noticing, not for the first time but more clearly now, the way her guarded composure had softened around him specifically over these past months, into something that felt less like professional respect and more like genuine, chosen affection. Samui, he started, uncertain exactly how to voice something he'd felt building for longer than he'd fully acknowledged even to himself. I know, she said, a rare, genuine smile touching her features. I've felt it too. I wasn't sure you noticed, given how much of your attention this war's been demanding lately. I noticed more than I let on, Naruto admitted, something warm settling in his chest that had nothing to do with the war at all. Just wasn't sure it was fair to say anything, with everything else going on. Didn't want it to feel like one more thing pulling your focus away from what actually matters right now. Let me worry about what matters to me, Samui said, reaching across the table to rest her hand briefly, deliberately, over his. We're heading into a war either of us knows the shape of yet. I'd rather walk into that with the people I care about knowing exactly where they stand with me, instead of leaving important things unsaid because the timing never felt quite convenient enough. They sat together in comfortable, unhurried quiet after that, the mess hall's single remaining lantern casting warm light across a table that had, over these past months, become something considerably more meaningful than a simple gathering spot. Earlier that same evening, before Samui and Naruto had found themselves alone at the table, Kurotsuchi had lingered over a final cup of tea with Mabui, the two of them discussing considerably lighter matters than the war's approach, old habits from their respective home villages, the strange, gradual process of learning to think of Kumogakure as home rather than a waypoint. You never talk about missing Iwagakure, Mabui had observed, curious rather than probing. I miss my grandfather, Kurotsuchi admitted, turning her cup slowly. Not the village itself, not really. Iwagakure was always more his legacy than my own life, if I'm honest about it. But he wrote to me last week, first real letter since I left. Said he'd heard about the engagement against Sasori and Deidara, and that whatever complicated feelings he'd been carrying about my defection, watching me fight that well made him proud in a way he hadn't expected to feel. That's good news, Mabui had said, warmth genuine in her voice. I know that mattered to you, whether you'd ever admit it outright. It mattered, Kurotsuchi confirmed, a small, private smile crossing her features. More than I expected it to, honestly. Outside, the mountain mist drifted its usual slow path across the rooftops, and somewhere beyond those peaks, a war continued gathering that would soon demand everything all of them had spent these months building. But for this quiet, unhurried evening, at least, that war remained beyond the horizon, and Naruto found himself grateful, more deeply than he could have easily put into words, for exactly the kind of belonging he'd once feared he'd never find in any village at all. Chapter 11. The morning of deployment arrived with a clarity that felt, to Naruto, appropriately symbolic, the mountain mist burning away earlier than usual to reveal a sky scoured clean and blue above Kumogakure's towers. The village had gathered in force at the southern gate to see off the units assigned to the coalition's first major deployment, a crowd considerably larger than Naruto had expected, faces he recognized from 6 months of training and shared meals and quiet evenings, all turned toward the small group preparing to march toward whatever the war's opening phase actually demanded of them. He addressed the assembled forces from a raised platform near the gate, his voice carrying easily across the crowd with the particular gravity of a Kage sending his people into a conflict whose true shape none of them could fully predict. 6 months ago, he said, a boy walked through these gates carrying nothing but an old debt and a determination to prove himself against every expectation the world had already decided to hold about him. This village gave him the chance every shinobi deserves and too few actually receive, the chance to be measured by what he could become rather than what he'd been told he was. What he's built in that time, what all of you standing here today have built alongside him, is exactly the foundation this village intends to carry into the war ahead. His eyes found Naruto directly, something fierce and genuinely proud settling into his expression. Whatever Akatsuki intends, whatever this war ultimately demands of every village in this coalition, Kumogakure marches into it standing behind shinobi who chose this village as thoroughly as this village chose them. That's not a debt collected. That's a family, forged the honest way, through demonstrated loyalty rather than empty obligation. The crowd's response carried a warmth that settled deep in Naruto's chest, cheers and raised fists, and here and there, faces he recognized wiping away tears they clearly hadn't expected to shed at a formal deployment ceremony. He found Mabui near the platform's edge, her own composed efficiency cracking just slightly at the corners, an expression of quiet, fierce affection that needed no further words to convey what these 6 months had genuinely meant to her as well. Darui found him briefly amid the crowd's press, clasping his shoulder with the same rough camaraderie he'd shown since that very first sparring match months earlier. Come back in one piece, exile. This village doesn't hand out its trust lightly, and I'd rather not be the one explaining to Lord Rakage why his prize investment got himself killed on the war's opening deployment. I'll do my best not to inconvenience you that badly, Naruto said, managing a genuine grin despite the gravity of the morning. See that you don't, Darui said, releasing his shoulder with a final, approving nod before stepping back into the crowd. Come back, Mabui said simply, when he reached her. I will, Naruto promised. All of us will. We've got too much waiting here to let anything less than that happen. Samui and Kurotsuchi joined him at the gate, both dressed for deployment, expressions carrying the same mixture of readiness and quiet, grounded determination that had come to define their months of shared training. Kurotsuchi glanced back once toward the crowd, finding her grandfather's delegation among the coalition liaisons who had traveled to witness the deployment, a brief, complicated exchange of nods passing between them that spoke to a relationship still healing but no longer entirely broken. "Ready?" Naruto asked them both. "Ready," Samui confirmed, her hand finding his briefly, a small, private gesture amid the formal ceremony surrounding them. "Let's go show this war exactly what Kumogakure's been building these past 6 months, Kurotsuchi said, something fierce and eager settling into her expression despite the gravity of the moment. She glanced skyward once, taking in the clear morning light with an expression that carried, beneath the readiness, a quiet gratitude Naruto recognized easily from his own reflections these past weeks. Whatever's out there waiting for us, at least we're walking into it together instead of alone. That's more than most shinobi in this war can say. They passed through the southern gate together, the crowd's cheers fading gradually behind them as the mountain road wound down toward the distant tree line, and Naruto found himself walking into a war whose full shape none of them could yet fully predict, steadier and more certain than he'd ever imagined possible 6 months earlier, standing at a council chamber's center while a village he'd once called home decided he wasn't worth keeping. This time, whatever came, he walked into it as exactly what that village had failed to recognize he already was, and exactly what Kumogakure had spent 6 months helping him become in full. Chapter 12. Deep within a hidden base carved into a remote valley far from any coalition sensor network's reach, the masked figure who had orchestrated Akatsuki's true agenda from behind the scenes for years reviewed Sasori and Daidara's mission report with a stillness that unsettled even the surviving members present for the debriefing. "Retreated," the masked figure said finally, voice carrying an unnerving calm that somehow felt considerably more dangerous than open anger would have. "2 of my most capable operatives engaged directly, and retreated rather than complete a simple evaluation. The boy's abilities exceed our prior intelligence estimates considerably," Zetsu's dual voice offered, the black half carrying a note that might have been genuine concern beneath its usual detached observation. "Original Kekiai Toda, full Jinchuriki chakra integration, and training under a kage willing to commit real resources rather than simply containing the vessel as most villages historically have." "I'm aware of the reports," the masked figure said. "I've watched the engagement footage our remaining scouts managed to capture from a safe distance. What concerns me isn't simply the boy's raw capability, considerable as it clearly is. It's the foundation beneath it. A Jinchuriki who has genuinely bonded with his tailed beast, who fights not from desperation or forced control but from something considerably more stable, is a fundamentally different obstacle than every other vessel this organization has successfully extracted so far. Leader's original timeline anticipated the 9 tails as a later acquisition regardless," Zetsu's white half added, a note of something almost like relief in the observation. "Perhaps this simply confirms the wisdom of that sequencing." "Perhaps," the masked figure agreed, though something in the stillness of the pause that followed suggested the matter was considerably less settled than the words implied. "Or perhaps it confirms that Kumogakure's newest asset requires a different category of attention than a simple extraction team, however capable, can adequately provide." The figure rose from the shadowed seat at the head of the makeshift command table, moving toward a small window that offered a narrow view of the valley beyond, mountains stretching gray and distant under an overcast sky. "Konoha discarded something considerably more valuable than that council chamber ever understood," the masked figure said, mostly to itself now, the earlier audience of surviving Akatsuki members dismissed with a brief gesture. "A boy raised in desperation and rejection who found, against every reasonable expectation, a place willing to build him into exactly what he was always capable of becoming. There's a particular kind of danger in that, one this organization's entire strategy has perhaps underestimated until this exact moment." Behind the mask, unseen by anyone remaining in the chamber, the figure's single visible eye tracked something in the middle distance that had nothing to do with the valley's gray mountains at all, some old memory or old grief surfacing briefly before being carefully folded away again beneath the mask's practiced stillness. Zetsu's black half lingered a moment longer after the other Akatsuki members had dispersed, something almost curious in its tone. "You intend to approach him directly. That carries considerable risk, given his demonstrated capabilities and the coalition's growing vigilance." "Risk is a tool," the masked figure said, "same as any other." Sasori and Deidara approached this boy as a target to be evaluated and eventually captured. I intend a different approach entirely, one considerably better suited to a boy who has spent his entire life being defined by people who never bothered to actually understand him first. Sometimes the most effective weapon against a well-built foundation isn't force at all. It's a question, asked at precisely the right moment, that the foundation was never quite built to answer. And if he refuses whatever proposal you intend to offer? Then I'll have learned something valuable regardless, the figure said, turning fully away from the window now, the conversation clearly concluding. Every genuine test reveals something, win or lose. I've learned that lesson more thoroughly than most, across considerably more years than this organization's newer members would likely credit. Send word through the usual channels, the figure said finally, turning back toward the empty chamber. I'll be handling Kumogakure's asset personally, going forward. Some obstacles require more than evaluation teams and clay constructs to properly understand. Some require a direct conversation, conducted on considerably more careful terms than my subordinates apparently managed to arrange. Far to the north, unaware of the attention now settling toward him from behind a swirling orange mask in a hidden valley command post, Naruto marched at the head of Kumogakure's deployed forces, the war's true shape still gathering somewhere beyond the horizon, carrying with him every hard-earned certainty these past 6 months had built, entirely unaware that the organization's true architect had just decided, personally and deliberately, that the boy Konoha once threw away required an altogether different kind of reckoning than anyone in this war had yet anticipated. Act 4, Chapter 1. The war's first major engagement arrived 3 weeks after deployment. Along a stretch of contested border territory the coalition's tacticians had designated the Western Front, close enough to Iwagakure's own borders that Kurotsuchi found herself fighting within sight of mountains she'd once called home. The enemy, when it finally came, arrived not as the elite operatives Naruto had faced in that clearing months earlier, but as something considerably stranger, waves of pale, featureless soldiers that moved with an unsettling uniformity, each one bearing the same blank white features and the same eerie lack of individual expression. White Setsu, A's voice carried through the coalition's shared communication array, tight with the particular focus of a commander assessing an unfamiliar threat in real time. Mass-produced constructs, coalition intelligence suspects, rather than genuine individuals. Expendable by design. Don't waste effort trying to negotiate, or show mercy where none is needed. Focus on breaking their coordination rather than individual casualties. Naruto felt the strangeness of that instruction settle uneasily even as he moved into position alongside Samui and Kurotsuchi, the three of them anchoring the coalition's center line against a wave of enemy soldiers that seemed to stretch endlessly back into the tree line beyond. There was something deeply wrong about facing an enemy built, apparently, for exactly this purpose, disposable soldiers manufactured rather than raised, and he found himself wondering, even as the first wave closed the distance, what kind of organization considered that an acceptable cost of war. The fighting that followed tested every hour of the past 6 months' training in ways the earlier engagement against Sasori and Deidara hadn't fully prepared him for, not because the individual white sets proved especially dangerous in isolation, but because their sheer numbers demanded a different kind of endurance entirely, hour after hour of sustained combat rather than a single decisive exchange. Naruto let the fox's chakra rise fully, the fuse technique cutting wide swaths through advancing formations, violet-black lightning scattering clusters of the pale soldiers before they could fully coordinate their approach. Beside him, Samui's blade worked with the same tireless precision she'd shown in every sparring match these past months, and Kurotsuchi's earth-natured defenses turned the battlefield itself into a weapon, walls of stone rising and falling to funnel enemy advances into killing zones the coalition's forces could more easily manage. Coalition units from 3 different villages fought alongside them along that stretch of contested line, Kirigakure swordsmen carving through advancing formations with brutal efficiency, Sunegakure's wind users providing covering fire that scattered enemy groupings before they could fully mass, and a contingent of Konoha shinobi Naruto recognized distantly from his academy years. Faces he hadn't expected to see fighting beside him under any coalition banner, holding their own section of the line with the same disciplined coordination he remembered from years of shared training exercises. There's no end to them, Kurotsuchi called across the chaos, breathing hard, dust-natured chakra flaring around her in a defensive shroud. We've been at this for hours and they just keep coming. Then we keep going, Naruto answered, driving another fuse strike through a fresh wave of advancing soldiers. As long as it takes. The battle raged well into the evening before the enemy's advance finally broke, white sets of formations retreating with the same eerie, coordinated uniformity they'd advanced with, leaving the coalition's forces exhausted but holding their line, the Western Front secured for now against whatever this war's opening phase had truly been testing. I found Naruto amid the battlefield's aftermath, expression grim despite the tactical victory, surveying the scattered remains of the enemy's advance with a focus that suggested his mind had already moved past the immediate relief of survival toward the considerably larger question the engagement had raised. This wasn't Akatsuki's full strength, he said quietly. This was a probe, same as Sasori and Deidara's evaluation months ago, just considerably larger in scale. Whatever's actually coming, whatever this organization is truly building toward, I suspect we've only seen the smallest fraction of it so far. Naruto looked out over the battlefield, chakra finally settling back into stillness after hours of sustained combat, and felt a familiar, grounded resolve settle alongside the exhaustion. Then we get stronger. Whatever's coming next, we'll be ready for that too. Chapter 2. He came alone, 3 nights after the Western Front's opening engagement, appearing at the edge of Naruto's assigned camp perimeter with a silence that should have been impossible against Kumo's layered sensor network, and yet somehow wasn't. Naruto felt him before any alarms sounded, the same prickling awareness at the base of his skull that had once warned him of root operatives, though considerably stronger this time, a presence that seemed to bend the very air around it into something unnervingly still. He stepped out from his tent to find a single figure waiting at the tree line, tall, cloaked in the same red-clouded black robes Deidara and Sasori had worn, an orange spiral mask concealing everything but a single visible eye that caught the moonlight with an unsettling, patient stillness. "You're a hard man to catch alone," the masked figure said, voice carrying an odd, unplaceable quality, either young nor old, either hurried nor hesitant. "I've been waiting 3 weeks for an opportunity that didn't involve half a coalition army standing between us. Guess congratulations are in order then." Naruto settled into a ready stance, chakra already gathering at his fingertips despite the figure's unhurried, almost conversational tone. "Should I be sounding the alarm, or are you here to actually talk?" "Sound it if you like." The masked figure's tone carried something almost like amusement. "I doubt it will matter much either way. I'm not here to fight you tonight, Uzumaki Naruto, whatever your instincts are currently telling you to expect. Then what are you here for?" "A conversation." The figure settled onto a fallen log at the clearing's edge with unhurried ease, an oddly casual posture for someone Naruto's every instinct screamed was among the most dangerous individuals he'd ever encountered. "I've watched your progress with considerable interest these past months. A Jinchuriki who found genuine stability rather than desperate control, a village willing to actually invest in building rather than merely containing what you carry. It's rare enough that I felt it warranted a direct look, rather than relying solely on my subordinates' reports." Naruto didn't lower his guard, but something in the figure's manner, unhurried, almost weary beneath the theatrical mask, made the immediate threat feel less pressing than the earlier tension had suggested. "You're Akatsuki's real leader? Not the one everyone talks about in the intelligence briefings. Labels matter less than most people assume," the figure said. "I've worn several over the years. None of them have ever quite captured what I actually am, or what I actually want." "And what's that?" The masked figure was quiet for a long moment, the single visible eye tracking something in the middle distance that had nothing to do with the clearing around them. "A world where the kind of loss that shaped both our lives, however differently, no longer has room to repeat itself. You lost a village's trust and found something better in its place. I lost something considerably more permanent, a very long time ago, and I've spent every year since trying to build a world where no one else has to feel exactly what that loss carved into me." "You keep talking about loss like it's the only thing worth organizing a life around," Naruto said, studying the figure carefully, trying to read anything useful from the single visible eye. "I lost plenty too. A village, a childhood, 18 years of people deciding what I was before I got a say in it. But building something new out of that wasn't the same as trying to erase the whole idea of loss for everyone else on the planet. Perhaps you simply haven't lost enough yet to understand the difference, the figure said, and something in the flat, unhurried delivery of that line carried more weight than any raised voice could have managed. Something in the weight of those words settled uncomfortably close to genuine grief, and Naruto found himself, despite every instinct warning him against sympathy for an organization that had already claimed multiple tailed beasts and countless lives in pursuit of its goals, unable to fully dismiss the sincerity behind the statement. Whatever you lost, Naruto said carefully, however real that pain is, it doesn't give you the right to decide what the rest of the world has to sacrifice to fix it. Perhaps not, the figure agreed, unbothered by the challenge. Or perhaps the world has simply never been asked the question properly, by someone willing to actually see it through to its conclusion rather than settling for smaller, temporary peace. He rose from the log, robes settling around him with unhurried finality. I didn't come here tonight to convince you of my methods, Naruto. I came to see, with my own eye, exactly what Kumogakure's investment actually produced. I find myself, having seen it, reaching a rather different conclusion than my subordinates' reports suggested, which is, that you may prove considerably more useful as an ally than a target, given the proper circumstances. The masked figure turned to go, pausing once at the clearing's edge. Consider that an offer left open, rather than a threat delivered. I suspect this war will provide ample opportunity for you to reconsider your current alliances before it concludes. When that opportunity arrives, I'd encourage you to think carefully about what kind of world is actually worth building, rather than simply which village currently happens to be paying you the most attention. He vanished into the tree line with the same unnerving silence he'd arrived with, leaving Naruto standing alone in the clearing, chakra still coiled and ready, turning over a conversation that had left him with considerably more questions than the confrontation he'd braced himself to face. Chapter 3. Summoned his full command staff within the hour, Naruto's report of the masked figure's visit sending a current of tension through the camp that no amount of the previous battle's victory could fully dispel. Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui gathered alongside Darui and the other senior officers, expressions ranging from alarm to focused, calculating assessment as Naruto recounted the conversation as precisely as he could manage. He walked straight through our perimeter sensors, Darui said, disbelief evident in his voice. Alone, without triggering a single alert, in a camp we'd spent 3 days reinforcing specifically because of the Western Front engagement. That's not just skill. That's a capability our current intelligence has no framework for. Some kind of intangibility technique, he said slowly, working through the implications with visible effort. Or dimensional manipulation. I've heard rumors, unconfirmed, about a technique matching that description, attributed to an Uchiha bloodline believed extinct decades ago. Samui, who had remained quiet through most of the initial recounting, finally spoke, her expression carrying a focused unease that matched the gravity of the situation. He offered you an alliance. That's considerably more concerning than a simple threat would have been. Threats are straightforward. Genuine offers, especially ones delivered with that kind of personal, deliberate approach, are designed to plant doubt rather than force immediate confrontation. I'm not considering it, Naruto said, more sharply than he'd intended, though the reaction felt entirely justified given the implication. Whatever grief or loss he's carrying, whatever he thinks justifies what Akatsuki's already done, that doesn't change what I've built here, or who I'm standing beside. He said it firmly, needing to hear the certainty in his own voice as much as anyone else in the room needed to hear it. No one's suggesting otherwise, Mabui said gently, though her expression carried the same careful concern the others shared. But he clearly intended for that doubt to linger regardless of your immediate answer. That's the actual danger in an approach like this. It's not meant to convince you tonight. It's meant to plant something that grows slowly, especially during the hardest moments this war is still going to demand of all of us. Kurotsuchi, arms crossed, studied Naruto with an expression that carried less concern about his loyalty and more focused, protective anger at the intrusion itself. He came into our camp, alone, specifically to test you psychologically rather than in open combat. That's a coward's approach, whatever grand justification he's dressing it up in. Or a considerably more dangerous approach than open combat, A said grimly. An enemy willing to fight you honestly is a known quantity. An enemy willing to work through doubt and manipulation instead is considerably harder to defend against, because the battlefield shifts from the body to something far less visible. The war room fell quiet for a long moment, the weight of that assessment settling over everyone present. Darui broke the silence eventually, his tone carrying an attempt at grounding practicality amid the mounting unease. For what it's worth, whatever psychological game he's playing, he still didn't attack. Didn't even try. Whatever his actual capabilities are, either he genuinely wanted a conversation rather than a confrontation, or something about a direct fight against our current defenses gave him pause worth noting for future planning. Or he simply didn't need to fight, A said grimly. A man capable of walking through a fully alert coalition camp's perimeter without triggering a single sensor doesn't need brute confrontation to accomplish his goals. That itself should concern us more than any straightforward attack would have. What do we do? Naruto finally asked. I studied him for a long moment, something steady and reassuring settling into his expression despite the gravity of the situation. We do exactly what this village has done since the day you walked through our gates. We trust the foundation we've built together, and we make sure that foundation stays strong enough that whatever doubt he's hoping to plant simply finds no soil to take root in. You're not facing this alone, Naruto. None of us are facing any of this alone. That's precisely the point he was hoping you'd forget. Samui's hand found his shoulder, brief but grounding. Whatever he said, whatever grief he's carrying that supposedly justifies all of this, it doesn't change a single thing about where you actually belong. We know that. I need you to know it too, especially now. Naruto felt something steady settle back into place at that, the lingering unease of the encounter easing beneath the genuine, unwavering support surrounding him. I know it. I just needed to hear it said plainly, I think, after a conversation like that. Then consider it said, A confirmed, as many times as you need to hear it, for as long as this war continues testing exactly the kind of resolve that conversation was designed to shake. Chapter 4. Coalition Intelligence Networks, alerted to the masked figure's direct approach, spent the following week compiling every fragment of information available across all 5 villages, and the picture that gradually emerged proved considerably more unsettling than anyone had anticipated. Bingo book records from the Third Shinobi War era reference an Uchiha operative believed killed in action, a Konoha intelligence liaison reported during a coalition briefing convened specifically to address the encounter, her voice carrying the careful precision of someone presenting incomplete data she wished were considerably more thorough. Records are fragmentary, deliberately obscured in several places we've identified, suggesting someone with access to Konoha's own archives has spent considerable effort keeping this individual's true history buried. Someone inside Konoha, Tsunade said grimly, her own presence at the briefing lending it additional weight despite the physical distance the coalition's shared communication network bridged. Which narrows the list of who's had that kind of consistent access considerably. Danzo, Shikaku said, the name landing with the particular weight of a suspicion that had been building for considerably longer than this single briefing. It would explain a great deal about his historical willingness to operate outside proper channels. If he's known about this individual's survival for years, perhaps decades, and kept that knowledge buried rather than reported, the implications for exactly how much of Konoha's recent history has been quietly shaped by that decision are considerably larger than anyone in this council has previously considered. A absorbed the exchange with focused, careful attention, his own perspective on the matter shaped by considerations the Konoha delegation's internal politics didn't fully account for. Regardless of how deep this goes into Konoha's own history, the immediate concern remains the same. This individual approached Naruto directly, alone, with a genuine offer rather than a simple threat. Whatever his connection to Konoha's past, his current agenda clearly extends well beyond old grievances with a single village. The masked man mentioned a world without loss, Naruto offered, working through his own memory of the conversation with the same careful attention the intelligence briefing demanded. Said he'd spent years trying to build something that would keep other people from feeling whatever he'd lost. That's not the kind of thing someone says if they're just running a simple military campaign. No, Mei Terumi's voice cut in through the shared coalition channel, the Mizuki's own perspective carrying a weight born of considerable personal experience with exactly the kind of grief-driven ideology Naruto's description suggested. That's the language of someone who's convinced themselves that enough power, applied correctly, can undo something that's fundamentally beyond undoing. I've seen that particular kind of conviction before, in my own village's history, and it rarely ends anywhere good for the people caught beneath it. The briefing continued for the better part of 2 hours, coalition intelligence teams cross-referencing fragmentary records, historical accounts, and Naruto's own recollection of the encounter in an attempt to build a coherent picture of exactly what Akatsuki's true leadership actually intended beyond the immediate war effort. By its conclusion, the coalition had gathered considerably more questions than answers, though a working consensus had at least begun to solidify around the scope of the threat. Whatever this individual's true history, A said, closing the briefing with the same grounded authority he brought to every strategic decision, our immediate priority remains unchanged. We continue strengthening this coalition's defenses, we continue supporting each other against whatever Akatsuki attempts next, and we make certain that whatever doubt this masked man hoped to plant finds no purchase in a coalition built on genuine, demonstrated trust rather than the kind of grief-driven ideology he's apparently spent years constructing his entire campaign around. Naruto listened to the Raikage closing words with a steadiness that had grown, over these past months, into something considerably more resilient than the uncertain boy who had once walked alone through Kumogakure's gates. Whatever the masked man's true history, whatever grief had shaped his particular vision of the world, Naruto found himself increasingly certain that the answer to it lay not in the kind of solitary, world-reshaping power the man clearly believed necessary, but in exactly the kind of chosen, genuine connection this coalition, and this village, had spent months proving was possible even after the deepest kinds of loss. He carried that certainty with him as the briefing finally concluded, coalition officers filing out to relay the gathered intelligence to their respective command structures, and found himself, walking back toward his own unit's position beneath a sky just beginning to lighten toward dawn, more determined than ever to make certain the masked man's grim vision of an inevitable, controlled peace never found the opening it needed to take root. Chapter 5. The second major engagement arrived without the courtesy of advance warning that had preceded the first, a coordinated white setsu assault striking simultaneously along 3 separate points of the coalition's western front, clearly designed to fracture command coordination rather than simply overwhelm a single position through raw numbers. Naruto's unit found itself redirected mid-morning to reinforce a collapsing position nearly 2 miles from their original camp, coalition forces there having underestimated the scale of the assault until it was nearly too late to hold the line without reinforcement. They've adapted their tactics, A's voice carried through the communication array, tight with the focused urgency of a commander managing a rapidly deteriorating situation across multiple fronts simultaneously. This isn't the same overwhelming numbers approach from 3 weeks ago. Someone's coordinating these white sets of formations with genuine tactical awareness now, targeting weak points in our coalition's command structure rather than simply advancing in force. The masked man, Samui said, already moving at a full sprint alongside Naruto and Kurotsuchi toward the collapsing position, sword drawn, expression grim. This has his fingerprints on it. Testing not just Naruto's strength, but this entire coalition's ability to adapt under coordinated pressure. They arrived at the failing position to find coalition forces scattered across a wide stretch of contested farmland, white sets of formations pressing hard against a defensive line that had clearly been stretched well past its intended capacity, gaps opening in the coalition's coordination that a more conventional enemy would never have managed to identify and exploit so precisely. Naruto felt the fox's chakra rise fully the moment he assessed the scope of the collapsing line, understanding immediately that this engagement demanded more than the careful, measured application of force he'd relied on in previous battles. Golden red chakra flared bright around him, the fuse technique already gathering dense and ready at his fingertips, and he drove directly into the heart of the fracturing formation, scattering advancing white setsu with wide, sweeping strikes of violet-black lightning and cutting wind. Beside him, Kurotsuchi's dust-natured techniques reinforced the coalition's collapsing defensive walls, buying precious minutes for scattered units to regroup into something resembling a coherent line once more, while Samui's blade cut a controlled, methodical path through the enemy's most concentrated advance, disrupting the coordination that had allowed this particular breakthrough to develop in the first place. It was in the midst of that chaotic, sustained fighting that Naruto first heard Kurotsuchi's sharp, sudden cry of pain cut through the battlefield's noise, a sound that sent something cold and immediate tearing through his focus, priorities rearranging themselves in an instant that felt considerably longer than the half-second it actually occupied. He turned to find her pinned beneath a collapsed section of stone wall, her own defensive technique having failed under a concentrated assault from a coordinated cluster of white setsu that had clearly been specifically directed toward exploiting exactly the moment her attention had been fixed elsewhere. Blood visible along her temple, expression caught somewhere between pain and furious, frustrated determination to free herself before the advancing enemy closed the remaining distance. Something in Naruto's chest cracked open in that instant, a depth of protective fury he hadn't fully accessed even in his most intense training sessions these past months, and the fox's chakra responded to that surge with an intensity that felt, for the first time since he'd first forged the fusion technique, like something considerably beyond what he'd previously believed his own limits to be. Chapter 6. The chakra that erupted around Naruto in that instant carried a density he never fully accessed before, the fox's presence rising not as the controlled cloak he'd spent months learning to wield with precision, but as something closer to a genuine partnership. Kurama's own was surging forward to meet his fury with an intensity that felt, for the first time, less like borrowed power and more like two wills moving in complete, unified purpose. "Careful, kid," the fox's voice rumbled through his consciousness, ancient and vast, carrying none of the old antagonism that had once colored their earliest interactions, replaced instead by something that felt almost like genuine, protective concern. Fury that burns too hot burns the one carrying it, same as the one it's aimed at. Let me help you carry this properly, rather than simply letting it consume you whole. ***. I don't want careful right now, Naruto answered silently, the fury still burning bright and immediate beneath the surface of his focus. I want her safe. Whatever it takes. ***. Then let's make certain whatever it takes doesn't burn you both down along with the enemy in front of you, Kurama answered, something almost like dry humor threading through the ancient weight of the voice. I've spent 6 months watching you learn control precisely so moments like this one wouldn't cost you more than they needed to. Trust that lesson now, same as you've trusted every other one this village has taught you. ***. Naruto felt the fox's chakra settle around his own fury like a tempering hand, the raw, explosive intensity of his protective instinct channeling into something considerably more controlled, more devastatingly precise, violet-black lightning and cutting wind gathering with a density that made the very air around him hum with barely contained power. The white setsu cluster advancing on Kurotsuchi's pinned position never fully registered what struck them, a single sweeping arc of fused chakra clearing the entire formation in one decisive motion, precise enough to leave the collapsed stone wall pinning her largely intact rather than scattering debris that might have worsened her injury. Naruto reached her within seconds, chakra-enhanced strength lifting the stone section clear with an ease that would have seemed impossible even a few months earlier, and knelt beside her, some of the fox's overwhelming presence receding as immediate concern for her well-being took precedence over the battle's continuing chaos. I'm fine, Kurotsuchi managed, though the wince accompanying her attempt to sit upright suggested otherwise. Cracked ribs, probably. Nothing that won't heal. Go finish this. I can still fight from here if it comes to it. You're not fighting from anywhere until a medic's looked at you properly, Naruto said, though something in his tone carried less command and more genuine, unguarded worry than he'd fully intended to reveal. He knelt beside her a moment longer than the urgency of the battle strictly allowed, one hand steadying her shoulder while chakra-enhanced senses confirmed, as best he could manage amid the chaos, that her injuries weren't more severe than the immediate assessment suggested. Samui arrived moments later, having fought her own path clear of the surrounding chaos, expression tightening at the sight of Kurotsuchi's injury before settling into the same focused, professional readiness that had carried her through every battle these past months. Medics already inbound. I'll hold this position. You two get her clear. The remainder of the engagement unfolded with a decisiveness that surprised even the coalition's own command staff, Naruto's newly accessed depth of power scattering the coordinated white Zetsu assault with an efficiency that left the collapsing position not just stabilized but fully secured within the hour, the enemy's carefully planned breakthrough attempt ending in a retreat considerably more chaotic than their earlier, more measured withdrawal from Sasori and Daidora's failed evaluation. Months before, I found Naruto later that evening, once Kurotsuchi had been properly treated and the immediate crisis had fully resolved into the exhausted quiet that always followed a hard-fought engagement, expression carrying a complicated mixture of relief and careful, evaluating concern. What happened out there, the Reikage said, that wasn't simply an extension of your existing technique. That was something new entirely. Kurama helped me, Naruto admitted, still working through the full implications of the shift himself. Not just lending chakra, the way it usually works. Actually helping, guiding the fury into something I could control instead of just being overwhelmed by it. Felt different than anything we've built together before. I studied him for a long, thoughtful moment. That's not something every Jinchuriki manages, even with genuine bonds built over years rather than months. A tailed beast choosing to actively guide rather than simply tolerate its host, that's the kind of partnership most vessels throughout history never fully achieve. Something like genuine pride settled into his expression. Whatever else this war demands of you, Naruto, I suspect you've just discovered exactly the kind of depth that's going to matter considerably more than any single technique or tactical advantage going forward. Naruto looked toward the medical tent where Kurotsuchi rested, her injuries properly treated and her recovery already well underway, and felt something settle finally, fully into place, the understanding that whatever power he just accessed, whatever new depth of partnership with Kurama it represented, all of it had been forged not from ambition or calculated strategy, but from the simple, fierce need to protect exactly the people who had given him a reason to build this new life in the first place. Chapter 7. Kurotsuchi's recovery took 3 days under the coalition's medical staff's careful supervision. Cracked ribs and a mild concussion requiring rest that her usual restless energy clearly found difficult to accept, though the alternative of pushing herself back into combat too early was one even she recognized as poor judgment given the circumstances. Naruto visited the medical tent each of those 3 days, finding excuses that grew progressively thinner as the days passed, until by the third visit he simply admitted, sitting beside her cot in the quiet hours after the evening's reports had concluded, that he'd come because he needed to see for himself that she was actually healing rather than simply trusting second-hand medical assessments. You didn't need to keep coming, Kurotsuchi said, though the faint smile accompanying the observation suggested she was considerably more pleased by the visits than her words let on. I told you, cracked ribs. Painful, not dangerous. I've survived considerably worse in Iwagakure's own training regiments. I know. Naruto turned a small carved wooden token between his fingers, a habit he'd picked up somewhere in these past months that Mabui had once teased him about without quite managing to break him of it. Doesn't change the fact that I needed to see it myself. That moment, finding you pinned like that, it did something to me I wasn't fully prepared for. Kurotsuchi's expression shifted, some of her usual sharp confidence softening into something more open, more genuinely vulnerable than she typically allowed herself to show. I heard about what happened after. The power surge, Kurama actually helping guide it instead of just lending strength. I whistled about it for a full 10 minutes when he came to check on me, like a proud father bragging about his kid's first real breakthrough. Guess that's not far from the truth, honestly. Naruto managed a small, tired smile. He's basically become that, in a lot of ways I never expected when I first walked through Kumo's gates. There was a time, not even that long ago, when I would have assumed a tailed beast helping me guide my own emotions instead of feeding off them was basically impossible. Feels strange, how much that's changed. For what it's worth, Kurotsuchi said, reaching out to still his restless hands with her own, I'm glad it was you who found me out there. Not just because you got me clear before things got worse. Because somewhere in these past months, without either of us really deciding it consciously, you became exactly the kind of person I trust completely in a moment like that. That's not something I've said about many people in my life, Naruto, and I don't say it lightly now. Something warm and steady settled in Naruto's chest at that, The same feeling he'd begun recognizing more clearly since that quiet evening with Samui weeks earlier, genuine, chosen affection built not from desperation or convenience but from months of demonstrated trust earned the hard way, through shared training and shared danger, and shared quiet evenings at a corner table that had become, gradually, the truest home he'd ever known. "I trust you the same way," he said quietly. "Have for a while now, honestly. Just wasn't sure how to say it without it feeling like it was competing with everything else going on." "It doesn't have to compete with anything," Kurotsuchi said, something gently amused in her tone despite the sincerity underneath it. "Samui already told me about your conversation a few weeks back. I'm not interested in pretending I didn't notice, or pretending it bothers me. This village's built its whole foundation on people choosing their own path instead of following whatever narrow rules other villages insist on. I don't see any reason our own choices should look different from that." Naruto studied her for a long moment, feeling the weight of the past months settle into something that felt considerably more solid and certain than he'd fully allowed himself to acknowledge until this exact conversation. "Then I guess I'm grateful, for all of it. For this village, and for you, and for everyone who's chosen to stand beside me since the day I walked out of a council chamber that never really understood what it was throwing away." "Good," Kurotsuchi said, settling back against her cot with a small, satisfied smile, though the wince that followed reminded them both that full recovery still required a few more days of patience. "Now get out of here before the medic scolds you for keeping me up past proper rest hours. Whatever's coming next in this war, I intend to be fully healed and ready for it, not laid up because you kept me talking all night instead of resting." Naruto laughed, genuine and warm, and left her to her rest with a lightness in his chest that had been steadily building these past months, the accumulated weight of belonging somewhere real, finally, after a lifetime of wondering whether that kind of certainty was something he'd ever actually get to feel. Chapter 8. The captured white sets of specimens, gathered from the second engagement's aftermath for coalition intelligence analysis, yielded information slowly and only through considerable specialized effort, the construct's strange, semi-independent nature resisting conventional interrogation methods in ways that puzzled even the coalition's most experienced intelligence officers. It was Ino Yamanaka, dispatched from Konoha specifically for her clan's mind-reading techniques, who finally managed to extract something genuinely useful, 3 days into painstaking analysis that left her visibly drained by the effort required. Fragmented, she reported during the coalition briefing that followed, rubbing at her temples with the particular exhaustion that came from extended mental technique work. "These things aren't fully individual consciousnesses, more like distributed extensions of some larger, shared will. But there's a consistent thread running through everything I managed to pull, references to something called the 10 Tails, and a ritual the white sets of forces have apparently been tasked with protecting the preparation for, at all costs." "The 10 Tails," Tsunade said grimly, her voice carrying through the shared coalition channel with the particular weight of old, half-buried history finally surfacing into present relevance. A legend most of us assumed was exactly that, legend, the original tailed beast before the Sage of Six Paths split it into the 9 we know today. If Akatsuki's actually working toward reconstituting it, they'd need every remaining tailed beast, the Kazekage finished, his young voice carrying a grim, calculating focus. Which means every Jinchuriki currently walking free represents a piece of whatever ritual they're building toward. That reframes this entire war considerably. We're not simply defending territory. We're racing against a deadline none of us have fully understood the shape of until this exact moment. Naruto felt the weight of that revelation settle heavy in his chest, understanding with sudden, uncomfortable clarity exactly what the masked man's earlier conversation had actually been circling around without ever stating plainly. A world without loss, rebuilt from the ground up, the kind of goal that would require exactly the sort of overwhelming, reality-altering power a fully reconstituted 10 Tails might theoretically provide. "He wasn't just testing me for recruitment," Naruto said slowly, working through the implications aloud. "He was assessing whether I represented a genuine obstacle to whatever timeline they're working against, or just another piece he eventually intends to collect regardless of what I choose. Which means," they said, his expression hardening into the particular focus of a Kage recalculating an entire war's strategic priorities in real time, "protecting you isn't simply about honoring an old debt, or building this village's strength anymore. It's about denying Akatsuki access to exactly the kind of power that conversation suggests they consider essential to completing whatever ritual this Ten Tails plan actually requires. Mei Terumi's voice carried a grim, personal weight through the coalition channel. My own village lost its Jinchuriki years ago, before this coalition ever formally organized. I understand better than most exactly what's at stake if this pattern continues unchecked. Whatever resources this coalition can spare, Kirigakure will commit them toward ensuring no further vessel falls into Akatsuki's hands. The briefing continued late into the evening, Coalition Command staff working through the implications of Ino's extracted intelligence with a focused urgency that transformed the war's entire strategic calculus, no longer simply a defensive coalition holding territory against an aggressive enemy, but a race against a deadline whose full shape remained maddeningly unclear even as its stakes had just become considerably, terrifyingly plain. Shikaku, poring over the fragmentary historical records Konoha's archives had managed to produce on short notice, offered a further, unsettling observation as the briefing wound toward its conclusion. If this Ten Tails legend carries any historical accuracy, its reconstitution wouldn't simply represent a powerful weapon. It would represent something closer to the original, undivided source of all chakra in this world. An organization willing to pursue that kind of power isn't simply seeking military advantage. They're seeking to fundamentally remake the rules the rest of us have spent generations building our entire civilization around. Which explains the masked man's language considerably better than any military objective would, Naruto said, the pieces settling into an increasingly coherent, unsettling picture. He's not just trying to win a war. He's trying to rewrite what winning even means, on a scale none of us have fully grasped until right now. A's voice carried grim agreement through the shared channel. Then our priority becomes correspondingly clear. Whatever military victories this coalition manages along individual fronts, none of it matters if Akatsuki successfully completes whatever ritual this Ten Tails plan actually requires. Every strategic decision from this point forward needs to account for that reality first, before any other consideration. Naruto listened to the unfolding strategic discussion with a steadiness that belied the weight settling over his shoulders, understanding that whatever came next in this war, his own role within it had just shifted from valuable coalition asset to something considerably more central, a piece of exactly the puzzle Akatsuki's leadership apparently considered essential to whatever world he'd been told. In that quiet clearing weeks earlier, they intended to build regardless of the cost required to achieve it. Chapter 9. The strategic recalculation that followed Ino's intelligence breakthrough consumed the better part of a week, Coalition Command staff across all 5 villages working to redraw defensive priorities around a threat considerably more urgent than the gradual territorial conflict they'd initially prepared for. Every Jinchuriki currently affiliated with this coalition needs dedicated protection protocols, A stated during the reconvened summit. Coalition leadership gathered once more, this time through a combination of physical attendance and shared communication channels given the war's ongoing demands on travel and security. Not simply standard unit assignment, but genuine, layered defense specifically designed to prevent exactly the kind of isolated approach that masked individual demonstrated he's capable of executing. Easier stated than accomplished, the Kazekage observed, his own village's vested interest in the matter evident in his careful, measured tone. My own sister carries the one tail. Protecting her adequately without simply removing her from the war effort entirely, and thereby weakening our coalition's overall strength precisely when we need it most, requires a considerably more nuanced approach than simple increased guard assignments. Which is precisely why coordination matters more now than at any previous point in this conflict, Tsunade said. We're no longer 5 villages loosely cooperating against a shared threat. We need genuine, unified command structure around this specific issue, information sharing that goes beyond what any of us have historically been comfortable extending to villages we've spent generations viewing as rivals rather than allies. The summit's discussions grew considerably more complex as villages worked through decades of accumulated distrust in service of a threat that had finally, unambiguously, proven larger than any single village's traditional priorities. Naruto listened to the unfolding negotiations with a growing appreciation for exactly how difficult genuine coalition unity actually proved in practice, even among villages that had already committed formally to shared defense months earlier. More than once, the discussion threatened to fracture entirely along old, familiar fault lines, a Kirigakure representative bristling at a proposal that would have required sharing sensitive clan techniques with villages that had, within living memory, been openly hostile toward the Mist's own bloodline traditions, and a Sunigakure officer pushing back hard against any arrangement that positioned the Kazakage's sister anywhere outside her home village's direct oversight. I found himself, more than once, serving as an unlikely mediator between positions that had little natural common ground beyond the shared urgency of the threat now bearing down on all of them equally. We're not going to solve decades of accumulated grievance in a single summit, A said, cutting through one particularly heated exchange with the blunt, grounded authority that had carried Kumogakure through every previous crisis this war had presented. But we don't need to solve all of it today. We need enough trust to get through this specific threat, and we can keep working on the rest of it once we're not staring down an enemy actively trying to end the concept of choice for every remaining tailed beast in the world. That framing, blunt as it was, seemed to settle something in the room that more diplomatic language had failed to manage, and the discussions gradually found their way back toward productive, if still difficult, ground. There's another consideration worth raising, Meiturami said, her tone carrying the particular weight of someone about to voice something uncomfortable but necessary. If Akatsuki's true goal requires collecting every remaining tailed beast, our best defensive strategy might not simply be protecting each Jinchuriki individually. It might require considering whether concentrated mutual defense, positioning our remaining vessels together under combined protection rather than scattered across separate fronts, provides better security than our current dispersed arrangement. That approach carries its own risk, A countered immediately. Concentrating every remaining Jinchuriki in a single location creates exactly the kind of decisive target that could end this entire conflict in a single, catastrophic strike if our combined defenses somehow failed to hold. The debate that followed stretched well into the evening, coalition leadership weighing competing strategic philosophies with a gravity that reflected exactly how much now rested on getting this particular calculation right. Naruto found himself, as the discussion continued, increasingly aware of his own unusual position within it, simultaneously a strategic asset whose growing power represented genuine coalition value, and a vulnerability whose protection now factored into decisions well above his own individual preferences. For what it's worth, he finally said, breaking a lull in the debate, I don't think either extreme is right. Scattering us thin makes us easy targets one at a time. Bundling us all together makes us one catastrophic target instead of several manageable ones. Maybe the answer's somewhere in between, small groups, close enough for mutual support, spread across enough separate fronts that a single failure doesn't cascade into losing everything at once. I studied him for a long, thoughtful moment, something like genuine consideration crossing his broad features. That's a reasonable middle position, and one this council would do well to seriously weigh rather than simply defaulting to whichever extreme feels safest in the moment. Several other commanders around the table nodded slowly at that assessment, the tension that had built through the earlier heated exchange easing somewhat now that a workable compromise had finally emerged from the competing proposals. The summit ultimately adopted a modified version of exactly that approach, small, mutually reinforcing clusters of Jinchuriki protection spread strategically across the coalition's most vulnerable fronts, each cluster backed by dedicated elite units capable of rapid response should Akatsuki attempt another direct approach. It wasn't a perfect solution, every commander present readily admitted as much, but it represented genuine coalition unity forged under exactly the kind of pressure that had, until recently, seemed likely to fracture the alliance rather than strengthen it. We adapt, A said, closing the summit's proceedings with the same grounded resolve he'd carried since the war's earliest days. Same as this village has always done, same as this entire coalition needs to keep doing for as long as this conflict demands it of us. Whatever Akatsuki's true timeline actually is, we're not simply going to wait for it to arrive unprepared. Chapter 10. The coalition granted a brief operational pause following the summit's conclusion, 3 days set aside for units across every front to rest and regroup before the newly restructured defensive protocols took full effect, and Naruto found himself, for the first time since deployment, genuinely able to simply exist alongside Samui, Mabui, and Kurotsuchi without the immediate pressure of an approaching engagement hanging over the moment. They gathered at a quiet overlook near the coalition's central camp, far enough from the main gathering areas that the evening carried a genuine, unhurried privacy none of them had experienced since leaving Kumogakure weeks earlier. Mabui had traveled out from the village specifically for the pause, coordinating logistics work that had, conveniently or not, required her physical presence at the front rather than remote management from the tower. Feels strange, Naruto admitted, settling onto the grass beside the overlook's edge, watching the sun sink slowly toward a horizon marked by distant mountains rather than the familiar cloud sea of home. Sitting still like this. Feels like I should be doing something, training or planning or worrying about whatever's coming next. That's exactly why the coalition mandated this pause, Samui said, settling beside him with the same easy familiarity that had grown between them over these past months. Soldiers who never rest make worse decisions when the real pressure finally arrives. Even Lord Raikage understands that, whatever his own relentless training instincts might otherwise suggest. Kurotsuchi, still favoring her healing ribs slightly, settled on his other side with a groan that carried more theatrical complaint than genuine discomfort at this point in her recovery. For once I actually agree with the strategic reasoning. 3 days where nobody's trying to test my limits or drop a stone wall on me sounds like exactly the kind of tactical advantage I can get behind. Mabui, arranging a small collection of travel provisions she'd brought along specifically for the occasion, offered a rare, genuine smile as she settled into the remaining space beside them. I brought something from the village. Figured after everything these past weeks have demanded of all of you, a proper meal that doesn't come from standard field rations was worth the extra weight in my pack. The evening that followed carried a warmth Naruto hadn't fully allowed himself to expect, given the gravity of everything the coalition summit had just worked through, for people who had built something genuine and chosen together sharing a quiet meal beneath a sky slowly filling with stars, conversation drifting easily between lighter memories and the occasional, unavoidable acknowledgement of the war still gathering beyond the horizon. I keep thinking about what you told us, Mabui said eventually, her tone careful, thoughtful. About the masked man's offer. About what he said he actually wants. A world without loss, Naruto repeated quietly. Sounds almost reasonable, when you say it plainly like that. Who wouldn't want that, in theory? Except loss is what makes the rest of it mean something, Kurotsuchi said, something unexpectedly philosophical entering her usual sharp confidence. If nothing could ever be lost, nothing you built would actually mean anything either. This evening, all of us here together, it matters precisely because it's not guaranteed. Because we've all had to work to build it, and we could, in theory, lose it if we're not careful. Samui's hand found Naruto's in the settling dark, a small, deliberate gesture that carried more warmth than words could have easily managed. That's exactly what he's gotten wrong, whatever grief actually drove him to that conclusion. He's trying to build a world without loss by controlling everything, forcing a kind of peace nobody actually chose. But the peace we've built here, whatever else this war costs us, we chose it. Every single day, we keep choosing it. Naruto looked around at the three of them, gathered together beneath a sky that felt, for this one brief evening, considerably more peaceful than the war gathering somewhere beyond its edges, and felt something settle deep and certain in his chest, a resolve that went beyond simple combat readiness into something considerably more foundational. Then that's exactly what we protect, he said quietly. Not just villages or territory or coalition strategy. This. Whatever it costs, whatever comes next, this is exactly what's actually worth fighting for. Mabui reached over and rested her hand lightly atop his and Samui's joined ones, a small, quiet gesture that needed no further words to convey exactly how completely she shared that same conviction. The four of them sat together in comfortable, unhurried silence as the last light faded fully from the sky, and Naruto found himself, despite everything the coalition summit had revealed about the war's true stakes, more certain than he'd been in longer than he could clearly remember that whatever Akatsuki's masked leader actually intended to build, it would never manage to outweigh exactly the kind of chosen, genuine belonging he'd found in this life, with these people, in a village that had given him everything Konoha never once bothered to offer. Chapter 11. The operational pause concluded exactly as scheduled, and the restructured coalition defensive protocols took full effect across every front within days, small mutually reinforcing clusters of Jinchuriki and elite units settling into their new positions with the careful, deliberate coordination the summit's difficult negotiations had ultimately produced. Naruto's unit found itself assigned to anchor a cluster positioned along the war's central front, coordinating closely with the Kazekage's sister and her own dedicated protection detail, an arrangement that required weeks of careful integration as two units built around entirely different village traditions worked to develop the kind of seamless coordination their new defensive posture demanded. "Your fusion technique's impressive," Temari observed during one of their early joint training sessions, watching Naruto work through a coordinated drill alongside Samui and Kurotsuchi with the same critical, professional focus she brought to assessing any potential ally's genuine capability. "But my sister's own control over her tailed beast operates on a considerably different rhythm than what you've built with yours. If we're going to coordinate effectively when the real test arrives, we need drills that account for both approaches working together, not simply your unit's existing patterns applied wholesale to a joint operation." "Fair point," Naruto admitted, adjusting his approach with the same openness to correction that had served him well throughout months of training under A's exacting standards. "Show me what actually works for your unit's rhythm, and we'll build something that accounts for both." The weeks that followed transformed the joint cluster's coordination from careful, deliberate cooperation into something considerably more instinctive, drills growing progressively more complex as both units developed genuine trust in each other's capabilities under increasingly realistic combat simulations. Naruto found himself, watching the gradual transformation, struck by how closely the process mirrored his own earlier integration into Kumogakure months before, strength earned not through inherited position but through demonstrated, consistent reliability built one training session at a time. Gaara himself visited the joint position twice during those weeks, the Kazekage's own quiet, watchful presence a reminder of exactly how personally invested his village remained in his sister's protection. He said little during either visit, observing the joint training with the same careful, measured attention he brought to every strategic decision, but the second visit ended with a rare, direct acknowledgement that carried more weight than any lengthy speech could have managed. "You've built something genuine here," Gaara told Naruto, before departing to continue his own rounds along the southern front. "I recognize it because I spent a considerable portion of my own life without it, before I finally understood what actually holding a village together requires. Whatever comes next in this war, I'm grateful my sister stands protected by people who understand that lesson as thoroughly as you clearly do." Samui and Kurotsuchi, for their part, developed their own working relationships with the Kazekage's sister and her dedicated unit, the particular camaraderie that came from shared, demanding training gradually replacing the careful professional distance that had initially characterized the joint cluster's early days. "She reminds me a little of you," Kurotsuchi observed to Samui one evening, watching Temari work through a solo training drill with the same disciplined, unhurried focus that had once characterized Samui's own early sparring matches against Naruto. "Not much for unnecessary words, but absolutely precise when it actually matters." "I'll take that as a compliment," Samui said on both our behalf. I visited the joint cluster's position personally midway through the integration period, reviewing their progress with the same careful, evaluating attention he brought to every strategic assessment, and left, by the visit's conclusion, with genuine satisfaction plainly evident in his expression. "This is precisely what the coalition needed to see," he told Naruto privately, before departing to continue his own rounds across the war's other restructured fronts. "Not simply villages committing resources to a shared cause, but genuine, functional cooperation built from the ground up. Whatever comes next in this war, clusters like this one represent the strongest defense this coalition can actually offer against whatever Akatsuki's true timeline ultimately demands." He clasped Naruto's shoulder once, firm and approving, before turning to continue his inspection of the surrounding position, leaving behind a quiet confidence that lingered long after his departure. Naruto absorbed the Raikage's assessment with the same grounded resolve that had carried him through every challenge these past months, understanding that whatever the war's next phase actually brought, the foundation being built here, cluster by cluster, village by village, represented something considerably more durable than any single technique or tactical advantage could provide on its own. "We're ready," he said simply, watching Temari's unit complete another successful joint drill alongside his own. "Whatever comes next, we'll be ready for it." A's answering nod carried the weight of a kage who had spent the better part of a year building exactly toward this moment, and something in his expression suggested he shared Naruto's certainty completely, even as neither of them could yet fully anticipate exactly how soon, and how severely, that readiness was about to be tested. Chapter 12. The message arrived in the deep hours before dawn, carried through the coalition's emergency communication protocol reserved specifically for developments severe enough to warrant waking every allied command post simultaneously regardless of the hour. Naruto woke to Mabui's urgent hand on his shoulder, her expression carrying a gravity that immediately cut through the last traces of sleep. "Command post, now?" "Something's happened." The joint cluster's command tent was already crowded by the time he arrived. Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Temari's unit gathered around the hastily assembled communication array, faces lit by the pale glow of a projected coalition-wide report that had clearly interrupted every Allied command post's rest simultaneously. Confirmed intelligence from the Eastern Front, the array's shared channel reported, a Kirigakure liaison's voice carrying barely controlled alarm. A coordinated Akatsuki strike successfully extracted the Four Tails Jinchuriki despite dedicated protection protocols. Casualties among the defending unit were severe. The vessel's current status remains unconfirmed, though preliminary reports suggest the extraction was completed before reinforcements could arrive. The tent fell into stunned, heavy silence. The careful coalition strategy the summit had worked through weeks earlier, the layered protection protocols, the mutually reinforcing clusters, all of it having failed to prevent exactly the outcome it had been specifically designed to guard against. Temari's expression had gone pale and tight, one hand already moving instinctively toward the communication array as though she might somehow reach her sister directly through sheer force of worry alone. Gaara's front. Is his cluster unaffected? As of the last confirmed check-in, the Kirigakure liaison replied quickly, recognizing the fear beneath the question. The strike targeted the Eastern Front specifically. Whatever intelligence they'd gathered, it appears focused on that single vessel rather than a coordinated strike against every remaining Jinchuriki simultaneously. Small mercy, A muttered, though his tone carried little comfort in the observation. One that won't hold if we don't move fast enough to close whatever gap allowed this extraction to succeed in the first place. How? Kurotsuchi said finally, disbelief evident in her voice. We rebuilt the entire defensive structure around preventing exactly this. Because whoever orchestrated this attack clearly anticipated our restructuring, A's voice cut through the array, having joined the emergency channel from his own position along the Western Front, tight with a controlled fury that carried real weight despite the physical distance. This wasn't a blind assault against a static position. This was a deliberately targeted strike, timed and positioned specifically to exploit exactly the transition period while our new protocols were still settling into place. The masked man, Naruto said quietly, the pieces settling into place with an unwelcome, sickening clarity. He didn't just approach me to test my resolve. He was gathering intelligence on our entire defensive restructuring, probably from the moment that summit's negotiations first began. Which means, Temari said grimly, her own protective instincts toward her sister's safety evident in the sharp focus of her expression, every remaining cluster's position and coordination pattern may already be compromised. If they extracted enough intelligence to time this strike so precisely, we have no guarantee our own position hasn't already been mapped just as thoroughly. A's voice carried the full weight of a kage recalculating an entire war's trajectory in real time. Every cluster is to assume compromised security until further notice. Full defensive posture, immediate relocation to secondary positions where available. Whatever timeline Akatsuki's actually working toward, this extraction suggests it's accelerating considerably faster than our intelligence estimates accounted for. Naruto felt the weight of the Eastern Front's failure settle heavy across his shoulders. The abstract urgency of the coalition summit's earlier discussions suddenly rendered brutally, immediately concrete. four-tailed beasts now confirmed lost to Akatsuki's collection, with the fifth status still unconfirmed, and whatever ritual the masked man's organization was building toward drawing measurably, dangerously closer to whatever threshold it required. "We move," he said, already gathering his gear with the same focused urgency he need to carry through whatever the coming hours demanded. "Whatever's coming next, we can't afford to wait here and hope our own position holds." Mabui had already begun coordinating the cluster's relocation logistics even as the emergency briefing concluded, her composed efficiency a steady anchor amid the mounting alarm, and Naruto found himself grateful, even in the middle of a crisis this severe, for exactly the kind of grounded competence she brought to every difficult moment this war had thrown at them so far. Samui's hand found his briefly, grounding amid the mounting crisis. "Together, whatever it is." Kurotsuchi's nod carried the same fierce, unwavering resolve. Together. They moved out from the command tent into the pre-dawn darkness, the joint cluster mobilizing with the same practiced efficiency their weeks of integrated training had built, and somewhere far beyond the horizon, in whatever hidden location Akatsuki's true leadership had chosen to advance their ritual's next terrible stage, the clock that had once felt like a distant, theoretical threat had just revealed itself as something considerably closer, and considerably more urgent, than any of them had fully allowed themselves to believe until this exact, unforgiving morning. Act 5, Chapter 1. The relocation consumed the better part of 2 exhausting days, every coalition cluster across every front abandoning known positions for hastily prepared secondary sites, coordination hampered by the very real possibility that Akatsuki's intelligence network had already mapped whatever contingency plans the coalition's command staff had considered secure. Naruto's unit reached its new position, a fortified ridge line overlooking a narrow mountain pass roughly 40 miles from their previous camp, in the gray hours before dawn on the second day. Exhaustion etched into every member of the joint cluster after nearly 2 straight days of movement with minimal rest. The ridge itself offered a commanding view of the surrounding valley, defensible terrain that Kumo's own sensor specialists had already begun reinforcing with the same layered protocols that had, until recently, seemed more than adequate for the threat they'd expected to face. Naruto found himself studying the fresh fortifications with a wariness he hadn't carried into their previous position, understanding now, with painful clarity, exactly how thoroughly their enemy's intelligence had already compromised whatever confidence they'd once placed in careful, methodical defense. "Any word on the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" Naruto asked, finding A already awake and reviewing fresh intelligence reports by lantern light despite the hour. "Nothing confirmed," A said grimly, not looking up from the reports. "Coalition search teams have covered considerable ground, but Akatsuki's extraction team vanished as thoroughly as that masked man vanished from your own camp weeks ago. Whatever technique allows that level of concealment, it's proving considerably more difficult to counter than any of our sensor specialists anticipated." Temari, arriving to relay her own unit's status report, looked considerably more haggard than Naruto had seen her since their integration training began, the strain of her sister's continued vulnerability clearly weighing on her despite Gaara's cluster remaining, for now, unaffected by the extraction. "My sister's position held," she reported, some of the tension easing from her shoulders as she delivered the news. "Gaara's already relocated her to a 3rd contingency site, one that wasn't included in any of the coalition's shared planning documents. If Akatsuki's intelligence really did come from mapping our restructuring, a position that never officially existed on paper should buy us considerably more security than anything the formal protocols provided." "Smart," A said, something approving in his tone despite the gravity of the surrounding crisis. "I'd suggest every remaining cluster consider similar improvisation going forward. Whatever trust this coalition built through shared planning, that same planning apparently became a vulnerability the moment Akatsuki gained access to it." Mabui, coordinating communications from a hastily assembled command post nearby, delivered a fresh dispatch with an expression that carried its own particular weight. "Coalition leadership is calling an emergency summit, full attendance required, all 5 villages. Given the security concerns, they're proposing an unconventional venue, someplace with no prior coalition association whatsoever." "Where?" Naruto asked. "Yuzushiogakyur," Mabui said, the name carrying a quiet significance Naruto hadn't fully anticipated. The ruins of your mother's home village. Abandoned for decades, considered strategically irrelevant by every major power for just as long, which makes it exactly the kind of location no reasonable intelligence assessment would have flagged as a likely coalition gathering point. Naruto felt something complicated settle in his chest at the mention, a place he'd only ever heard about in fragments, from Jiraiya's old stories and the few surviving records Kushina's own history had left behind, a village destroyed before he was ever born, carrying a legacy he'd spent most of his life only distantly aware of. "When do we leave?" he asked, pushing the complicated weight of that connection aside for the more immediate priority the crisis demanded. "Within the hour," Mabui confirmed. "Coalition leadership wants every remaining cluster represented, and given everything that conversation with the masked man suggested about your own particular significance to whatever plan Akatsuki's actually building toward, I suspect your presence there carries more weight than most." Studied Naruto for a long, measuring moment, something steady and resolute settling into his expression despite the exhaustion the past 2 days had clearly carried for all of them. "Whatever the summit decides, I suspect we're past the point where purely defensive strategy serves this coalition's interests. 4-tailed beasts lost, a 5th now confirmed missing, and an enemy operating with intelligence advantages we've only just begun to fully appreciate. Sometimes the only way to stop losing ground is to stop simply defending it, and start taking the fight to wherever the enemy actually intends to finish what they've started." Naruto felt the truth of that settle alongside his own growing certainty, the accumulated weight of months spent reacting to Akatsuki's initiative finally crystallizing into something that felt, despite the exhaustion and the mounting losses, considerably more like resolve than despair. "Then let's go make sure that's exactly what this summit decides," he said, already moving to gather what little remained of his own gear for the journey ahead. Chapter 2. Yuzushiogakyo's ruins rose from a scattered archipelago of small islands, weathered stone spirals and collapsed towers overtaken by decades of encroaching vegetation, the unmistakable Uzumaki crest still faintly visible on crumbling gates that had once guarded a village strong enough to rival any of the 5 great powers before its destruction. Naruto walked through the ruins ahead of the gathering summit's formal proceedings, Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui accompanying him in respectful, quiet silence, and felt something settle heavy and strange in his chest at the sight of a legacy he'd never known existed beyond scattered fragments and old stories. This was really her home, he said quietly, running his fingers along a weathered stone spiral carved into a fallen archway, the same symbol he'd worn on his jacket for years without ever fully understanding its full significance. The Uzumaki clan's seal work was legendary, Mabui said, her own research into coalition archives having uncovered considerably more detail than Naruto had previously known. Strong enough that a coalition of rival villages eventually destroyed this place specifically because they feared what unchecked Uzumaki Fuinjutsu mastery might eventually accomplish if left unaddressed. Your mother survived that destruction as a child, carried to Konoha where she eventually met your father. Kurotsuchi studied the ruins with a different kind of attention, tactical rather than sentimental, though something in her expression suggested she understood exactly why this particular location mattered to Naruto beyond its strategic usefulness. There's still considerable defensive infrastructure here, even decades abandoned. Whoever built this village understood fortification as thoroughly as they understood sealing techniques, which is exactly why coalition leadership chose it, Samui observed. A location strong enough to genuinely defend if this summit's security concerns prove justified, and obscure enough that no reasonable enemy planning would have flagged it as a likely gathering point. The formal summit convened within the hour, coalition leadership gathering in the ruins of what had once been Yuzushiogakyo's own council chamber, weathered stone walls still bearing faint traces of formal Uzumaki architecture beneath decades of accumulated moss and decay. Every Kage attended in person this time, security concerns having finally outweighed whatever logistical convenience remote communication typically provided. 4-tailed beasts lost, Tsunade said, opening the proceedings with grim, unflinching honesty. A 5th confirmed extracted despite our best restructured defenses. If this pattern continues, Akatsuki completes whatever ritual this 10 tails reconstitution actually requires well before this coalition manages to develop an adequate response. Which means adequate defense is no longer sufficient, A said, echoing the same conclusion he'd voiced to Naruto hours earlier. This coalition needs to identify Akatsuki's actual operational base, wherever this ritual is genuinely being conducted, and commit to a direct offensive before they complete whatever timeline they're currently racing toward. The Tsuchikage, Kurotsuchi's grandfather, studied the assembled leadership with the particular weight of a man who had spent decades cautious about exactly this kind of decisive commitment. A direct offensive against an unknown target carries considerable risk. If our intelligence on their base's location proves incomplete or misleading, we could commit this coalition's full strength toward an engagement that accomplishes nothing beyond exhausting resources we can ill afford to waste. With respect, grandfather, Kurotsuchi said, stepping forward from where she'd been standing beside Naruto and the rest of the Kumo delegation. Caution has its place, but we've already spent this entire war reacting to whatever Akatsuki chooses to do next. Every defensive measure this coalition's built has eventually been circumvented or outmaneuvered. At some point, continuing that same cautious pattern simply guarantees we keep losing ground a little more slowly instead of actually stopping the bleeding. The Tsuchikage studied his granddaughter for a long moment, something complicated passing behind his weathered features, old pride and old worry visibly at war with each other. You've grown considerably bolder since you left my village, granddaughter. I find myself, against every instinct urging caution, inclined to take that boldness seriously rather than simply dismissing it as youthful impatience. We have one advantage we haven't fully utilized, Naruto said, stepping forward despite the weight of addressing every assembled Kage directly. The masked man approached me personally, twice now if you count the conversation before this most recent extraction. He wants something from me specifically, beyond simply capturing the 9 tails. If I can draw him into direct contact again, on terms this coalition controls rather than terms he dictates, we might not need to search for his base at all. We could force him to come to us instead. The chamber fell into a considering silence, every Kage weighing the audacity of the proposal against its potential value. You're proposing to use yourself as bait, Gaara said finally, his quiet, measured voice carrying the particular weight of someone who understood better than most exactly what it meant to be treated as a weapon rather than a person. I'm proposing to use exactly the thing he actually wants against him, Naruto corrected. There's a difference. He's not interested in simply capturing me the way he captured the other 4 vessels. He wants something else, some kind of genuine engagement, or conversion he thinks might actually matter to whatever plan he's building toward. That gives us leverage his other targets never had. I studied him for a long, evaluating moment, something complicated passing behind his expression before settling into grim, resolute agreement. It's a considerable risk. But given our current trajectory, continuing simply to react to his initiative carries risks of its own, ones we've already demonstrated we can't adequately counter through defense alone. The summit's debate continued for several more hours, but by its conclusion, a plan had begun taking shape, one built not around Naruto's raw combat capability alone, but around the full weight of a coalition finally united enough, and desperate enough, to commit fully to ending this war's opening phase on terms of their own choosing rather than continuing to react to Akatsuki's relentless, calculated initiative. Chapter 3. The plan that emerged from the summit's extended deliberations carried a deceptively simple core, wrapped in layers of coalition-wide coordination that took the better part of a week to properly assemble. Naruto would return to active field operations, deliberately positioned in locations carrying enough strategic visibility to attract Akatsuki's attention, while the full weight of the coalition's combined forces waited in careful, concealed readiness to respond the moment the masked man made contact. The risk, A explained during a final briefing before the operation's launch, is that he simply doesn't take the bait, recognizing the trap for exactly what it is. He's proven considerably more perceptive than any conventional enemy we've faced in this war. Or he takes it anyway, Naruto said, because whatever he actually wants from me matters enough to him that even recognizing the trap doesn't outweigh the potential value of finally getting a real answer to whatever question he's been circling around since that first conversation. Samui, reviewing the operation's tactical layout with the same focused precision she brought to every mission, traced a finger along the planned deployment zones. We're positioning coalition forces at 3 concentric perimeters, far enough back to avoid immediate detection, close enough to respond within minutes if contact is made. Your unit holds the innermost position, visible enough to draw attention, but never fully isolated from immediate support. Never fully isolated, Kurotsuchi repeated, something pointed in her tone. That's the theory, anyway. Last time he approached, he walked through Kumo's own perimeter defenses without triggering a single alert. What makes us think this arrangement holds any better? Nothing makes us think that with certainty, he admitted grimly. Which is precisely why every officer involved in this operation needs to understand the genuine risk we're accepting. If he manages the same level of infiltration against this arrangement, our response time may prove considerably shorter than we're currently planning for. Mabui, coordinating the operation's communication protocols from what would serve as the coalition's central command post, looked up from her own preparations with an expression that carried the weight of someone who had spent considerable time working through exactly this concern. I've built in redundant sensor layers specifically designed around what limited data we have on his technique's actual mechanics. It's not perfect, but it's considerably more robust than our previous camp's arrangement, and it should at minimum buy several additional seconds of warning beyond what we had before. She spread a series of technical diagrams across the briefing table, walking the assembled officers through each redundant layer with the same meticulous precision she brought to every logistics challenge this war had presented. 3 independent sensor networks, each calibrated differently enough that a technique capable of evading one shouldn't automatically evade the others. It's imperfect, built on incomplete data about a technique none of us fully understand. But it's the best defense I could construct given what we currently know. It'll do, A said, studying the diagrams with evident approval. Better preparation than most coalitions manage against the genuinely unknown threat, and considerably more than we had going into this same enemy's first uninvited visit. Naruto studied the operational layout with a steadiness that belied the very real danger the plan represented, understanding fully that whatever came next would test every hour of training and every ounce of trust this coalition had built across months of shared struggle. Seconds might be enough. I'm not planning to face him alone this time, whatever he intends. The moment contact happens, I need this entire operation moving immediately, not waiting to confirm the engagement's exact nature first. Understood, A confirmed. Every unit will be briefed on immediate response protocols. The instant contact is confirmed, this coalition converges, full strength, no hesitation. He paused, studying Naruto for a long moment. And whatever happens in that first exchange, know that this entire coalition is moving the second word reaches us. You won't be standing alone out there for longer than we can possibly help. The final days before the operation's launch passed with the particular tension that always preceded a decisive engagement, coalition forces settling into their concealed positions across the designated deployment zone with careful, deliberate patience. Naruto spent those final evenings with Samui, Mabui, and Kurotsuchi in the quiet moments the preparation allowed, each conversation carrying an unspoken weight neither party fully voiced, the shared understanding that whatever came next might test the foundation they'd built together more severely than anything this war had demanded so far. Whatever happens out there, Samui said the night before the operation's official launch, her hand finding his with the same quiet certainty that had marked every important moment between them these past months, we're facing it the same way we've faced everything else. Together, Naruto confirmed, feeling the weight of that word settle into something considerably more solid than simple reassurance, a genuine, unshakable foundation built from months of demonstrated trust, ready now to be tested against whatever the coming confrontation actually demanded of all of them. Chapter 4. The operation launched at dawn, Naruto's unit deploying to a deliberately exposed position along a contested stretch of borderland, visible enough to any watching intelligence network to register as exactly the kind of opportunity Akatsuki's leadership might find worth pursuing directly. The first 3 days passed with an agonizing, uneventful quiet, coalition forces holding their concealed perimeter positions while Naruto's unit conducted deliberately visible patrol patterns designed to maximize their profile without appearing obviously staged. The tension of that extended waiting proved, in its own way, considerably more exhausting than open combat, every member of the operation keenly aware that the masked man's attention, if it came at all, might arrive at any moment without warning. He's not taking the bait, Kurotsuchi observed on the third evening, frustration evident in her voice despite the disciplined patience the operation demanded. Or he's watching and waiting for something more specific than what we're currently offering. Could be either. A's voice carried through the communication array from the coalition's central command post. Or he's simply confirming this arrangement's actual nature before committing to any direct approach. Patience matters more than speed here. We don't get a second opportunity if this operation's cover gets blown through visible impatience. Naruto felt the accumulated weight of the waiting settle into something considerably more focused than mere frustration, using the extended quiet to work through his own understanding of exactly what he intended to say when, if, the confrontation finally arrived. The masked man's earlier words continued circling through his thoughts, the grief-driven conviction beneath the theatrical menace, the genuine loss that had apparently reshaped an entire worldview into something willing to sacrifice countless lives in pursuit of an impossible peace. He spent those quiet hours of the wait speaking with Samui and Kurotsuchi in low, careful tones, working through exactly what he might say if the opportunity for genuine conversation actually presented itself, testing arguments against their own sharp, practical instincts before settling on the honest, unrehearsed truth he ultimately carried into the confrontation itself. On the fourth night, the wait finally ended. Naruto felt the presence before any sensor alert registered, that same prickling awareness at the base of his skull, though considerably more pronounced this time, as though the masked man had made no particular effort to conceal his approach on this occasion. "You've been remarkably patient," the voice carried from the tree line's edge, the same unhurried, unplaceable quality Naruto remembered from their first meeting. "I confess I found myself curious whether that patience represented genuine strategy, or simply your own particular brand of stubborn hope that I'd eventually reconsider my earlier offer." Naruto rose to face him directly, chakra already settling into readiness despite the deliberately calm posture he maintained. "Figured you'd come eventually. Whatever you actually want from me, I don't think a single rejected offer was ever going to be the end of this conversation." Perceptive. The masked figure stepped fully into the clearing's moonlit edge, the orange spiral mask catching pale light with the same unnerving stillness Naruto remembered. "Though I should mention, before we continue, that I'm quite aware of the considerable coalition presence currently surrounding this position. Did you genuinely believe I'd walk into an obvious trap without first accounting for exactly that possibility?" There was something almost fond in the observation, the tone of a considerably older and more experienced hand acknowledging a student's earnest, if ultimately transparent, effort. Naruto felt something cold settle in his stomach at the calm, matter-of-fact delivery of that observation, understanding immediately that whatever advantage the coalition's careful planning had hoped to establish, the masked man had apparently seen through it from the very beginning. "Then why come at all?" Naruto asked, working to keep his own voice as steady as the figure's unhurried calm. "Because despite recognizing your trap for exactly what it is," the masked figure said, "I find myself, even now, genuinely curious whether this particular conversation might still yield something worth the risk. Call it an old man's indulgence, if you like. I've spent considerably longer pursuing my goals than most of the shinobi currently arrayed against me have been alive, and a little patience for genuine curiosity has rarely cost me anything I couldn't afford to lose." Somewhere beyond the clearing's edge, Naruto felt the first stirrings of the coalition's concealed forces beginning to register the confirmed contact, the careful, layered response protocol beginning its measured activation, and understood that whatever this conversation actually produced, the confrontation the coalition had spent a week preparing for had finally, genuinely begun. Chapter 5. "Asked it then," Naruto said, holding his ground despite every instinct urging immediate engagement. "Whatever question you've been circling since that first conversation. Let's actually hear it plainly, instead of more riddles about grief and loss." The masked figure was quiet for a long moment, the single visible eye studying him with an intensity that felt, for the first time, genuinely uncertain rather than calmly theatrical. "For vessels I've collected toward my goal. For individuals who, whatever their circumstances, ultimately proved incapable of the kind of resistance you've demonstrated across these past months. I find myself wondering, genuinely, what actually separates you from them. Is it simply the village you happen to land in, the particular combination of trust and training Kumogakure provided? Or is there something more fundamental at work, some quality that would have carried you through regardless of which door happened to open for you after Konoha's betrayal? Does it matter? Naruto asked. Whatever the answer is, it doesn't change what I'm going to do next. It matters considerably more than you might assume, the figure said. Because if the answer is simply circumstance, simply the particular fortune of finding the right village at the right moment, then my entire project remains sound, a world without the kind of chaotic, undeserved suffering that separates the fortunate from the discarded. But if the answer is something else, something that exists independent of circumstance entirely, then perhaps I've spent considerably longer pursuing the wrong solution than I've been willing to admit even to myself. Naruto felt something shift in the weight of the conversation, understanding with sudden clarity that this exchange carried genuine stakes beyond simple tactical positioning. A man who had spent decades convinced of his own righteous purpose finally, however reluctantly, questioning the foundation beneath it. It's not circumstance, Naruto said carefully. Not entirely, anyway. Plenty of people get exactly the right opportunity and still don't build anything worth keeping with it. What actually mattered was choosing to trust people again after Konoha broke that trust so badly I thought it might never come back. Choosing to earn what this village offered instead of just accepting it and coasting. Choosing to protect the people who chose me back, even when it cost me something. That's not luck. That's work, the kind you have to keep doing every single day, and it's exactly the kind of work your plan would erase completely if you actually succeeded. Explain that, the figure said, something genuinely attentive entering the unhurried stillness of his posture. A world without loss is a world without anything actually worth choosing, Naruto said, the words arriving with a clarity that surprised even himself, built from months of quiet evenings and hard-won trust rather than any calculated strategy. If nothing could ever be lost, nothing anyone built would actually mean anything either, because there'd be no real stake in choosing it. You're not offering people peace. You're offering them a kind of numbness dressed up as safety. I've seen genuine peace, the kind people actually build together, choosing each other every single day even though they could lose it all. That's worth infinitely more than whatever perfect, controlled stillness you're trying to force onto the entire world. The masked figure remained silent for a long moment, the single visible eye carrying something that might, beneath the mask's practiced stillness, have been genuine consideration, or genuine pain, or perhaps both at once. You speak as though loss is somehow ennobling, he said finally, something harder entering his voice now. As though the grief I've carried for decades, the grief that drove me to this exact conversation, is somehow a gift rather than the wound it actually is. I'm not saying loss is a gift, Naruto said. I'm saying trying to erase the possibility of it entirely doesn't heal that wound. It just makes sure nobody else gets to choose anything real ever again. That's not honoring whatever you lost. That's letting your grief decide everything, for everyone, forever, without ever actually asking them if that's what they'd choose for themselves. He let the words settle a moment before continuing, quieter now. I don't think that's what the person you lost would have actually wanted, if you're being honest with yourself about it. Something in the clearing's tension shifted then, the masked figure's posture carrying, for just a moment, something that looked almost like genuine hesitation before hardening back into the same theatrical, practiced resolve he'd carried since the conversation began. You make it sound simple, he said, something almost bitter creeping into his otherwise measured tone. As though grief were a burden one could simply set down through sufficient force of will, the same way you'd set down a weapon no longer needed. I'm not saying it's simple, Naruto said. I know it's not. I've watched people I care about carry losses that never fully heal, not completely, not ever. But carrying it honestly, alongside people who actually help you carry it, that's still better than trying to build a world where nobody's ever allowed to feel it in the first place. You're not curing grief. You're just spreading it to everyone else, all at once, and calling it peace. A compelling argument, he said, voice returning to its earlier, unhurried calm. Genuinely compelling, in fact, more than I expected when I chose to risk this conversation. But conviction built from months of good fortune rarely survives contact with genuine catastrophe. I think, before this concludes, we'll need to test exactly how deep that conviction actually runs. He raised one hand, and the air around the clearing's edge began to shimmer and distort, the first unmistakable sign of the confrontation the coalition's careful planning had spent a week preparing for finally, fully arriving. Chapter 6. The White Setsu army arrived in overwhelming numbers within minutes of the masked figure's gesture, emerging from concealed positions across the surrounding terrain with a coordination that confirmed exactly what the coalition had feared, an enemy who had anticipated this trap from its earliest planning stages and prepared a counter considerably more severe than anyone had fully accounted for. Every unit, converge now, A's voice carried through the communication array with the full urgent weight of a commander watching a carefully planned operation transform into something considerably more chaotic than intended. This isn't a simple confrontation anymore. This is a full engagement, and I want this coalition's entire concealed strength moving toward that position immediately. Samui and Kurotsuchi reached Naruto's position within moments, weapons already drawn, expressions carrying the same grim readiness that had carried them through every previous engagement this war had demanded. He knew, Kurotsuchi said, dust-natured chakra already rising in a defensive shroud as the first waves of white setsu closed the surrounding distance. This whole thing, he knew from the start and let it happen anyway, because whatever he actually wanted from that conversation mattered more to him than the risk. Focus on the immediate fight, Samui said, sword already meeting the first advancing wave with practiced, efficient precision. We can work through his motivations after we've survived what's coming next. Naruto turned his attention back to the masked figure, who remained standing at the clearing's edge with the same unhurried stillness he'd maintained throughout their entire conversation, watching the unfolding battle with what felt, disturbingly, like genuine detachment from the chaos he'd personally unleashed. You didn't come here for a conversation, Naruto said, understanding settling cold and certain despite the mounting chaos surrounding them. You came to test exactly how far my conviction actually holds against genuine catastrophe. That's what you said, right before this all started. Precisely, the figure confirmed, voice carrying easily over the battle's growing noise. I find philosophical arguments considerably less convincing than demonstrated resolve under genuine pressure. Let's see whether the conviction you voiced so eloquently a few minutes ago actually survives contact with a battlefield your own coalition can't fully control. Coalition forces began arriving in earnest as the confrontation stretched into its second hour, elite units from all 5 villages converging on the engagement with the same practiced coordination months of joint training had built, gradually stabilizing what had initially threatened to become an overwhelming, chaotic rout into something considerably more manageable, if still fiercely, desperately contested. Kirigakure swordsmen carved decisive paths through the white setsu's flanking formations, while a contingent of Konoha shinobi, faces Naruto recognized from years of shared training exercises, anchored the coalition's rear guard with the same disciplined coordination he remembered fondly from his academy days, an old familiarity now serving an entirely new, unified purpose. Naruto felt the fox's chakra rise fully as he moved to meet the masked figure directly, understanding that whatever this confrontation ultimately decided, it would be settled not through the surrounding chaos of the White Setsu army, but through a direct test of exactly the resolve his opponent had spent this entire conversation probing and questioning. Then let's settle it properly, Naruto said, violet black lightning and cutting wind gathering dense and ready at his fingertips, Kurama's own presence rising to meet the moment with the same steady, deliberate partnership that had carried him through every previous crisis this war had demanded. You want to test my conviction? Fine. Let's find out together exactly how deep it actually runs. Around them, the sounds of the wider battle continued to swell, the White Setsu army pressing hard against the coalition still scrambling to fully consolidate its response, and for a moment the entire clearing seemed to hold its breath, waiting on exactly what came next between the two of them. The masked figure's single visible eye tracked the gathering chakra with something that might, beneath the mask's practiced stillness, have carried genuine anticipation. Then let's begin. Chapter 7. The masked figure's technique became immediately, unnervingly apparent the moment Naruto's opening strike passed directly through him without resistance. Violet black lightning and cutting wind cutting empty air where a physical body should have offered at least some measure of impact. Intangibility, Naruto said, understanding settling alongside a fresh wave of tactical recalculation. That's how you got through Kumo's perimeter without triggering a single alert. You're not actually there half the time. An oversimplification, but broadly accurate. the figure confirmed, already countering with a technique of his own, reaching through the same strange dimensional distortion to pull at Naruto's own physical form with a pulling, disorienting force that nearly succeeded in dragging him through whatever space the masked man's technique actually accessed. Naruto twisted free at the last possible instant, chakra flaring to anchor himself firmly against the pull, understanding with growing unease exactly how dangerous an opponent capable of selectively phasing between full physical presence and this strange intangible state actually proved to be. Conventional strikes passed through him uselessly whenever he chose intangibility, and yet his own attacks, when he chose to commit fully to physical engagement, carried a precision and power that Naruto found himself struggling to counter through simple defense alone. "He's testing your patience as much as your strength," Kurama's voice rumbled through his consciousness, ancient and steady despite the mounting chaos of the engagement. A technique like that relies on the enemy overcommitting to strikes that pass through nothing, wasting energy, and opening themselves to counters during the recovery. Don't chase the intangibility. Force him to choose between full physical presence and genuine offense. He can't do both simultaneously, whatever the theory suggests. Naruto adjusted his approach accordingly, deliberately holding back from committing fully to strikes the moment he sensed the masked figures shift into that strange, unnervingly hollow state, instead maintaining pressure through sustained, patient positioning that forced his opponent to choose between offense and evasion rather than seamlessly alternating between both. The figure tested this new patience with a series of feints, phasing in and out of tangibility with rapid, calculated precision clearly designed to disrupt Naruto's newfound restraint, each brief flicker of solid form probing for exactly the moment of overcommitment his earlier reckless engagement had failed to provoke. Naruto held steady through the barrage, wind and lightning chakra coiled ready but never fully released, watching the rhythm of those flickers with the same careful, patient attention as months of combined opponent training had drilled into instinct rather than conscious calculation. The adjustment paid off within minutes, the masked figure's own offensive rhythm faltering slightly as Naruto's more patient, measured approach denied him the easy openings his earlier reckless engagement had provided. A solid strike finally connected, driving through a moment of committed physical presence that the figure had clearly intended as an offensive opening rather than a vulnerability, sending him skidding backward across the clearing with a grunt of genuine, startled pain. "Well," the masked figure said, straightening slowly, something almost like genuine respect entering his unhurried tone despite the obvious discomfort the strike had caused. "That's the first time in considerably longer than you'd probably believe that anyone's actually managed to land a solid hit against that particular technique. Guess your evaluation just got some fresh data," Naruto said, chakra still coiled and ready despite the exertion the sustained engagement had already demanded. Around them, the surrounding battle continued its fierce, contested rhythm, coalition forces gradually gaining the upper hand against the White Setsu Army's numbers through the combination of superior coordination and the desperate, hard-won unity months of joint training had built across 5 previously divided villages. Samui and Kurotsuchi fought together nearby, their own coordinated rhythm cutting steady, controlled paths through advancing enemy formations, while Temari's unit anchored a flanking position that had begun turning the engagement's broader momentum decisively in the coalition's favor. The masked figure studied the shifting battle with an expression that, despite the mask's concealment, carried something increasingly like genuine reassessment. "Your coalition's proving considerably more resilient than my own intelligence estimates suggested," he admitted. "Perhaps there's more substance to the foundation you've all built here than I initially credited." "There is," Naruto said simply. "That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you since that first conversation." Something in the masked figure's posture shifted then, the theatrical confidence that had carried him through every previous exchange settling into something quieter, more genuinely uncertain, and for the first time since their confrontation began, Naruto found himself wondering whether the conviction he'd voiced earlier in their conversation had actually begun landing somewhere it mattered, beneath decades of accumulated grief and calculated purpose. Chapter 8. The engagement's decisive turn arrived gradually rather than through any single dramatic strike, the accumulated weight of the coalition's superior coordination slowly, steadily overwhelming the White Setsu army's numbers as Naruto's sustained pressure against the masked figure himself continued denying his opponent the decisive advantage his intangibility technique had initially seemed to promise. "Your forces are losing," Naruto said, driving another measured strike through a moment of the figure's committed physical presence, forcing him back another step across ground that had grown increasingly favorable to the coalition's steadily consolidating position. "Whatever timeline you were hoping to accelerate through this engagement, I don't think it's going the way you planned." The masked figure's breathing had grown audibly heavier beneath the mask, the sustained engagement clearly demanding considerably more from him than his earlier, unhurried confidence had initially suggested. "Perhaps not," he admitted, something genuinely weary entering his voice for the first time since their confrontation began. "Though I confess, watching this coalition hold together as thoroughly as it has across this engagement has given me considerably more to consider than I anticipated when I chose to risk this particular test." "Then stop testing and actually listen," Naruto said, lowering his stance slightly, chakra still ready but no longer pressing the immediate offensive. "Whatever grief drove you here, whatever loss you're still carrying after all these years, this isn't the way through it. I meant what I said earlier. You're not offering the world peace. You're offering it the same thing you're still stuck inside yourself, a wound that never gets the chance to actually heal because you've convinced yourself controlling everything is the same thing as fixing it." The masked figure went still, the surrounding battle's chaos seeming, for one suspended moment, to recede into background noise beneath the weight of that observation. "You speak with considerable confidence for someone who's known genuine loss for a fraction of the years I have," he said, though the earlier theatrical edge had drained almost entirely from his voice. "Maybe," Naruto said. "But I know what it feels like to build something real after loss instead of trying to erase the possibility of ever losing again. That's not nothing. That's actually the only thing that ever really works." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the gradually diminishing sounds of the surrounding battle, coalition forces finally securing decisive control over what remained of the White Setsu army's broken, scattered formations. "I find myself," the masked figure said finally, voice carrying something that might, beneath decades of accumulated conviction, have been genuine uncertainty, considerably less certain of my current path than I was when this confrontation began. That's not nothing either, whatever else this engagement ultimately settles." He began to withdraw, the strange dimensional distortion that marked his intangibility technique gathering around him once more, and Naruto found himself, despite every reasonable instinct urging him to press whatever advantage remained, simply watching him go, understanding somehow that this particular confrontation had already accomplished considerably more than any final decisive strike could have managed. "This isn't over," the figure said, pausing once at the clearing's edge, the same words Naruto remembered from every failed Konoha envoy across the past year, though carrying, this time, a weight considerably more complicated than simple threat. "But perhaps it requires reconsideration considerably more thorough than I've previously allowed myself. Consider that whatever progress this conversation actually represents." He vanished into the dimensional distortion entirely, leaving behind a battlefield gradually settling into the exhausted, hard-won quiet that followed every decisive engagement, coalition forces securing what remained of the shattered White Setsu formations with the practiced efficiency months of shared training had built. Naruto stood alone at the clearing's center for a long moment, chakra finally settling back into stillness, working through the strange, unresolved weight of a confrontation that had ended not in decisive victory or catastrophic defeat, but in something considerably more uncertain, a seed of genuine doubt planted in an adversary who had spent decades convinced of his own righteous purpose. Samui and Kurotsuchi reached him moments later, both breathing hard from the engagement's sustained fighting but otherwise unharmed, and the three of them stood together amid the battlefield's settling quiet, understanding that whatever came next in this war, tonight's confrontation had shifted something fundamental in its trajectory, even if the full shape of that shift remained, for now, genuinely unclear. Chapter 9. The battle's aftermath yielded considerably more than the coalition had dared hope for, coalition search teams sweeping the surrounding terrain in the engagement's wake and discovering, in a hastily abandoned encampment roughly 3 miles from the primary confrontation, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, still restrained but alive. The ritual preparation that had been intended for him left incomplete in the wake of Akatsuki's broken, retreating forces. He wasn't lying about reconsideration, A said, reviewing the search team's report with an expression carrying equal parts relief and careful, guarded caution. Whatever that conversation actually shifted, this outcome suggests it carried genuine weight. An enemy fully committed to his original timeline doesn't leave a captured vessel behind, incomplete ritual or not, unless something about tonight's engagement genuinely gave him pause. Naruto absorbed the report with a complicated mixture of relief and cautious hope, understanding that whatever ground had been gained tonight remained fragile, uncertain, built on a single conversation with a man who had spent decades committed to a considerably darker vision of the world. He said this wasn't over, Naruto reminded the assembled command staff, unwilling to let the night's success breed the kind of complacency that might prove costly if the masked man's reconsideration ultimately proved temporary. Whatever doubt tonight actually planted, I don't think we should assume it's resolved this war entirely. Just shifted something. Maybe enough to matter. Maybe not enough on its own. Agreed, they said, some of his earlier relief settling into the same steady, measured caution that had carried Kumogakure through every previous crisis this war had presented. But shifted ground is still ground gained, whatever uncertainty remains about how far that shift ultimately carries. We rescued a Jinchuriki tonight that every previous assessment suggested we'd already lost permanently. That's not a small victory, whatever caution the broader situation still demands. The following days brought a cautious, tentative shift in the war's overall momentum, coalition intelligence reporting a marked reduction in White Setsu activity across every remaining front, Akatsuki's coordinated pressure easing into something considerably more sporadic and uncertain than the relentless, calculated campaign that had characterized the conflict's earlier months. Whether that shift represented genuine reconsideration on the masked figure's part, or simply a tactical pause while his organization regrouped from the engagement's losses, remained genuinely unclear, coalition analysts debating the question without reaching any firm consensus. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, once medical staff had cleared him for travel, insisted on personally thanking Naruto before returning to his own village's care, a brief but genuinely warm exchange that left Naruto with a fresh, grounded reminder of exactly what tonight's uncertain victory had actually preserved. I'd already made peace with not making it out of that camp, the man admitted quietly. Whatever actually happened out there to change that, I won't forget it. Naruto found himself, in the quiet days that followed, returning often to the conversation's core exchange, the masked man's genuine uncertainty in that final moment carrying a weight he hadn't fully anticipated when he first agreed to serve as the coalition's deliberate bait. You actually reached him, Mabui observed one evening, the two of them reviewing the latest coalition intelligence reports together in the quiet aftermath of the engagement's immediate crisis. Whatever else happens from here, that's not nothing. Most people spend their whole lives without ever managing to genuinely shift someone else's deepest convictions, even people considerably less committed than he apparently was. I don't know if I actually changed anything, Naruto admitted. Just gave him something to think about, maybe. Doesn't mean he won't come back to the same conclusions eventually, once the doubt fades and the old grief takes over again. Maybe, Mabui said. Or maybe doubt like that doesn't fully fade once it's genuinely taken root. Either way, you did something tonight that this entire coalition's combined military strength hadn't managed across the war's entire duration up to this point. That's worth acknowledging, whatever uncertainty remains about where it ultimately leads. Naruto considered that for a long moment, feeling the accumulated weight of the past year settle into something that felt, despite the genuine uncertainty still ahead, considerably more hopeful than the desperate, reactive posture that had characterized the war's earlier months. Whatever came next, whatever the masked man's genuine reconsideration ultimately produced, tonight's engagement had proven something Naruto suspected would matter considerably more than any single tactical victory, that even the deepest, most calcified convictions weren't necessarily beyond the reach of genuine, honest connection, offered without conditions, exactly the way this village had once offered it to him. Chapter 10. The coalition granted an extended operational pause in the weeks following the engagement, white setsu activity across every front having eased enough that command staff across all 5 villages agreed the moment called for genuine rest rather than continued relentless deployment, and Naruto's unit received formal orders to return to Kumogakure for the first extended leave since their deployment months earlier. The village's welcome, when they finally passed through the southern gate, carried a warmth that settled deep and unexpected in Naruto's chest, considerably more crowded and enthusiastic than even their initial deployment ceremony had managed, word of the confrontation with Akatsuki's true leadership having spread through the village and the broader coalition alike in the weeks since. A addressed the returning unit from the same platform he'd used to send them off months earlier, his expression carrying the particular pride of a kage watching an investment mature into precisely the strength he'd once promised this village intended to build. 6 months ago, he said, his voice carrying easily across the gathered crowd, I told all of you that Kumogakure's foundation would prove strong enough to carry this coalition through whatever this war ultimately demanded. Tonight, I stand corrected in only one respect. That foundation proved considerably stronger than even my own considerable confidence anticipated. The crowd's response carried genuine, unrestrained warmth, and Naruto found himself, standing at the platform's edge alongside Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui, struck by how completely this village had become, over the course of this long, difficult year, exactly the home he'd once feared he'd never find anywhere. Darui found him amid the crowd's celebratory press, clasping his shoulder with the same rough camaraderie that had marked their friendship since that very first sparring match. Told you to come back in one piece. Guess I should have specified considerably more legendary than when you left while I was at it. I'll try to manage expectations better next time, Naruto said, managing a genuine, tired laugh despite the exhaustion of the past months finally catching up to him now that the immediate crisis had eased. The celebration that followed stretched well into the evening, the tower's usual mess hall overflowing into the surrounding courtyard as the entire village gathered to properly welcome home the unit whose actions had, by every account now circulating through coalition channels, genuinely shifted this war's trajectory. Even Shinobi Naruto had never directly trained alongside stopped to offer genuine congratulations, a warmth that reflected exactly how thoroughly this village had come to regard his success as a shared, collective accomplishment rather than a single individual's achievement. Naruto found himself, amid the warmth and celebration, gradually drifting toward the same quiet overlook where the 4 of them had once shared a rare evening's peace before deployment, Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui following without needing to be asked. Feels different, being back, Naruto said, settling onto the familiar grass, looking out over the cloud sea drifting silver beneath a rising moon. 6 months ago I walked through that gate uncertain whether I'd ever really belong anywhere. Now I'm not sure I could imagine belonging anywhere else, even after everything this year's put us through. That's exactly what a real home is supposed to feel like, Kurotsuchi said, settling beside him with the easy familiarity that had grown between them across months of shared danger and shared trust. Not a place you simply return to because you have nowhere else. A place you choose, over and over, because it's actually worth choosing. She nudged his shoulder gently. Trust me, I gave up a village built entirely on legacy and inheritance to find out what that actually meant. I don't regret a single day of it. Samui's hand found his, the same quiet, deliberate gesture that had marked every important moment between them since that first honest conversation weeks before deployment. Whatever comes next in this war, whatever that masked man ultimately decides, I don't think anything can take this away from us now. We've already proven that, together, more thoroughly than I think even we fully understood until tonight. Mabui settled on his other side, completing the small, quiet circle that had become, over the course of this long year, the truest foundation Naruto had ever known. Whatever this war still demands, we face it exactly the way we've faced everything else so far. Together, and on our own terms, not anyone else's. Naruto looked around at the 3 of them, gathered beneath a sky considerably more peaceful than the one they'd faced down in that clearing weeks earlier, and felt something settle, finally, completely into place, the understanding that whatever remained of this war, whatever the masked man's genuine reconsideration ultimately produced, he had already found. In this village and in these 3 women who had chosen him as thoroughly as he'd chosen them, exactly the answer to every question. Konoha's council chamber had once tried, and failed, to decide for him. Chapter 11. The formal coalition summit that followed the operational pause brought representatives from every allied village once more to discuss the war's shifting trajectory, and this time, for the first time since Naruto's exile had first begun, Konoha's delegation arrived not with envoys or gambits or hardline generals seeking leverage, but with Tsunade herself, requesting a private audience before the summit's formal proceedings began. She found him at the edge of Kumogakure's own temporary encampment near the summit's neutral venue, and the two of them walked together for a while in a silence that carried, for the first time in longer than either could easily remember, something closer to genuine peace than old, unresolved tension. I heard about the confrontation, Tsunade said finally. Every detail the coalition's willing to share, and I suspect considerably more that hasn't made it into any official report yet. What you managed out there, reaching him even partially, that's not something I expected any of us to accomplish, least of all through conversation rather than overwhelming force. Wasn't really a strategy, Naruto admitted. Just said what I actually believed, and it turned out that mattered more than I expected it to. Tsunade studied him for a long moment, something complicated passing behind her expression. I owe you an apology I don't think I've ever properly delivered, not just for the banishment itself, but for every month afterward where this council kept trying to reclaim you rather than simply respecting the choice you'd already made. You built something remarkable out of a decision this village forced on you through cowardice and fear. That's not a debt easily repaid, whatever this council's recent, better decisions have managed. You don't owe me anything, Naruto said, and meant it, the old bitterness that had once colored every thought of Konoha's council chamber having gradually faded into something closer to distant, resolved history. You fought for me when it would have been easier not to. That matters more than you probably realize. It matters to me too, Tsunade said, something warm breaking through her usual composed authority. Watching you walk into that summit months ago, standing at Lord Raikage's side, entirely sovereign and entirely your own person, that was one of the proudest moments I've had in this entire miserable war. Whatever this village once failed to give you, I'm glad you found people who actually understood what you deserved. They walked together in comfortable quiet for a while longer, old wounds settling into something considerably more peaceful than either had expected this particular reunion to produce, and by the time they returned to the summit's formal proceedings, something had finally resolved between them, a relationship rebuilt not on old obligation or inherited debt, but on the same kind of honest, chosen respect that had come to define every relationship Naruto valued most in his current life. Shikaka found him briefly before the formal session began, offering his own quieter, more understated acknowledgement of everything the past year had ultimately settled. For what it's worth, he said, I've spent considerable time these past months wondering whether this council's original decision, whatever its corrupt origins, somehow still worked out for the better in the end. Watching what you've built, I don't think that's quite the right way to look at it. You didn't need Konoha's mistake to become who you are. You'd have found your own way there eventually, whatever village happened to give you the chance. Kumogaku was simply wise enough to actually offer it, maybe, Naruto said. Or maybe it just worked out this way, and I'm grateful enough for how it turned out that I've stopped trying to untangle exactly why. Shikaka's answering smile carried a rare, genuine warmth. Fair enough. Some things are better left simply appreciated rather than endlessly analyzed. The summit itself proceeded with considerably more optimism than any previous gathering this war had produced, coalition intelligence confirming the sustained reduction in Akatsuki activity across every front, and cautious, careful planning beginning to shift from purely defensive posturing toward genuine consideration of what a lasting peace, should the masked man's apparent reconsideration ultimately hold, might actually require to properly secure. We're not declaring victory, a caution during the summit's closing session, his own measured optimism carrying the same careful weight he'd applied to every major decision this war had demanded. But we are, for the first time since this conflict began in earnest, allowing ourselves genuine hope that its resolution might arrive through something other than total, catastrophic confrontation. Naruto listened to the summit's cautiously optimistic conclusions with a steadiness built from months of hard-won trust and demonstrated loyalty, understanding that whatever came next, whatever the masked man's genuine reconsideration ultimately produced, this coalition, and this village that had given him everything Konoha once failed to offer, had already proven itself capable of weathering considerably worse than whatever uncertainty remained ahead. Chapter 12. 3 months passed before the shinobi world could genuinely, cautiously call itself at peace. 3 months of gradually diminishing Akatsuki activity, careful coalition diplomacy, and the slow, patient work of rebuilding trust between villages that had spent generations viewing each other as rivals rather than allies. The masked man never returned to finish whatever ritual he'd once seemed so relentlessly committed to completing, and while no one in the coalition's command structure claimed to fully understand what had ultimately become of him, the absence of any renewed Akatsuki offensive spoke, in its own quiet way, to whatever genuine reconsideration that single conversation had managed to plant. Kumogakure marked the formal peace with a celebration that drew representatives from every allied village, the tower's courtyard filled with the kind of unguarded warmth that had once felt, to a boy freshly exiled from everything he'd known, like something he might never genuinely find anywhere in this world. Stood before the gathered crowd as the celebration's formal proceedings began, his voice carrying the particular weight of a kage reflecting on exactly how far this village, and the boy who had once walked uncertainly through its gates, had traveled together across this long, difficult year. A year ago, he said, this village took in an exile carrying nothing but an old debt and a determination to prove himself against every expectation a corrupt council had tried to force onto him. Tonight, that same exile stands not as a weapon this village claimed, but as the very heart of exactly the foundation Kumogakure has always believed strength should actually be built upon. Chosen loyalty. Demonstrated trust. Family forged the honest way, through what people actually earn from each other rather than what circumstance or blood happens to hand them. Naruto stood at the courtyard's center, Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Mabui beside him, feeling the weight of the raki's words settle into something considerably more permanent than simple gratitude, a genuine, chosen belonging that had, over the course of this long year, become the truest foundation of his entire life. I never planned any of this, he said, when it gestured for him to speak, his own voice carrying easily across the gathered, celebrating crowd. Not the exile, not this village, not any of what came after. But I've learned something this past year that I don't think I ever would have understood if Konoha's council had simply let me stay comfortable in a place that never really saw me clearly. Strength isn't about being untouchable, or unbeatable, or answering to nobody. It's about choosing exactly who you're strong for, and choosing them every single day, even when it costs you something. I've got 3 people standing beside me right now who taught me that lesson more thoroughly than any training ground ever could, and a village that gave all of us the chance to actually build something worth protecting together. Samui's hand found his, steady and certain. Kurotsuchi's grin carried the same fierce warmth that had defined her presence since that very first sparring match. Mabui's quiet, composed smile held the particular depth of someone who had watched this entire transformation unfold from its earliest, uncertain days. Whatever the shinobi world calls me now, Naruto continued, whatever bingo book entry or battlefield reputation follows me from here forward, none of that's ever going to matter as much as this. This village. These people. A home I chose, and that chose me back, completely, without conditions. The celebration continued long into the night, coalition representatives and Kumogakure shinobi alike sharing in a peace that felt, after everything this past year had demanded, genuinely, hard-earned real. Naruto found himself, sometime past midnight, standing once more at the familiar overlook where he and his 3 chosen partners had shared so many quiet evenings across this long, transformative year, watching the cloud sea drift silver beneath a full, generous moon. Apex predator of Kumo, Kurotsuchi said, settling beside him with the same easy warmth that had become entirely natural between them. That's what the coalition started calling you, you know. Word travels fast when you humble a masked madman through conversation alone. Sounds a bit dramatic, Naruto admitted, though something in his tone carried genuine, quiet amusement rather than discomfort at the title. Maybe, Samui said, settling on his other side. But it's not wrong, exactly. Untouchable, undisputed, answering to nobody's demands but his own choosing. That's exactly what you built here, whatever grand title the wider world eventually decides to attach to it. Mabui completed their small, familiar circle with the same quiet steadiness that had anchored every important moment of this past year. Let them call you whatever they like. We know exactly what actually matters here, and it was never really about titles or reputation in the first place. Naruto looked around at the three of them, gathered beneath a sky that had, over the course of this long, difficult year, become as much a part of home as any village gate or council chamber ever could, and felt, for the first time in a life that had once been defined entirely by other people's fear and other people's decisions, a peace that belonged entirely, genuinely to him. Far below, the tower's courtyard still glowed with the last, warm embers of the celebration's fires, the sound of distant laughter and music carrying faintly up to the overlook on the night's gentle mountain breeze. Naruto found himself thinking, in that quiet moment, of the boy who had once walked alone through Kumogakure's gates carrying nothing but an old debt and a desperate hope for something better, and understood, with a certainty that settled deep and unshakable in his chest, exactly how far that boy had traveled to arrive at precisely this moment, surrounded by everything Konoha had once decided he wasn't worth keeping. Whatever came next for the shinobi world, whatever the masked man's true fate ultimately proved to be, whatever new challenges peace itself might eventually bring, Naruto understood, sitting beneath that generous, silver moon with the three people who had chosen him as completely as he'd chosen them, that he had already found the only thing that had ever truly mattered. Not power for its own sake, and not a reputation built on fear or dominance, but a home, genuinely earned, genuinely chosen, and genuinely, unshakably his own. Thanks for listening.